My background was in finance and wealth management, and that's actually where I met Ben, but decided I didn't want to stay in finance forever, dove into the world of entrepreneurship, had a startup and in the CBD and hemp space, completely failed, lost over $250,000, and happy that I didn't go back into finance and stayed on this path. So now I do e-commerce and I'm a business consultant. So super excited to be here and very honored to, again, host this welcome room with all these incredible moderators for Ben. So with that being said, I'm going to pass the mic over to Scott. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Monique, thank you so much. And it's such an honor and privilege to be up here with Ben and all these other great moderators. And my name is Scott Simons. I am a car dealer is my primary occupation or field. So I part own and run 6 car dealerships in the western part of Virginia. I started off selling cars 20 years ago and had a dream of being a car dealer. And 10 years ago, I realized that dream, buying into my first dealership. And now I have 6 car dealerships. I have the best team in the world. It's a real honor for me to lead Carter Myers Automotive Group. So I'm originally from West Virginia, from Poorest County in the United States, and I knew I just didn't want to live in scarcity. So I've always dreamt about owning a car dealership and started selling cars until I finally realized that dream. I'm also a member of the Arete Syndicate with Ed Milet and Andy Priscilla, 2 great guys and a great network of people, which is where I first met Ben. And Ben is an amazing guy. He's made a big impact in my life. And he's a mentor to me and has been and didn't even know it. And I part own multiple businesses. I'm really fortunate guy. I'm very blessed. And I part own multiple businesses across many different industries. And my strategy is make money in the industry I know, and then take that money and leverage it and invest in other industries, such as Everbowl franchises, a sports complex, an antique mall, Cardone Capital. So I'm just really fortunate. And sometimes I just, look around and say, I got a lot to accomplish, but, sometimes I realize, I think, how in the hell did I get here? So I'm really, really fortunate and very blessed. So it's an honor to be here, Ben and Monique. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I'm going to pass the mic over to Michael.
Guys, super, super honored to be here. I mean, we've already had some great conversations so far. I am Michael Robison. I am an investor advisor, strategic coach, and a business consultant for Fortune 100, 500. Work with a couple of the largest private investment funds in the United States, and just focused on building leaders, healthy teams. I believe when we're healthy, happy, whole, we can go out, change the world, and make a difference. So I'm just so thankful to be here with all these rock stars on this stage today.
Thank you so much for being here, Michael. Marcus, over to you.
Hey, thanks so much for having me up here. Ben, it's a pleasure, man. I've been listening to the Burn podcast I feel like for a long time, and I really respect everything you've done. And, I've done some things in my life, like obviously you can look at the bio, and I've been on the board at LinkedIn and a bunch of other billion-dollar companies and blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you what, sports fascinates me to a maximum degree because a bunch of my friends are professional athletes or former professional athletes or Hall of Famers. And I've always really associated the same things that make great athletes into great business people. And so when I got the invitation to be here, I was like, man, what are we going to learn from a guy who is sitting around the top performing athletes in the world, sitting at tables with some of the biggest and most influential people and looking at the mentality it takes to win. And so, yeah, I'm excited to be here. I love to be around great people. And so, yeah, thanks for having me up. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate that so much, Marcus. It's great to be connected with you and live together.
Thank you, Marcus. Keith, over to you.
Hey, Monique. Thanks for creating this awesome event. And Ben, great meeting you. And Scott, as always, we're both in the Breakfast of Champions. I'm Keith Koo. I host a show called Silicon Valley Insider. That's probably my public-facing persona. I'm a start mentor and a coach and an angel investor. I really like what Ben says in a quote: our circumstances in life are much less significant than our responses to them. And every one of my radio shows, I have a segment called The Pivot. And I think that is just something that always remember that you are in charge of your own change. Over to you, Kristen.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Kingsbury. I am the co-owner of a Keller Williams brokerage in Arizona. I own a real estate team here. I am an investor and invest in, mostly residential. I've got a mobile home park and some vacation rentals. But I'm a productivity coach for our agents. I help them to build teams and help and train people how to build generational wealth through real estate. So I am also co-host of the Breakfast with Champions room. And I just met Ben through Scott just the other day. Happy to be here.
Hey, Kristen, welcome. Great to see you.
Thank you.
That's my lady right there. Awesome.
Thank
Awesome.
you, sir. Appreciate you.
So nice meeting you, Kristen. Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
I'm Chris Pronger, former hockey player, Hockey Hall of Famer, and now building a luxury travel company with my wife, and passionate about travel, passionate about health and wellness, and the healing powers of travel and the mind, body, spirit. I've met Ben a number of times, believe it or not, in an airport, and it's crazy where you meet people and the conversations you're able to have. But clearly he's very eloquent and well-spoken, and a wealth of knowledge. And I try to surround myself and speak to people that constantly provide knowledge, and I try to learn from everybody that's around me, a lot like all the moderators on this panel here. So appreciate being on here. Ben, welcome, and looking forward to hearing you espouse some knowledge to everybody.
I appreciate you, Chris. Always great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Over to you next, Sean.
Hey, thanks, Monique. Chris, huge fan, man, huge hockey fan. Big Blues guy growing up. So my name's Sean Henry. I am the owner and founder of Efficient Home Services. We are currently #1 privately owned in the nation solar company. I'm also the co-founder of Kids Lives Matter. And I'm a member of Ortega, where I've met Ben and Scott. I kind of hit a plateau in my business career where I really wasn't pushing myself personally or professionally. So I went on a search for about 2 years to find a coach. And I found one in Ben Newman. And not only is my coach, we've also become really good friends. I admire you and respect you, Ben, and thanks for having me on today.
I appreciate you and love you as well, brother. And you may say that you found me as your coach, but it's a blessing for me to be part of your organization. And now the times that I've been down there in person and the work we get to do every single month together, I always look forward to it. And you've done a hell of a job building a great company with people energized that are unified to really compete to be the best that they can be. So it's an honor for me, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Kristen, over to you.
Hey, welcome, Ben. Welcome, everybody. My name is Princeton Clark, and I'm a self-mastery coach located here in sunny Arizona. I've been a self-mastery coach for 17 years. I work with Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, and you can read the bio. This isn't about me. This is about Ben. And so, Ben, I just want to give you a warm clubhouse welcome, bringing your light to this space, man, bringing your love to this space, man, and I receive it. I'm giving it right back to you because you are an amazing individual who has shown so much light in the world. And if I can assist you in anything that you do, man, let me know. But we're here to love on you today, and I hope you're soaking it up, brother.
Hey, hold on now, Princeton. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. You feel people's passion and energy for life. And I almost wish we could change the title of this because I don't like seeing this welcome party for me. I'm so excited to have this opportunity to meet all of you. And Princeton, I could already tell from your voice and your passion, man, we're going to get along great. It's great to meet you, and I appreciate it.
Likewise, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Princeton. Always love being in rooms with you. Bruce, over to you.
I think we skipped over Marisa.
No, you didn't.
Sorry.
PTR, it's okay. You're
Okay, very, very good. Well, welcome then. Happy Saturday to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Monique, thank you for putting this together. So my name is Bruce Stinger. I'm a hedge fund manager and run a wealth management practice. But much like Princeton said, this is not about me. This is about Ben Newman. And for those of you in the audience, I mean, if you were to take a look for a minute at his background, the man is a beast. So, this kind of fits right into what I like to do and associate myself with people that like to take it to a whole nother level. So he's all about mind. You take a look at his mindset and everything else. You take a look at his background. The guy's done incredible things. So my advice, people are always asking me, how do you take it to the next level? Follow guys like Ben Newman. You want to click on his profile, follow him, and hit that bell and change it from sometimes to always. And that way you'll be notified when he starts a room, because I'm excited for some of the gems that I know Ben Newman is going to drop. Pleasure to be here.
I appreciate that, Bruce. You all have me smiling ear to ear. This is a lot of fun, and look forward to learning from all of you. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. Yeah, I told you I was assembling the dream team, so super happy for everyone to be here. Marisa, thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marisa, and I'm going to be the outlier in the room who doesn't know as much about Ben, but is eager to learn because of the dream team that you have up here. These are all people that I respect and have been on stages with a lot. So I don't know as much about you, Ben, but I'm super excited to learn. What I do is basically, I run a promotions company, and for me, it's all about lifting other people up. That's my mission in life, making everybody else be seen and felt that they are heard. So I'm pretty sure that that's probably something that you do and are a champion of. And so I'd love to learn from everybody else in this room and see what they have to say about that. Thank you.
So great to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. Branden, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Branden. Good morning, Ben. Monique, thank you for including me. What I do know about Ben is that he's a powerful speaker and authentic. When people talk about authentic on this app all the time, that is something that I do know goes hand in hand with Ben. And so I, like Maritza, may not know a lot, but I do know that I'm going to be able to soak up a lot. And if you're down in the audience, you're going to be able to soak up a lot. My background is branding and marketing. I own one of the fastest growing firms in Long Beach, California, serving clients around the globe. The thing that sets me apart from other marketers is I also own a consumer goods brand. So I don't talk theory, I talk practicality that I'm actually using in my own business. And I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for having me.
Branden, let me mention something really quick. First off, thank you so much. And I appreciate you being here. And, one of the things I can pull from what you just said, so oftentimes, and I say this with love and passion for everybody that's on here. And everybody keeps saying this is a welcome party for me, but I'm so excited to meet all of you. But I think so oftentimes, and I'm just going to be direct because I care that much, everybody tells you, hey, this is how great I want to be. But when we take a step back and have a conversation with your daily action, it really tells us how bad you really want it, and it tells us the real story. And so, Branden, I admire what you just said, to be able to say, hey, here's the business that I'm in, but I also do it. And I think in the world that we're in today, we have to be so careful with everybody who's sharing knowledge. Are the people that are sharing the knowledge, are they actually showing up with the action that's writing a story for the right reasons, with integrity, to want to make a difference, but are they doing it themselves? And so, Branden, I could tell from your introduction, even though this is our first time meeting, that you're a man that not only just says it, but you're doing it. And I admire that. I appreciate it. And it's great to meet you.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Branden. Polina, over to you.
Hi, Ben. Welcome to Clubhouse. I don't even want to tell you what I do for a living because that's not that important. I want to welcome you. I want to thank you for being here. Monique is someone that I recently met, and I'm a huge fan of hers as a woman and as a human. And she told you that you're her mentor. So I would like to learn anything that I can from you, offer value anywhere that I can, and say welcome.
Thank you so much, Polina. Yeah, Monique and I have had the opportunity to work together for over 10 years when I was doing some mental training in Denver. And she's come to boot camps in multiple locations around the world that our company's thrown. And so Monique is amazing. So a friend of Monique's is a friend of mine. It's great to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you. JJ, over to you.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's JJ Stillman. Ben, first of all, welcome. This is your welcome room, but like you said, it's a discussion. So, I just want to say, absolutely love the burn. I did have one of the biggest public relations and marketing company in the world up till 2008 when I gave it all up to go on Walkabout. But the best thing about everything was, actually the burn's part of my morning routine nowadays. So I love being on the stage, Ben. I know we've met a couple times in the past, but not actually had a conversation. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. My best tip, Ben, for Clubhouse, though, make sure you schedule your time if you want to eat again. That's my best tip right now. I want to share knowledge right off the bat. Otherwise, you won't eat.
Yes.
It's been a great weight loss program for me, but, I'm going to leave it at that.
That goes for sleep as well.
Yes, that goes for sleep as well, 100%.
Well, I am one detailed son of a gun when it comes to my calendar. So that's why it took Monique so long to get me on here. But the few times that I've been on, this is only my fourth time. I can feel the energy from so many people that I know that I know that it kind of, and we'll probably hear from Josh on the dopamine dealer, But I know that, the dopamine starts getting hit. It feels good. You can feel the energy. You want more of it. It's intoxicating. So I know it can get dangerous. So I'm going to have to schedule it. You're right. I appreciate that, JJ.
Love that. Honest feedback. Alan, over to you.
Well, first and foremost, Ben is a good friend and a colleague, and I just wanted to show up today to lend him my support. I highly recommend you all that aren't as familiar with him, follow Ben outside of Clubhouse as well on Instagram. And as everyone's mentioned, his podcast, The Burn, is phenomenal. I host a room called The Winner's Mindset, and Ben dropped in yesterday just for a couple of minutes and spit straight fire. I mean, he adds value everywhere he goes. So the more times you can connect with Ben, the better off you'll be. As for me, I spent 15 years working with the best basketball players in the world, like Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, and of course, the late, great Kobe Bryant. I now work as a keynote speaker and an author and teach business leaders and sales professionals how to utilize the same mindsets, disciplines, and habits as the world's best athletes. And I've learned so much from Ben, but I think my favorite Ben-ism is the concept of standards over feelings. And that's something I say to myself almost every day. So Ben's definitely had a huge impact on me. Monique, it's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for organizing this. And Scott and Kristen, I've enjoyed lurking in the Breakfast with Champions room on many mornings with Glenn Lundy, and really appreciate everything you all do. So everybody have a great time today.
Alan, thank you.
Alan, thank you so much. You know I love you, brother. And I want to highlight something. I definitely would for everybody in the room. You definitely want to follow Alan on all platforms. It's just the incredible work that you have done and that you continue to do. One of the favorite stories that he shared with me about Kobe Bryant was when Alan showed up to a training that Kobe had invited him to. And for the first hour of the training, and I'm sharing your story here, Alan, so I hope I do it justice, but Alan pulls up a chair and he's sitting on the baseline and he's watching Kobe. He doesn't say anything. And for the first hour, Kobe was doing the most routine, monotonous things, basic jump shots, basic footwork. Everything was so basic. And Alan's sitting here watching this in this chair on the baseline, watching one of the greatest to ever do it. And Alan's thinking to himself, right? And Alan's worked with some of the highest performers in the world. This is kind of boring. And then Kobe got into some better stuff. And at the end, Alan goes up to Kobe and says, Kobe, man, like, this was incredible. I love watching you, but I got to be honest with you, Kobe, the first hour, it was kind of boring. Like, it was so basic. And Kobe looks at Alan and says, you can never get bored with the basics. And really what Kobe was saying to Alan was, this is what it takes to be great. And I think for all of us, if you think about the periods of time when you were performing at your highest possible level, when you felt great, you felt confident, no matter, we all come from different backgrounds in this room, whatever your background was, we're all looking for this very complex way to do things. Try keeping it simple. Try taking a step back. Take that lesson from Kobe Bryant and recognize what Alan saw was that when we stick to the basics, you can be great. And so I would just encourage everybody, maybe after this, take some time today. It's a Saturday, or maybe take some time tomorrow. Take a step back and say, the periods of time where I've been great, I've performed at my highest possible level. You might be doing it now. What are the things that are basic that you've done that you want to make sure you continue to do consistently? So Alan, I love you. Everybody follow Alan, and it's always great to be with you, Alan. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. And nice to meet you, Alan. Marcus.
Totally just followed Alan.
Awesome. And I'm going to pass the mic.
Hey, Alan, this is Greg with the ball cap. You said you worked with Kobe?
I was the performance coach at the first ever Kobe Bryant Skills Academy that Nike held in 2007. So no, Kobe was not a personal client of mine, but I worked events for him at Nike and was on his staff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was gonna see if you knew one of my best friends, Jim Clemens, who has 10 NBA rings with Michael and Kobe. He was the assistant coach with Phil Jackson for most of their career. So I followed you, brother. Great message. And Ben, welcome, brother. You're a beast.
We're all beasts. We're all here on Saturday trying to get better, taking time. So we're all in this fight together. I appreciate the opportunity to meet you.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to pass the mic over to Marcus Black. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Monique. This is Marcus Black speaking. Ben, my man, after just hearing that, I was sitting in a chair and I had to get up and start pacing, man. You're telling Ellen's story, man. I'm ready to run through a wall. But guys, my name is Marcus Black. I am a motivational speaker. I'm also an author. I'm a storyteller at heart. I'm also part-time, which there's really no such thing as part-time, but I serve in inner cities as an urban missionary, teaching life skills, emotional resilience to kids and serving families. And when I'm not doing that, I like to hop in and out of stages, both in life and virtually, lighting fires under people. And so, Ben, man, every time you speak, it's such a passion. I just followed you on Instagram. I'm so glad I got the chance to do that. And I just subscribed to Burn. And reading a little bit about that, I'm definitely going to be a part of my routine now. But when you talk about burn, there's a burn inside of me to shake people up. And that comes from a deep place of despair that I suffered from in my own life. Like, I grew up in all this abuse and all this chaos and all this trauma, and I sat in it and I just suffered from it before I had a near-death experience that woke me up. And I realized life is too short, man. You don't get another do-over. You don't get a second chance. So that fire inside of me, that burn that I have, comes from that place of like, yo, I'm not wasting another moment of my life in mediocrity. I'm going for everything I want, and I'm going to make sure everybody that I ever come into contact does the same. So I just want to thank you for doing that. As a new up-and-coming speaker in this world, I want to say I'm looking forward to learning from you, to listening to you. Hopefully you're on Clubhouse like the rest of us all day, so I can follow you around and hear from you and learn some things to help me on my journey. And welcome to Clubhouse, my brother. I'm so glad you're here.
Marcus, I appreciate that. I can't make any promises about all day. My schedule keeps me pretty crazy. But one thing I will tell you is this Clubhouse experience is going to be amazing if I get to spend time with people like you, hearing that passion, but also your transparency and vulnerability. You know, I think about the coaches that have made the biggest impact in my life. And I want to mention before I say this, I still have 2 coaches. I read 35 books last year. So you all keep welcoming me. I keep going back to this. You're calling this the welcome party. I want to learn from all of you. I'm far from figuring this out. But what I have been blessed is that the coaches I've worked with, the coaches I've been able to meet, the mentors that I continue to have in my life, they help me understand that when we are vulnerable and when we are ourselves, when we share our pain, that's when we can help others grow. And that's where we learn the most about ourselves. So I appreciate you being that authentic and vulnerable. That's what it's all about. And I know that you and I will get along great. So great to meet you. Thank you, Marcus.
Hey, Ben, we've got big news, right? I mean, you're going to be a steady contributor the first Friday of every month to the Clubhouse, the Breakfast of Champions. So we're honored to have you, brother. So you'll be on there the first Friday, I think, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or something like that, Ben. We're going to have you on every single month. So we're excited.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to do that with all of you. We had so much fun the other day, and similar to what JJ said, you have to schedule this time. So I want to make sure that I schedule the time that I can be with all of you, but that is going to be incredible. And, you know, one of the things that I look forward to in that opportunity, Scott, with all those that are part of the Breakfast of Champions, and if you're not, I'd be surprised if you're not, but make sure that you hop in there and follow and subscribe and learn as much as you can. But I look forward to just the consistency of being together. You know, when we do things consistently, it's a way for us to honestly evaluate where we are. What do you want to continue doing? What are the things you want to improve on? So the consistency of our time together will be great. And I appreciate it, Scott.
It's our honor, buddy.
Thank you. So next I'll pass the mic over to Bree, Selena, Joshua, and then Joseph.
Okay, with that, hello everybody. Good morning from California. You're going to be hearing from a multitasking single mom right about now. So with that, I gotta say hi and welcome to Clubhouse, Ben. I know we haven't met yet, so I'm just really, really honored to be up here on stage. I thank Monique for inviting me here into this space and the party. So my name is Bree. For those of you who don't know me, I come from a very long, really extraordinary event planning career for over the past 15 years, and everything from small private parties, you name it, scale it all the way up to music festival. It's been a time in my life. In 2020, of course, decided to make things that much more fun. Been all virtual all the time. And 2021, up in the ante with Clubhouse. And I'm just really excited to be here. I'm a single mom to 2, also in California. And needless to say, majority of the people, honestly, up on the stage, including Monique, Michael, Princeton, I mean, Marisa, the list just goes on. Ben, you're going to find an entirely new sense of community on this app like you've never experienced before. I legitimately used the word family, and I used it intentionally. So, because I've very much found that on this app, and it's been absolutely extraordinary. And so I want to say welcome to the family, not just welcome to Clubhouse. And so it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Bree. I appreciate that. It's great to meet you and be with all of you.
Thank you, Bree. Over to you, Selena.
I forgot to mention, I'm sorry for that, Michael. That Michael, for those of you who don't know, underneath Ben up there, that we are a married 17-figure entrepreneur couple, as all power couples on Clubhouse are. So thank you, Michael. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave that out.
Needed the humor break in there, Bree. I love you.
Hey guys, this is Selena. I just stepped outside because I am playing ice cream stand and blasting Frozen to keep my 5-year-old entertained while I listen and learn. Love this group. Ben, so excited to get to know you and everyone, learn from everyone. And Monique, you're amazing. Thank you for putting this incredible panel together. I'll chime back in later when you don't have to listen to Elsa scream. Love you all.
Thank you, Selena. Joshua, welcome.
Hey everyone, happy Saturday. No, I mean, I want to jump in here, Ben. Appreciate you, man. Everything that you add to this world. I mean, I figured many years ago that the only way that we can be able to rise up is to rise up together. And this is what it's all about. This is why I love Clubhouse. I mean, seeing my good friends, both Marcuses that were in here, these gentlemen are amazing individuals. Scott Simon, Breakfast of Champions has been an amazing addition to my mornings over the last week. I've been blessed to be able to add some value in there too and get to know Scott and Glenn. And Ben, looking forward to having you on the quote unquote show every single morning, man. You know, I don't need to go in about me. It's you. You're here, man. You're adding value to the platform. That's what it's all about. So appreciate you. Appreciate everyone on the stage. And I honestly, this is what it's all about, bringing new communities together. So great, man.
Hey, Ben.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Hey, Ben, Joshua is an amazing guy. So is all the other moderators up here, but he is an expert on LinkedIn, brother. Like an expert and just a solid human being, brother. But he's a great friend, and I've gotten to know him well through the Breakfast of Champions. And Josh, is great to see you. But Ben, he's an expert on LinkedIn, man.
Great to meet you, Josh.
You as well, Ben. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Josh. Nice meeting you. And over to you, Joseph.
Hey, what's up, guys? Had to come in here to support Monique and everyone else. And Ben, it is a pleasure to be in proximity of you. I've been a long fan watching from far away, and it is so awesome just to be in the same room as you and to be here to support you, man. And like Bree said, and everyone else, welcome to the family. However I could serve you, I'm here, my friend.
I appreciate that so much. I love your energy.
Thank you so much. Well, and I really appreciate all of you guys joining us this morning, this evening, wherever you're tuning in from. I want to do a quick little mini room reset. So this is the Breakfast with Champions Club. So thank you, Scott, for letting us host this coach for this leader to gears and I'm going to pass the mic over to Marcus. But if you guys are getting value from this, feel free to ping in like 3 to 5 of your friends that you think would also benefit and get value from this conversation as well. Like Ben always brings the fire, and you guys have all heard it here. Like there's been so many great things that have been said. So make sure that you follow any of the speakers here that you resonate with as well. Hit that follow button, hit that notification bell icon so you're notified for when people when they open up these rooms. That is the way the app works here. So who you're following, it helps to curate your experience here. And I know that you're going to be following these speakers into some pretty incredible rooms. Also, we also have like a special treat for you too. So if you DM the word uncommon to Ben, you're also going to be able to receive an uncommon coaching video from his online coaching program from February 1st for free. So definitely do that. DM Ben uncommon if you want to take advantage of that. So next, I'm going to pass the mic over to
Monique. Let me mention something. Let me mention something really quick, and thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. 10 years of knowing you and having the opportunity to work with you and watch you grow. I appreciate everything you've done for this welcome party. And I just want to mention once again that this isn't a welcome party for me. I know that's what it says, but it's great to have the opportunity for all of us to be able to spend this time together. Monique, thank you for sharing that. One thing that's important to me is that whenever I have the opportunity to spend time, or I get to learn from somebody, or I might be sharing something that, you know, potentially has an impact for you, I don't just want to share stories. You know, if it's just a story with a little bit of emotion or no action, it only lasts so long. And that's one of the reasons why our team wanted to give you the opportunity to receive one of the coaching videos from our coaching platform. So if you do send that DM, please send it to Instagram, the word uncommon. And I just wanted to highlight that in the video from February the 1st, it takes you behind the scenes in terms of the mindset that Coach Saban shared in our final 4 days of preparation in Tuscaloosa before we went to Miami to battle Ohio State for the national championship this year. So send the word uncommon. Our team will make sure that we get you that video, and I think you'll all get a lot of value out of it. And there's some concrete action steps in that video that are important to me. So Monique and all of you, I appreciate you.
Yes, I hope you guys definitely do that. And Ben, you're like super humble, so we're all here just like pumping you up. I'm going to pass the mic over to Marcus Murphy for his fire question to kick off this round.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And I appreciate kicking it off because, Ben, unfortunately, I do have a 5 and a 3-year-old, and they need to have daddy time and our ritual for putting them to bed. But before I do that, and I see all these people, I mean, this is just a really incredible thing to think about this room. And you think about the like literally what Bree said was that there is a desire and I think people are starving for community. And I think that this has been such a great way to bridge that gap. And so I'm really excited to see what you do on this platform. But Ben, speaking of community, speaking of your community, I have a question pertaining to high performance athletes and a mindset question for you. And it's pretty selfish because I want to know myself, but I also really think Alabama, for example, has been dominant for a really, really long time. You've been around Nick Saban for a while, and you're looking at these guys that have basically stayed at the top. And so I wanted to know, like, the mentality, the mindset for people that maintain that. Because yes, like, of course they lose, or there's people that like really great players who like lose basketball games, or they lose different things, or they don't win a gold medal and they get second. But there are players that dominate, that just absolutely dominate straight through their career. And I want to know, like, from being around those folks, what does it take to continue to win, keep the momentum up? Is there anything that you can add there? I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Marcus, that's a hell of a question. And I want to answer it quick so that you can get to your kids. You can be where your feet are. I appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday, but looking forward to you spending that time with your kids. Here's one thing that I would share with you. The highest performers, there's a consistency in how often they connect to what drives them internally, and in following through and choosing to attack the daily behaviors that give them the ability to continue to be great and to attack their next level. So it's a connection to what drives you, and it's a connection to doing the things consistently. And when I say consistently is not every few days. Consistently isn't 2 days in a row. Consistently, and if you guys could see me when I get passionate, this vein pops out in my neck. It's every damn day. It's every damn day you connecting what drives you, right? So I call that the burn. So the highest performers, they have this burn inside of them that lights their why and their purpose, that then causes them to take the necessary action. And this is not just in sports, Marcus. And people always do want to ask me about sports, but all of my work started corporately in 2006. And so for the last 15 years, I've been doing this work in business and in sports. So the answer is for anybody in sports or business, but connecting to the burn and consistently driving the behavior. And I'm a big believer, if you connect to what drives you every morning to start your day, there's no hitting the snooze button and going back to bed. If you understand what your standard is and what's going to make you great, giving you the opportunity to win the day, and you do that every day, and you look in the mirror and say, today I gave it my very best, which that's my definition of success. Your ability to look in the mirror and say, today I gave it my very best. If you can do that every day, nobody can ever take that away from you, and you can never ask any more of yourself than that. And that does not mean perfect. It means to be your best one day at a time. We'll all face challenge. We'll all face adversity. And specific to Alabama, because I know this is what you want to hear and so many people enjoy hearing, Coach Saban always tells us, if you were all were to come to a practice with me and stand on the sideline with me, he always says the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And I remember February 2 years ago, In February, it's part of the off-season conditioning program for Alabama. And the team lines up to do a team run. And they're broken up into about 10 groups of 13 to 14 guys, about 130 guys on the team. So if you can picture everybody standing right on the goal line and they're facing the entire field, they're going to do 10-yard runs, 20-yard runs, 30-yard runs, 40-yard runs till they hit the hundreds. Max effort, giving it everything that they have. Coach Saban, the first group comes up. He's got his whistle in his mouth. He's got his hands on his knees. He's standing on the 10-yard line. It's the first group to go. He blows the whistle. Bang, they're off. And all of a sudden, one of the players went off sides. The first run, Coach Saban blows his whistle and he says, everybody get back. Everybody get back. And he calls out the one player. You went off sides. All of you must remember that the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And if you go off sides in a training run in February, your ass is going to go off sides in October. It's going to be a damn penalty, and it's going to cost us 5 to 10 yards in a game. You have to stay focused on the details. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And so I think when we think about that, if I'm sharing with you, and this isn't, yes, I do this in my life, but this is what I've seen, a commonality in high performers. They show up every day and connect to their burn. They understand the daily behaviors. They drive them consistently. And when you do that, you will show up in all areas of your life with a passion to remain consistent and a fight to be your best every day.
Holy shit. I know everybody else is saying the exact same thing that I just said, and I normally never take notes on Clubhouse. It's really funny, but I actually took that one down. And I'll tell you what's really interesting, Ben, and I love this, is because, you know, I've had people tell me in my life it's not perfection, it's progress. And for some reason that continued to echo in my brain. And so, man, thanks for the reminder and welcome to Clubhouse. I just really appreciate it, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Appreciate you, Marcus. Thank you.
Sean, I just saw you on mute. Did you want to mention anything?
Yeah, I just kind of want to touch on that. You know, I personally spend a lot of time with Ben, and we speak every day. And to speak about his disciplines, the guy texts me at friggin' 3:30 in the morning every single morning. He's doing his workouts. He's so consistent in his routines, and this is why this guy is at the top of the coaching game. So he just doesn't just speak it; the guy actually lives it.
Well, Sean, I appreciate you saying that, and I just want to mention something because it's, you know, so many of you are saying nice things about me, but I want to go back to where that comes from me, so that maybe it drives more consistency in your life. You know, I had to grow up fast. 6 months old, parents were divorced, never knew my parents together. Several years later, my mother was diagnosed with a rare muscle disease called amyloidosis. Each and every single one of you in your muscles, you have amyloids. If you have an excess of amyloids, you'd have a disease called amyloidosis, slowly eats away at your muscles. My mother flies from St. Louis to where I still live today, where I was born and raised, goes to Boston, only 2 hospitals in the United States treating the disease, and meets with a woman by the name of Dr. Martha Skinner. Dr. Skinner looks in my mother's eyes. She had these big brown eyes, long brown hair, a big pearly white smile. My mother had this energy that went for days. And Dr. Martha Skinner says to my mom, you're only the second woman under 40 years old I've ever seen or heard of having amyloidosis. You have 2 to 4 years to live. And my mother in that moment chose to take out an old blue Mead notebook, and it became a journal where she unleashed her positive mental attitude onto the world. She would write, beat the statistics, beat the odds, live with a disease that is chronic and fatal, believe in yourself, combat anything, purpose in life. When we had 24-hour nursing care in my home, my mother's last year living, she came to the dinner table with an IV stand every single night to ask my brother how his day was at school, to ask me how my day was at school. She helped me realize that when you're clear on your purpose, and hers was to continue to lead her 2 boys, your purpose will overtake your pain. It got her to that dining room table as she was dying before our eyes. I know that's tough on the ears to hear on a Saturday afternoon, but it's my story and it's where my burn comes from. But that's my story. And I know every single one of you on this Clubhouse right now, you have a story. And so, Sean, I appreciate you saying that, but I wanted everybody to understand the great consistency that I do my best to show up with every day comes from my connection to my burn and wanting to continue to write my mother's story, her legacy in her name. And I think for all of us, we have that in us. The more you connect to it, the more significant and consistent your fight will be on a daily basis.
God, I'm not crying. You're crying, man. That's
That was
listen,
awesome.
brother. I love you so much, and you've helped me connect to my burn, and it helps drive my day every single day. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate you. And I know there's probably a ton of questions here, so I'm going to hand it over to somebody else.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pass the mic over to Scott. Please share your question.
Sure. Hey, Ben, if you've got a member of the team that is they're a good person, they typically give it their all, and they're just struggling right now. They're just got some personal things going on outside of work, and they're just not performing, and they really need to get their head clear. Could you have could you speak to that person as though I'm that person that really needs to get it together, and I'm not performing up to my ability?
I would love to, and I love that question. For all of us, we're naturally wired. We're naturally wired to think negatively. It's almost like that's what we expect, is that the world is going to be so challenging for us. In the world of psychology, there's a theory called expectancy theory. That which you focus on expands. You focus on negative, you get more negative. You focus on positive, you get more positive. So we as leaders, right? So in the event, Scott, you're referring to you and all the companies that you run and somebody you care about that's struggling, if that's where this question comes from.
Yes.
We have to be compassionate to remember and understand. More than likely, this person is spending so much time on the negative, they can't even get out of their own way to focus on the positive. So one of the things I would encourage you to do with this individual is to ask them questions. Our natural inclination is to always make a statement, go do this, just work harder, everything will be okay. There's no compassion in leading somebody that way. And so everybody has a burn, everybody has a story, everybody has an internal fight. And so if that person's struggling, I would start with compassion and say, is there something going on with you that you want to talk about, so I can help you focus more on all the positive things that I see in you, right? So now we're highlighting the positive. Now we're getting them to open up. And then I call it the power to reframe, and I learned it from my mom, but it's our ability to focus on solutions rather than problems. We don't want anybody to think that we live in la-la land, don't think about problems, don't act like problems don't exist, but we don't want you to spend too much time on those problems, right? So problems will be there, but encourage people to talk about the positive. Once you ask that person that question, right, what's going on, and then they open up, you may say to them, you shared with me back in December when we did our planning, and I'm just role playing this out. When we did our planning, you mentioned that when you connect every day to what drives you, you feel great. So let me ask you a question. Over the last 60 days where you're telling me you've been struggling, have you been consistent in connecting to what drives you? And if their answer is no, I haven't, say, what if I were to hold you accountable starting right now, and then starting tomorrow morning, and the next morning, and the next morning, and one day at a time? Let's get back to you connecting to what drives you, and I think it'll change your daily action. It'll change your belief. Once they commit to that, if they do, then I would share with them, can I share a few things about you? When I recognize you're performing at your highest possible level, here's what I see. So let's take somebody, maybe one of your sales managers at one of your 6 car dealerships, Scott. So what I would do is I would think about that individual leading the car dealership and say, when I see that you're on fire, it's not you sitting in your chair in your office. It's when I see you going around and spending time with all of the people that make our team great. What I've noticed lately, and I'm going to be direct because I care that much, I've seen you in your office a lot sitting in that chair. What do you think would happen if today you decided, I'm not going to sit in my chair, I'm going to go love on our people? How would you feel at the end of the day? And reconnect people back to the behaviors that they know will continue to make them great. Connect them to their burn, connect them to their behaviors, and then remind them, when you feel down, you are not alone. We are in this fight together. I appreciate you coming to me, telling me that you're struggling, or if they didn't come to you, you went to them. I appreciate you being open to the conversation. If you continue to struggle, don't hesitate to reach out to me. We're in this fight together. We're on the same team, and nobody wins alone.
Wow, that's a mic. That's a mic drop, brother. That is a mic drop. Thank you so very much, and I hope everybody got as much value out of Ben sharing that as I did. Thank you.
You're right. I'm like trying to take notes as well. Thank you so much. So I'm going to do a quick little mini room reset. Welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the Breakfast with Champions Club. Thank you to Scott and Kristen for letting us host this here. This is the welcome party for Ben Newman. He's a top 50 speaker, performance coach for athletes and business leaders. And what we're doing a popcorn round of questions right now from our incredible mods. And so if you hear anything that you resonate with, definitely follow and connect with all of them. And be sure to also DM Uncommon to Ben's Instagram for a free coaching video, and it's going to be pretty awesome with all of these mic drop moments. So I also saw Mitch just pop in. I know that you're on a ride. So Mitch, if you're available, can you please introduce yourself, and then we'll go to Keith for his question.
Yes, I'll be brief. I'm on a bike ride. I'm training for an Ironman March 25th. I'm hitting it and doing it. So if I'm huffing and puffing, I apologize, but my name is Mitch Matthews. I'm an entrepreneur, former NFL football player, college football player, and I'm here to learn, here to soak up all the great wisdom from all the people in this room. So thank you so much for having me.
Hey, Monique, I wanted to introduce.
Hold on, real quick. I want to just mention something. Mitch, I see in your profile picture working. Did you play for the Dolphins?
Yes.
Okay, so I've had the opportunity for 4 years to work with the Dolphins. A lot of it started with their rookie class, and then the opportunity to run chapel, and now it's a lot of fun. The continued work. I work very closely with Matt Hawk and Jason Sanders, their specialists, and Tua and Raekwon Davis. We go back to our days working at Alabama, but I love the Dolphins organization. There's a lot of passion. We're going to see a lot of change, but I appreciate you because I went on your Instagram earlier. You guys need to check out Mitch. This guy's an absolute savage. And we talked about it earlier before you came on, but there's a lot of people who say they want to be great, and then there's people who just be great.
Thanks so much. Let me know if you need my opinion on any of these questions or comments.
Good luck on that Ironman.
Hey, Ben, I wanted to take just one quick second, please. Hey, Ben, I want to introduce you to Curtis. Curtis Mitchell is on our Breakfast of Champions, and he is a world-class runner, and he's training right now. And man, he's a phenomenal athlete and even better human being. Curtis, I know you're training a lot. Are you available to say hello? And I want to introduce you to Ben Newman.
Curtis and I actually connected the other day after Breakfast of Champions, but I'd love for him to get on the mic if he's open to it. But he's another one. You go to his page and you can see he's probably training 24/7 the shape he keeps in.
Hey, Scott, could you say it one more time? I'm just walking in the house right now. I seen the ping. So could you say it one more time?
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce you to Ben. And Ben met you the other morning, and you're one of our Breakfast of Champion co-hosts. And this is all about welcoming Ben. But I just wanted to say hello to you, sir. You're just a phenomenal man and phenomenal athlete. And we're here welcoming Ben to the app. So I always want to include you, sir.
Oh, thanks a lot, Scott. And Ben, man, it's such a pleasure to meet you. You're the Alabama, the coach over there, and just the mindset part of it, everything I embody. And I tell you something funny, man. I'm a Texas A&M Aggie. So, you know, I'm a NCAA champion. I went there in 2010. Right now, I'm currently training for the Olympic Games, and just that mindset that Coach Pat Henry instilled in me is just truly a testament to my success and longevity in the pros. And you know, as every year, just trying to get better, constantly surround myself around positive, like-minded individuals. Right now, I want to win the Olympic Games. I got the World Championships next year down here in Florida, just training my heart out, giving it everything I got, man. And I'm just so blessed and grateful. Again, Scott, thank you so much. And it's just a pleasure.
Curtis, I appreciate you. I appreciate your fight. I know we connected and messaged a little bit after the other morning, and I'd love to share something that might already be part of your mindset, or it might be something that you share with your kids. Those of you that have children, those of you that coach young men and women who are fighting to be their best. And it's a mindset that I share with athletes. And so, Curtis, like I said, this probably won't be new for you, but it might be something that makes a difference that you could share with other athletes. But I always share with athletes, and this is also a business lesson. I share that what you do today manufactures everything you want in the future. You know, everybody focuses too tightly on the results that they can't control oftentimes, rather than focusing on what they can control, the daily behaviors that are going to cause you to be that Olympic champion, right? And so it's what you do today manufactures the results. I remember one of the first workouts that I was in the Alabama weight room, and I went up to Jerry Jeudy, who's one of the fastest human beings I've ever been around, now a great wide receiver for the Denver Broncos. And I went up to him, and he was squatting. And as he was squatting, Jerry Jeudy, I go up to him and I looked at him and I said, Jerry, I said, do you realize that this squat right here is manufacturing a touchdown in November? And he kind of looked at me like I was crazy. And then he kind of waited a couple seconds and it settled in. And after it settled in, he winked at me and he went to work on those squats. And it's connecting people so oftentimes, right? For you, Curtis, you mentioned I'm training for the world championships. I'm training for the Olympics. A lot of times those races are so far off that people make excuses not to give their all today. Now, I've seen your work on Instagram. I know you're not making excuses. This probably isn't for you. But those of you that are coaching or leading others, don't let people make the excuse that I've got all this time. The marathon's not for 3 months. The race isn't for 9 months. In order to hit my sales targets, I have until the end of the year. Just focus on one day at a time, win one day at a time, and recognize that what you do today manufactures everything that you say you want in the future and increases the probability of getting it.
You know what, Ben, I just wanted to say something really quick and I'll leave it at that. Exactly everything you said is 100% spot on with me. It's just been habits. You know, my life, my heart, my soul is into what I want. I'm more of an action type guy. And every day, you know, even to this day, you know, I get up around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You know, I'm young, I'm you know, but that's just the process. You know, the process of getting up. Even days that, you know, I may not have a structure, but as long as I'm getting up, I'm in my routine, I'm getting my mind right. You know, what am I doing right now? Right now, you know, even investing time on this app, you know, being intentional. I know this is going to pay off in my life. You know, whatever it is, my goal is, you know, and I understand, you know, putting in that work every single day and just being consistent. So you're absolutely spot on with that. You know, fall in love with the process and the results will always.
Amen.
Curtis, Ben, just such a great interaction. And I know, Curtis, you're a high performance athlete, and Ben is a high performance coach, speaker, and best-selling author. You are with the Ben Newman Welcome Party, a top 50 speaker. Ben does not like it to call his welcome party. He just really wants this to be an intimate gathering of friends. This is sponsored by Breakfast of Champions with Glenn Lundy and Scott. Thank you so much for allowing us to host this room. Monique, you've done such an awesome job preparing us for this event. Up on stage are some amazing moderators, personal coaches, and just all around great folks. It's not about us. You can just read our profiles. Just a quick moment for those of you with the party hats or party poppers. You are new to Clubhouse. Those will last for 7 days. Clubhouse is still in beta, which is why sometimes things don't work. The system really only works by following people and going into the rooms. So my suggestion is that you follow about 200 to 300 people and clubs. Make it a diverse range of topics so you can see a maximum number of rooms. I'm currently at a point where I can see 200 rooms. I know some folks who can see 300 rooms. And I know some people complain that they see 10 to 50. So this is really a group being curated by this team. And Ben, I do have a question for you. So last week was actually the first year anniversary of my mother's passing, returning home to be with the Lord. And 7 months before that was my dad. Now, 500. My sister and I were driving 500 miles a week to take care of the overlapping issues during that time. But in that moment, there were just pure moments of joy that we cherish. Your story resonated with me with your mother. You often give to others. How did you cope with that? How did you deal with that?
Well, first off, I'm a very emotional guy. I cry when I watch Extreme Home Makeovers, and managing emotion, managing loss, managing pain. Like, I do it with a tremendous amount of emotion. So a lot of times people, you know, they see that I work with football teams or athletes or UFC fighters, and I'm really not that tough. I'm a lover, I'm a crier. And I think that's part of it is, for me, was getting through the experience of losing my mom, which I still deal with it 35 years later today as a 42-year-old man, is that you have to cope with it your way. And so for me, I found great strength in the connection to continuing to write my mother's story, to carry on her legacy. That's part of how I cope with it, is sharing her story, sharing what I learned from her, continuing to fight to be the best that I can be in her name, in her honor. I don't say this to impress anybody. I say it to impress upon the point. But we have Chris Pronger on here. And Chris Pronger, Hall of Famer, played for the St. Louis Blues as well as Nashville and other teams. And it's just incredible what he did in his career. He and I both go to Mexico every single year. Our families go to the same resort down there. And the general manager there at the resort, they have a school called the Kinbei School. And they'll take you there and they'll show you what's going on in the world. Like those are the school. And we got done and I noticed that they had names on rooms at the school. And there were a couple of rooms that hadn't been named yet. And I went up to the GM and I said, you just tell me what the number is. And I want my mother's name on that room. And my mother was a school teacher. And so now when you go back to Kinbei, you'll see that there's the Janet Fishman Newman room. I never donate money in my name. It's always in my mother's name. It's in her honor to carry on her legacy. And, you know, I would just encourage you to keep your eyes open, to have a level of awareness. Be you, be emotional, cope the way that you want to cope. You and I, we never get another chance for you, mom and dad, for me, mom, I don't get to kiss my mother again. I don't get another hug. I don't get another conversation. People who maybe haven't experienced that, you know, they may not understand it. So you have to cope the way that you want to cope. But then I would have a level of awareness. How can you carry on their legacy? For me to know that my mother can look down and know there's now school children that see her name every single day and she was a teacher, that carries on her passion to impact children. And so little things that you can do to carry on your parents' name, I think can be very meaningful for you and connect you in a very positive way to what was so important to your parents in their lives and to pour into others through the opportunities that you have. And just look at your resume, look at your bio. Everybody take a look at what Keith's done. I know that you've got a big heart. I know you've got a passion to serve. And now I would just encourage you, maybe find some ways through awareness to be able to do that through your parents' name to continue to honor them.
Hey, Ben, that's a perfect answer. And just because you brought it up, after my parents died, I've been doing research in English because my parents came from China and studied here after Hong Kong. I've found stuff that my parents have never understood or known, is that my great-grandparents were the first Chinese to ever graduate from the University of Michigan. They were doctors, and they started the first Western hospitals in China, and the first women to ever start a hospital in any part of China. So I'm with you. That is such great advice, and I really hope that that's a lasting impression for everyone else in this room. So again, I feel you, bro. Monique, back over to you. And
if I could mention something, you know, I think of when Marcus gave his bio. I don't know if Marcus, yeah, there's Marcus. He's still here. And, you know, Marcus, you could hear his passion. And, you know, for him to say the pain he's been through from things that he saw growing up has caused him to go back to inner cities in order to give back, in order to be a positive influence. So I hope everybody can understand, yes, I made a donation for this to be named in honor of my mom, but it doesn't take a high dollar donation to make an impact. Maybe it comes from your dollars. Maybe it comes from your voice. Maybe it comes from your time. But there's just great fulfillment the more that we give of ourselves. John Wooden, who is arguably one of the greatest coaches to ever coach anything. He was the basketball coach for UCLA, won 10 championships in 12 years. And he actually wrote more best-selling books in his 90s than 99% of best-selling authors. And Coach Wooden used to tell individuals, you cannot have a great day until you've done something for somebody else with no expectation of anything in return. And so I think for all of us, that could come from our resources, that could come from our talents, that could come from our voice, that could come from our time. But I feel like the world needs more people to love on people and to give and to serve. And the more we can do that, especially to share that, the importance of that, when we have the opportunity to spend time together like this, I think we can all fight to make a bigger difference.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Thank you so much for that. Just as a quick reminder, we need to follow Ben and follow anyone else up on stage who you resonate with, because otherwise we're all keys on the system. Without following people that you resonate with, you may never find the room again. Also, don't just look up here on stage, look side to side and up and below you, because you might be literally next to some fantastic person that you really want to connect with. Thanks, Monique. Back over to you.
Thank you so much. And so, yeah, this room has been awesome. And I know, Ben, you're just sharing so much fire. And don't forget to DM Ben Uncommon as well to his Instagram. Definitely want to make sure that you do that as well. So we are going to also open this up to popcorn round for questions. So if anybody that's on stage, Michael, Chris, Princeton, Bruce, Marisa, Branden, JJ, anyone that's on stage right now, if you have a question for Ben, feel free to flash your mic. And then, okay, so I see Princeton, JJ, anybody else flash? Branden. Okay, cool. So Princeton, JJ, Branden. And then if you have a question down the audience too, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll bring you on up. And then don't forget to mute your mics when you, Princeton, over to you.
Hey, thank you so much. And Ben, this is more so, I just want to say your voice is like a flame in the wind, man. You know, you're sending fire everywhere you go. And it just made me think of this vision that I had back in 2005. And I wanted to share it with you because I feel like it's leaders like you, the uncommon leaders that have been uncomfortable in life, that are rising right now, that are rising to set a fire in this world. And so I've connected wholeheartedly to your spirit, man. You know, but it made me think back to this vision that I had. And I'm going to share it with everybody in here because I feel like everyone on the stage right now is there's something awakening this year. And I know you guys can feel there's this sense of overflow that's happening right now that we're stepping into. And there's this huge shift that's beginning to manifest. But you know, back in 2005, I had this vision, and I'm going to make it really quick. In the vision, you know, everything was on fire in the world, you know, and we were walking. And at first, I just saw myself. And then as I continued to walk, everything was on fire. The wind was blowing, and we had to lean into the wind to get through it, you know. But on one of those steps, I'm leaning so hard into the wind that I look back because I'm turning my head, and there's a mass group of people behind me. And in that third step, we had to step so hard into the wind that we hit the ground. And when we hit the ground, all of the flesh fell off of our bodies. And when we stood up, we were like light gladiators. And everywhere that we started stepping after that, the grass began to grow, trees began to grow, things around us began to shift. And I came out of the trance that day. The next day I went back because I couldn't sleep the whole night. I was like, what was that? Next day I went back. The vision picked up where it left off. But this time, I looked to my right, and as far as my eye could see, there were individual leaders. And behind each one of those people, there was a mass group of people, and they were all bodies of light. And they were walking, and the land was being healed. And I'm getting chills even as I keep reliving it. But I want to say, Ben, you are one of those warriors of light, man. I hear it in your voice. And as I hear Marcus and all the other individuals, Sean and Chris, Scott, you know, you guys sharing your messages. This is the year that the true leaders rise, because this is what we've been seeing. Last year was a massive reset, and it was a time for the true leaders to rise up and say, it's time for me to step like I've never stepped before, as we lean into this newness and step into this overflow. And man, Ben, you got me on fire right now, brother. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I embrace you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I just want to share that with you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your fire, your passion, your energy. I can hear it in your voice, and I appreciate you sharing that vision. And one thing I would share is, you know, clarity is a significant power, right? So I could share a vision, Keith could share a vision, Kristen could share a vision, but when you find your vision, it's going to give you tremendous clarity. And oftentimes that fire inside of you is going to be connected to that vision. So I mentioned it earlier, you know, what's wrong with me encouraging all of you to connect to that more? Like every day, because then it's going to cause you to take the necessary action. You can see it in Princeton's bio. He's been doing this for 17 years, right? So he's had clarity that's caused him to take action. It's not just something he started, it's something that he chooses to do. So clarity is great power. And I always love hearing a story of powerful vision that's impacted how people show up. So thank you, Princeton.
Thank you so much, Princeton. Next, we have JJ, Branden, and then we'll wrap up with Sean. JJ, over to you.
How is it every time I have to follow Princeton? Jeez, gosh, man, beautiful. I absolutely love it. It's just serendipity, though. Every time we're on a stage, Princeton goes first, and I got to just follow up with just power. Ben, first of all, thank you so much. What I want to ask you, and this is something actually I was talking about with my kids earlier this week. You know, when I was in PR, you know, we had some of the best athletes out there in our firm, and they were heroes, and they had messages of hope, and they had messages, like Princeton said, of light. That's not happening anymore. We don't have the Bo Jacksons or, you know, Bo Knows franchises, things like that happening in this world anymore. Nobody's looking up to the astronauts and the scientists like they did in the 90s and the 2000s. There's no real hope for our kids nowadays. I mean, influencers like Princeton, yes. When we get into our late 20s and our 30s, we find people like Princeton, we find people like Ben, we find people like Tony Robbins. But when I was a kid, Tony Robbins was my hero. When I was a kid, Jim Rohn and Les Brown, these were the people that influenced my life. And what can we do today for the kids, for our youth, so they can have that same power that you see with Princeton, that same power that you see with Marcus? That'd be my question.
So I hope I'm hearing the question correctly, JJ. And JJ, can I have your permission? We're new friends, but can I have your permission to be very direct with the answer?
Please.
Okay. And so I want everybody to know I'm not attacking JJ in any way, and this definitely comes from love in my heart. But we have to remember that everything we say goes out of our mouth, goes back into our ears. That's our belief system, and that's what drives our action. And I'm not sure if you were aware of hearing yourself say it. And it's true. You had mentioned when we were younger, there was Bo Jackson, right? So there were these stories that you remember of athletes. So you clearly like sports, athletes that impacted you. And then you went on to say, we don't have that today. Well, that's currently how you're seeing athletics. And so what I would encourage you to do, and it'd be a fun exercise with your children, when you're watching a game and your children say, boy, this player's amazing. Google that player and let's find out about that player. And so I'll share. I love sharing recent stories because recent stories are very powerful. So when I was down at the Super Bowl with Sean Henry and Scott Simons and another dear friend of mine, Claudio Gambin, it was a blessing when Sean invited me because one of the players for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, his name is Levante David. Levante David is number 54, captain of the Buccaneers, went out for the coin toss, had an amazing game. He's the player who shut down Travis Kelce. Levante David and I have worked together for 8 years. So people could have watched that game and said, oh my gosh, look at this player. From the first quarter on, he locked up Travis Kelce. There was nothing Kelce could do. Look at the tackles he's making. He's flying around. Look, he's the captain of the team. Look at the C on his chest. We could talk about his athletic ability. But see, I would encourage you to Google Levante David. Levante David is the ambassador for Boys and Girls Club of America in the state of Florida. Every single year, Levante David has a backpack program and a food program. Backpacks that are given to kids that have no money. Food that goes to children that don't eat after they leave school on a Friday until they get back to school on Monday. Levante David is a player you've never heard anything and you never will hear anything negative about him in the news. Levante David is a young man who's done a tremendous amount to save his money, not to frivolously spend his money. And so there are amazing stories. That's just one of a young man that I'm blessed to work with who's touched my life, who makes me a better man because of how he chooses to live. So I believe those stories are there. And it could even be, JJ, one of your children, right? That's a sports lesson. Maybe it's a business lesson. Somebody says, oh my gosh, look at Monique Sarr. It's amazing what this woman has done. Look at the companies that she's growing, right? Look at the money she makes. Pull your kids away from the money. Let's go find out about Monique. How does she live? What does she do? Does she believe in philanthropy? What makes her special? And go find somebody's real story. You find Levante's real story, and I'll share with you, he and I connect to a burn together. He lost his mother 4 years ago. There's actually a burn episode. If you guys are interested, you could go back and Google the burn Levante David. And it was actually a pretty cool episode because it was preseason when we talked about what Levante as a captain believed this team would achieve, then how that belief intensified when they got Brady, and then we know the rest of the story now. But you'll get to see the importance of his burn, the great young man that he is. But everybody has a story. JJ, I'd encourage you to find that story, and encourage your kids to find the story and to find their motivations. But if you listen to what I had shared, it's doing it together, right? It's doing it with your child. Go do the research with them. What a great experience to teach kids. It's more than wins and losses. It's way bigger and deeper than a championship ring or a trophy. It's bigger than an amount of money that somebody can make. It's the deep-rooted purpose. It's the relationships. It's what makes somebody unique and special that can help us to do more in our lives.
Ben, I want to thank you for that. And that truly was a gift. And I sat here and wrote this down. I'm going to tell a quick story, and I'm going to make it very quick because I know you're limited on time, Ben. But My kids go to martial arts with Sensei Willie Johnson, 4-time black belt Hall of Famer. He's an amazing guy. But what's really cool too, on top of that, his son is James Johnson, who plays for the Miami Heat. And my kids had no clue who James Johnson was, because, you know, we're not a basketball family. We're more rugby, football kind of thing. But to know that James Johnson grew up doing martial arts and MMA fights and everything else inspired them to even do more martial arts. So what you said is true, and I need to do more of what on top of that, like you said, though. I need to do that Googling with them. I need to, you know, every morning we play Les Brown or some kind of motivational video. I never thought to go back and say, hey, let's go Google him and see why he's on that TV right now. And my kids need me, so I'm going to let that go.
Well, I appreciate
Thank
you,
you
JJ.
so much. This has been awesome. And I definitely want to be respectful of your time too, Ben. We've got 2 more questions from Branden and Sean.
Monique, Monique, I want to mention just one more thing. I know you all have mentioned the offering, and I mentioned this probably about 30 minutes ago, but for those that are just joining us now, I love sharing stories. I love talking and learning about people's burn and what drives them. But for me, you know, if we're going to spend this time to invest in each other today, our time, hearing each other's stories, pouring into each other, I want there to be actionable takeaways, not just that was a fun room to be in on a Saturday. So I'm giving everybody the opportunity. There's a video on if you send the word uncommon, just DM uncommon to my Instagram, our team will send you the video from February the 1st for free from our Uncommon coaching program. And it tells the story, takes you behind the scenes of some of the mindsets from Alabama, the final 4 days, and then when we went to Miami. And you'll realize it's not about, like I just mentioned, the wins and losses or the trophies. It goes much deeper beyond that, and what we can all learn together when we fight to compete at our highest possible level. And there's some actionable takeaways in that video for all of you that'll make our time together today go beyond just hearing some amazing stories from some amazing people on stage. It'll take us deeper, beyond, and more concrete.
So powerful. Yeah. You know, action takers are the real winners, right? The talkers can talk all day long, but you definitely want to take action on that. Branden, I'm going to pass the mic over to you.
Thank you, Monique. Ben, I'm a United States Marine. So there's not much I don't think I can do, but I'm also a human. So I know that major roadblocks hits us like a ton of bricks from time to time, and they'll stop us in our tracks. How have you come over major roadblocks in your life on your way to success?
Well, Branden, first off, God bless you and thank you for your service. You know, oftentimes I don't think people take enough time to slow down and realize that right now, think about where you are right now. And not you, Branden, everybody. Think about where you are right now. Think about the air that you are breathing. Think about what you're taking in. And I know there's people all over the world, but Branden, you with our country, or if somebody's in another country, think about your armed service men and women that are fighting for your country, but think about where you are. There's probably a certain level of peace. There's probably a peace of mind that you have that you'll be okay, because there's individuals, Branden, like you, men and women, tucked away in nooks and crannies in places that we probably couldn't even handle, knowing how extreme the places you are for us to have this opportunity to have our peace, to enjoy this clubhouse. So I can't thank you enough. And the answer to your question actually stems from what I just shared with you and thanking you. How can I complain about my circumstances when there are men and women like you fighting much harder than I am to do what I do? How could I not embrace every single day? And this is where I go to more often than not. My mother coming to the dinner table with an IV stand to ask me how my day was at school. And on your toughest days, I would encourage everybody to think about the pain that you've been through. Where does your fight come from? Think positively. Choose to think of those that have made sacrifice for you, and don't give up on yourself. Remember that everything you need is already in you. And if you think that success or writing your story is going to come without challenge and adversity, then you haven't paid attention to any stories of people that have come before you that have done great things. You may not be where you want to be in your story right now, but you're only in one paragraph, one chapter, writing one word. There's a lot more words, a lot more paragraphs, a lot more chapters in your story. Stay positive. Shift to the perspective of things that allow you to fight that much more. Branden, I'd share with you there's probably way more that you've seen through your training or with your eyes on a battlefield that is far greater in terms of challenge and adversity than what some of us are currently seeing today or what you will face now in civilian life writing your next chapters. So shift your perspective, stay positive. Everything you need is already in you, and keep writing your story.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go over to Sean. And then
Thank you, Monique. Branden, thank you for serving, my brother. You know, it's like Ben said, I mean, I'm so grateful just to be able to do what I do. Well, men and women like you are out fighting for our country. Now, Ben, the last question. All right, this is something that has helped change my life, and I think most everybody in this room is all, you know, entrepreneurs, all go-getters, and a lot of the times, you know, we tend to take a lot on our plate. And something that's helped me set up my day so well is your morning routine structured around my life. So if you could share your morning routine and kind of share it in a way where maybe people that are struggling to get their days going, maybe they had a shitty night at work the night before and they need to refocus in the morning. I feel like your morning routine is something that's helped me and helped set my day. So can you share your routine for us, please?
Well, first off, I appreciate you, Sean, and appreciate you sharing that. And I do believe whether it's your morning routine, your evening routine, how you choose to build your schedule throughout the day, the consistency in your habits and your choices drives everything. And that's the greatest life lesson I've ever learned. It came from my mother before she passed. It's not how long you live, it's how you choose to live your life. So if you feel like you don't have the structure, the discipline, the organization right now in your life, take a pause, take a step back, and let's try to implement one thing different next week. And maybe it's the time that you wake up. So if we start there, Sean, the time that you wake up, and then what can you add to your structure of your morning that'll cause you to control your mind rather than allowing the world or circumstance to control your mind? And that comes down to morning routine. And I'll share this with everybody. The next level of your success is a math problem. So for Chris Pronger, if he wanted to have a stronger slap shot from the defense, right? If he wanted to work on passes, if he wanted to work on checking somebody into the boards, he had to repeat those behaviors over and over and over and over again. If he wasn't getting the results that he wanted, you don't just pray for the results. You figure out, what can I control in my habits that'll allow the results that I want to be a byproduct of my hard work. It's a math problem. The more that you do it, the more success that you have. It's a math problem. So now let's talk about waking up. Waking up. You wake up 30 minutes earlier. Most people, if I say, how are you doing on your day? I run out of time, and we start to hear excuses. If you wake up 30 minutes earlier and you do that every day during the work week, that's 5 days in a week, that's 2.5 extra hours a week, times 4 weeks in a month, that's an extra 10 hours a month, that's an extra day. Times that by 12, that's an extra 10 days a year that 12 days a year that you just gave yourself by waking up 30 minutes earlier. So we have to limit the excuses, change our action, and build a schedule. If I just gave everybody a gift of 30 minutes, I didn't say wake up 3 hours earlier, 4 hours earlier, and I wouldn't recommend to anybody to wake up at 2:24 in the morning like I do, but I would share with you, start with 30 minutes. What could you do in that 30 minutes? Put your head in a book that's important to you. Maybe it's watch a video. Maybe it's get in a workout. Maybe it's be present and focused with a significant other, have a great conversation. Maybe it's organizing your day. But imagine if you took that 30 minutes and built a routine that causes you to win. And I want to share with all of you, you have to choose what's going to cause you to have control of your mindset. I don't know what's going to cause you to feel in control of your mindset, but I will give you, you're going to have to choose it. You're going to have to write it down and try it starting on Monday. But here's what I would encourage you. At least start with the burn. That's the one thing I'd say, at least do this. Connect to your burn. Consider this your challenge. The next 30 days, connect to your burn. Make it be the first thing that you do. Maybe it's you name the alarm on your phone, whatever your burn is. So my burn is Janet Fishman Newman Legacy, carrying on my mother's name. Put that on your alarm clock. Write it in a journal the first thing when you wake up. Just have a proverbial notepad in your mind and write down Janet Fishman Newman. That's mine. Write down yours in that proverbial notebook. But connect to your burn. If that's the first thing you do, And then you have 1 or 2 or 3 other things that are going to make you feel great and confident, release your endorphins, get some hits of that dopamine, right? That are going to make you feel good. Getting control of your morning routine is going to help you show up differently throughout the rest of your day. And that goes back to what Coach Saban teaches us. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And I want to finish with one more thing to the answer to this. Princeton mentioned the word uncommon. The highest performing individuals, they're uncommon. They do the things that other people won't do. I call that the unrequired. So once you commit to doing the things that'll make you great, do a little bit extra. The unrequired are the things that other people won't do, they can't see, they don't want to talk about, that high performers choose to make a priority. And Princeton, you didn't know this. This is our first time meeting, so it wasn't like you had planted that question. My next book comes out August the 3rd. It's called Uncommon Leadership. And it's 11 stories of great leaders and how those leaders are uncommon in their approach to what they do every single day. So for all of us, that's a lesson from those 11 leaders. Choose to be uncommon, choose to do the unrequired, control your mornings, control your choices, and make the most of every day.
Thanks, man.
Oh, that's so awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you. I reached out to you on Instagram too. I'd love to connect.
I appreciate that, Princeton. I appreciate that. We'll definitely connect.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I know that you got to get going, Ben. Thank you so much for all of you moderators also joining us and welcoming Ben to Clubhouse. And definitely, you know, make sure that you get connected with Ben and make sure you take action. Because like we said before, right? Like, you know, like this could just be like an awesome meeting that we had on an awesome room that we had on a Saturday, but it's the action takers that are the real winners. So definitely you DM Ben Uncommon. I'm going to close up this room here in the next 10 seconds or so. So just to give you a chance to like connect with everyone, follow everyone that you want to get in touch with. But yeah, just wanted to kind of leave that. Any final thoughts to you, Ben?
Thank you, Monique. Thank you to everybody that's on stage. Thank you to everybody that's joined us. Monique, I appreciate you getting me to be uncomfortable, to push to come on Clubhouse, to have this opportunity to meet so many amazing people today. I know you put out this welcome party thing, which I keep looking at it like I wish we could have changed that title, but I appreciate meeting so many of you. I look forward to staying connected, look forward to being in more rooms. And Monique, you were the catalyst. It started with you. I appreciate you. And Scott, thank you for allowing us to open this up to the Breakfast of Champions. And I look forward to our first Friday of every month together, continuing our momentum that we built from the other day. I appreciate all of you. Have an incredible Saturday.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Definitely putting that into
Ben.
action. And I sent you a big ass hug on IG.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ben. Here to help you any way I can, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank
Monique,
you so much.
It's such a pleasure to connect
Monique
with
is
you.
Class act.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you, Monique and Scott, and just the Breakfast of Champions crew for putting this together. Super excited.
Thank
you. Love you, Marcus. Good to see you, brother.
Good
Have
meeting
a
you,
great
Ben.
rest of the
Thanks,
weekend,
Monique.
Ben. Thanks, Monique.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Monique. You're amazing. And so are you, Keith.
Love you guys.
Monique, this
Thank
is
you.
fantastic.
Thank you. Also, shout out to Eliza.
Love you guys.
She's awesome.
Love you guys. See you later.
When did Eliza get here?
I've been here, bro.
No worries. We just wanted to give it a couple of seconds for everyone to follow everyone. But this room is going to self-destruct in like 5 seconds. So I'll give it a countdown. Okay, this room.
Yes.
Everybody
All right,
have a great day.
You too. See you guys all later.
Yeah, love you guys.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. This room will self-destruct in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Boom.
Bye, everybody.
we took people on a magic carpet ride to all these different countries all over the clubhouse hallway and got to communicate with people that didn't speak any English and created a sense of synchronicity and community that a lot of people haven't been exposed to. And so we're really trying to explore this medium more where we can bridge that language gap and just bring love and joy and music to everybody. But I love to just real quickly with the people that are on stage as we're including people to inviting them to this room, what your experience has been with bringing more inclusivity to Clubhouse and what you've noticed from moderation skills. And welcome, Mitch. Mitch was with us last night. I'd actually love to hear Mitch just tell us a little bit about his experience for the people that weren't able to come. Would love to have you speak, Mitch, if that's okay.
Yes, I'm in the middle of a workout, so you might hear some music in the background.
That's okay.
It was amazing. I gotta say, I had the Aladdin Magic Carpet Ride song in my head while we were working out, and was totally rocking it. We went to every part of the clubhouse space. We were in Russian-speaking rooms and Korean-speaking rooms, and I just felt so like humbled being there, observing part of that community. And we even had some people join along the way. So to be able to share in that and think, yeah, let's do it, was really spontaneous and exciting. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mitch. AM, what's up? Welcome back. I'd love for you to just describe your experience right now to the people that weren't able to join us on this magical journey last night that we're going to continue doing. I'd love for you just to say how you felt and what you experienced, if that's okay, if you feel comfortable speaking.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. So first, I got to just say, I popped in on a room or two of Mikhail's, like when I first joined Clubhouse a couple of months ago, and I thought, yeah, this isn't for me. And then in the last 3 weeks, I've sat in on a bunch of your rooms, both of you, and my goodness, are they spectacular! I'm a huge fan. So last night, I'll tell you, last night was fun. But last night was actually very moving for me, legitimately moving. It was such a reminder and a trigger of nostalgia and sorrow around what I love about travel. I mean, it replicated one of the absolute core things that makes me passionate about travel, which is not to see sights, not to consume new foods, but to just pop into other people's day-to-day lives and hang out with them and be a part of them. I mean, the room in Indonesia where the young man was singing was just, it was exactly why I travel. And you guys recreated that. It was genuinely moving. I'll be back whenever you do that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And to everyone who's in the audience, hello. We see you. If you want to come up on stage and join our conversation, this space is open to everybody. This is a social play club. Mikhail and I see this more as a theater community where we're just the stage managers, making sure that there's a flow and a structure here, but we want everyone to feel empowered to share the space. We like to play games and facilitate experiences that create a deeper sense of community and building empathy and exploring the art of conversation. And last night we went on a magical carpet ride where we created an experience where we got to cross international waters and explore other cultures and languages where people weren't speaking the same language as we were, yet we were able to communicate and listen, and it was beautiful. And I just love for Mariette or Misty, I know you guys were there last night, if you could just share your experiences with the people who weren't able to come. And again, if anybody else wants to come on stage, please, but I'd love to hear from one of you guys if you feel comfortable speaking.
Yes, my name is Misty, and I feel great speaking about my experience last night. It was the first room I have been in on Clubhouse, and it blew my mind. Being able to go to different parts of the world and connect in with people, and it was so incredibly unifying, and gave me so much hope that we can really spread our love for one another. And thank you so much. I am on the carpet ride as long as it goes.
Hey, Misty, I was your partner. Remember me? I still got pings from you till 1 o'clock in the morning.
I remember you.
So for me, I was really tired and it was really late at night. So I fell asleep on the magic carpet from time to time. But what was really amazing to me is that you didn't leave me behind. Thanks, Misty and Kyle too. I still got pings from you guys, woke up like 12:30 and still still got a ping. So that was amazing, you know. Inclusivity is exactly that, not to leave people behind. Even though they are too tired to carry on, you still drag them along on your magic carpet ride. That was amazing. And then the other thing is the few rooms that I did manage to stay awake in was mind broadening. It broadened my mind, like to see in the Japanese room, I think it was, thousands of people. I have never seen that on Clubhouse. And to actually think that that can be the size of a room, and that so many people can enjoy one thing and be together in this one room. So yeah, it makes it you really broadened my mind on a magic carpet ride. And yeah, I second that. I also had Aladdin's song in my head the whole morning. So thank you for the experience, guys.
Thank you for coming, and we've got some more magical carpet rides. But I'm just going to reset the room real quick. This is a social play club. We like to explore the art of conversation and empathy building through the practice of play. And last night we went on a beautiful magical carpet ride across international waters, engaging with different cultures and languages, and forming a deeper sense of community here on Clubhouse with people that don't just speak English, which is something that we're really trying to push forward, to connect with people from everywhere, to build a sense of a Babylon Tower where we're all speaking the same language. And Kate and Davud were with us last night, and we're just kind of popping around, sharing what our experiences were. We'd love to hear how it made you feel and your takeaways, and perhaps loop it into the topic of conversation, which is bringing more inclusivity to Clubhouse. So if either one of you feel comfortable talking, we'd love to hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty late on the East Coast, but it was one of the most relaxing things ever to do. When we finally wrapped up, I dropped off the magic carpet ride, but I immediately fell asleep. Regarding bringing inclusivity, it was amazing to just go to so many rooms that were from way outside of the United States, Thai rooms, Brazilian rooms, and just being kind of welcomed in whatever room we went, just because of our purpose there was to meet and connect and kind of forge, relationships, however quick they may have been. Was pretty awesome.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'd love to hear from anybody else who got to join us on the magic carpet ride, either if it's a favorite moment that you had, or just about your experience, or just connecting it back to the concept of inclusivity here on Clubhouse. Kate, if you feel like speaking, I know you got lost at the beginning and I had to go find you in the room to bring you back on the magic carpet.
Yeah, I appreciated you coming back for me and picking me up on the carpet. I was just on such a high afterward, and being in that type of flow where you lose track of time and space. So the last year of being in COVID and lockdown, it's been a rough one for all of us, and a lot of loneliness has come out because of that, for me. And I think joining this app was a small piece of like feeling part of a community again and hearing people's voices and different perspectives and topics and such. But last night really made me feel like part of this community and the inclusivity piece. Not being able to travel and experience new cultures, that's one of the joys in my life, that I'm able to meet people from different countries and experience their norms and just daily parts of their life. And so seeing these in the rooms, although just like a sneak peek, a little tidbit of what they were experiencing or talking about, and not able to understand a lot of the languages, but hearing the tones and the giggles, and it was really special, and it helped remind me, I think, of what that inclusivity, just with people in general, feels like, and what I need to do more of, reach out and get out of my comfort space. So thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. And for everyone who's just joining us, welcome to the Social Play Club. We like to play games and explore the art of conversation and building empathy through the practice of play, and bring as much play to Clubhouse as possible. Again, if you're in the audience, we see you. We'd love to have you join us on stage. Mikhail and I just view ourselves as stage managers, but we want everyone to feel empowered to share this space and have a voice. We're just beginning this by talking about, we went on a magical carpet ride last night through international waters, engaging with languages from all around the world, building this beautiful Babylon Tower, communicating with people that we never thought imaginable. And we're just kind of reflecting on our experience before we start to play and talk about bringing more inclusivity to Clubhouse. And I know, Victor, you were there for a bit last night. I'd love for you to just share what your experience was like, if you feel comfortable, but of course, please say no if you don't.
No, I'd be happy to step in. Sorry for the noise, so I'll keep it brief. I hopped in on a whim because of the trust that kind of Clubhouse has been built. So I hopped into the room, wanted to follow along for the ride, and it inspired me so much that I got lost in the travel. I fell off the carpet, if you will, fell into another room, which was a very weird room about whether mermaids give birth or they lay eggs. But met somebody in there, then brought them along the ride, and then finally caught him back up. And then he enjoyed it. He's like, what is going on? This is amazing. So it was also a contagious element that I don't know if any other people got to experience, but I gave it a test. And it really, really resounded with him. He's been texting me back about it ever since.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, Victor. And does anybody want to point out a room in specific that they felt a deep connection with, where they got to share an experience with someone from a different culture or language that felt really powerful to them, before we continue, so that we can give an anecdotal, specific emotional response to something to share with people?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Kyle. Thank you for bringing me here to the stage. I'm from Portugal, Lisbon. I work for Warner Brothers Portugal, a film marketeer, and I really love the name of the room. And Clubhouse has been a fantastic experience, and bringing more inclusivity and bringing everyone together. It's a fantastic idea. And I just want to say that I definitely want to attend the next Magic Carpet Ride. Thank you so much.
Kyle, I brought my magic carpet with me, so we might be able to do it after we finish this play and conversation time.
Perfect. Thanks.
Could I just echo what
Excuse
Tasha
me?
said? Sorry. Hi, Kyle and Mikhail.
No, please go.
This is Joanne. I think I met you, Mikhail, in the Smiling Club. I go by Joyanne. I think you and I met, and I'm so glad that I finally found you. I just was in another room.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting.
This woman was like just going on and on about the magic carpet ride she went on last night, and I was like, oh my gosh, where did you find that? And she's like, oh, it's in Mikhail's group, Social Play. And I'm like, I met that guy. I've got to find that club. So I'm so excited that I found you finally. And I just clicked the little green house. So now I can get notified of all your wonderful activities. And I just want to say, I think it's wonderful what you're doing. And I can't wait to play along with you in this group. And I think it's just wonderful what you're doing. So I just want to say, keep bringing this to the Clubhouse. And I'm just so excited to be here with you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Joanne. And for everyone that's just coming into the space, welcome to the Social Play Club. If you don't follow the Social Play Club and you want to go on a magic carpet ride or continue to explore how we can create more empathy here on Clubhouse and community and play, please follow the Social Play Club. And right now we're just reflecting on this beautiful magic carpet ride that we took last night, where we were able to engage with multiple languages and multiple cultures and share some really beautiful experiences with people from all across the world. So did anybody else, before we go on, want to share a specific experience? And I know Renat just came to the room. I'd love to have you come up here and talk, but I'd like to give you the floor for anyone else who wants to contribute.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Kai. Yeah, once I was on a magic carpet ride.
Hello?
I think we lost him. Hi, Michael. Hi, Kyle.
Hey.
I am so intrigued to get the German community on board for the social play. I can just hear so good things about it. I'm like so excited to be a part of it. And I'd love to hear more. I mean, I can just hear good things about that. And I really hope I can play and be a part of it. And then the German community with their German language is coming on board too.
Woo! We'd love to have that. That's amazing. Thank you, Natasha. And Davud, I think you're about to say something, so would love to let you talk. But we're doing some facilitator training this week. If you guys want to help us expand and bring more play to other languages here on Clubhouse, we really want to bridge this language barrier and just connect people from all communities and all languages and all backgrounds. So if you are interested, we'd love to have you. Just DM me or Michael and we'll give you the details so that we can bring more play. But Davud, please, I'd love to hear what you were going to say.
Two points that were pretty awesome was when we picked up Taylor, who was sitting in the room by himself playing his hand drum, and then he joined us. That was way cool. And then ending the night with GE serenading us with his guitar and singing us songs was the other awesome part.
I have a quick question.
Please.
Did you guys take pictures? Did you screenshot it?
I took a couple, but we were popping around. So for the people that are just joining us, we went on a magic carpet ride where about 30 of us got onto a magic carpet together, and Michael's magic carpet picked random rooms every couple minutes all over the world, and we dropped into conversations everywhere. And some of them invited us to stage, and we got to try and communicate through broken languages and connect, and it was wonderful. And other people serenaded us and played us music as if we were in their living rooms, but unfortunately we were pinging, we pinged everybody into so many different rooms so quickly. But I'll send you the ones that I do have, whether we're in the audience or on stage. I'd be happy to, Sheena.
No, yeah, only because at one day we're going to all come together, I'm sure, and that would be just great to like have a scrapbook. Because like if you look at like when everything has started from the beginning, it's been pretty. I mean, I wasn't on the carpet ride. I was in my New York bed, but it sounds amazing. And, you know,
Hey,
I mean,
Tina,
I was there
I
in
think
spirit.
this is Michael, Tina. I think it's a great idea, and in general, I think because we are experimenting in the Social Play Club is a laboratory for human interaction. So anyone who has been with us so far and is going to travel with us in the future would love your feedback, your remarks, your documentation. If you can write to us, DM us, if you can, maybe we'll also do some type of an experience journal that we can gather all the experiences from our experiments. We have on my link tree on my Instagram and Twitter, you can see there's a Clubhouse and Empathy series, which we wrote about some of our previous experimentation, but that's a really good idea.
Hi, everyone. This is Renat speaking. I know Jacqueline was taking screenshots of the name of the room and she posted it on her Instagram. So I don't know, I guess I can give you her handle and you can see the rooms that everyone were in. I'm done.
Beautiful. Thank you, Renat. And do you want to tell us about your experience? Because you came on at the end and we kind of just decided to go on a second little mini carpet ride after you joined us. But would love to hear your thoughts and feelings and maybe a special moment where you felt was really magical.
Definitely. It was so nice. I mean, we were in Indonesia listening to GE sing. where else? We were in an Arabic room that was also nice. The impression, I think that's what you call it, like the impressionist room was funny. And then we were in Israel, right? And to me, that's my home. So I actually ended the carpet ride at home. And it was really nice, talking to people in English and Hebrew. And yeah, it was super lovely. It was amazing. You would never get this experience unless it's on Clubhouse, because I don't know where you would get this opportunity to see so many cultures. And really, it's not like a tourist thing. You're really in the room seeing what they're talking about, the real culture. I'm done.
Thank you so much for sharing. And for everybody in the audience that's just joining us, welcome to the Social Play Club. We explore the art of conversation and community and building empathy through the practice of play. Some meta games that we like to play are just to say hello. So we want to show you that we see that you're here. Jackie, Candace, Anastasia, Ian, Chuckles, Mary, Kelly, Leo, Phil, Stephanie, Cynthia, I hope I'm saying your name right, Nisha, Stefan, Jordan, John, Maria, Marcy, Joseph, Margot, Chell, Alice, Alyssa, and Mitsuka. Welcome. If you want to come on stage, this is a super open, collaborative space. We want you to feel welcome. Please raise your hand, but no pressure at all. Mikhail and I are just your stage managers. We want you to all feel some ownership of the space. We went on a beautiful magic carpet ride last night, and we took people all across the world, and we're just reflecting before we get some playtime in and discuss about bringing more inclusivity to Clubhouse. We host play sessions 1 to 2 times a day, so we'd love for you to join us. If you want to get notifications of when that is, just join the Social Play Club by clicking the little greenhouse on top. And so that I can stop monologuing, does anybody else have any feedback on yesterday that they'd like to share, or some special moments before we keep going? The space is yours.
Victor, I see you here.
Okay, wonderful. We can just go. We can keep going. It's beautiful. No problem. I'd love for people to just kind of ping pong around where they are in the world and what time it is, just so that we can sort of humanize these avatars and show that we're really all in the same space. So if you'd like to popcorn around and just say your name, where you are in the world, what time it is, so that we can just get a little bit more intimate, I'd love for that to happen. So this is Kyle. I'm in New York City. It's a hot 35 degrees. And it's 2:55 p.m.
This is Nav in Toronto. It is a hot or cold minus, I think, 12. I don't know what that works at the Fahrenheit. And in Toronto, and it is 2:55.
Hello, everyone. This is Navjeet, and I am walking at home, just coming back from a meditation class, and it is 12:55 in the high Sierra Desert of New Mexico. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone. This is Renat again. I'm in cold Winnipeg. It is 1:56. And if you PTR, I put Jacqueline's profile so you can see the history of the magic carpet last night.
Hey, everyone. I'm Matt. I'm currently in Honolulu. It's 80 degrees and 9:56 a.m.
Greetings, people of Earth. This is Billy. I'm on my way to a chiropractor in Burbank, California, where it's a brisk 69 degrees.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katia, and I'm in Portugal, Lisbon, and it's 7:65 p.m.
Hi, this is Stephanie. I'm in Dubai. It's nearly midnight and 24 degrees here.
Hey, this is Kevin in sunny Los Angeles, where it is 68 degrees. The palm trees are nice and green against a bright blue sky.
Hi, everyone. This is Badi. I am in Miami Beach, and it is almost 3 p.m. and it is 22 degrees Celsius.
Hey, it's Mitch. I'm in New York City. It's almost 3. There's snow on the ground, and I'm having a late lunch.
Hi, this is Margot. I'm in Copenhagen, Denmark. It is 3 minutes to 9 p.m. It's 41 degrees Fahrenheit, a warm winter day, and I am cleaning up after putting the kids to bed.
It's Ailsa. I'm in Florida. It's a nice 73 degrees, and I'm sitting outside soaking up the sun.
Hi, this is Joanne. I'm also in sunny California, but I'd love to be where, I think it was Matt, I'd love to be in Hawaii. And it's around 68 degrees today, so it's a beautiful sunny day.
Hi, this is Ian in California. I'm in the Bay Area. The rain just started to clear up, and I'm enjoying a little clubhouse before I get a little workout on.
Hi, this is Christina speaking from Vienna. It's 9 p.m. and I study for my exam on Friday. I have to study animal development, and if anyone wants to know how the egg attracts the sperm, then just ask me.
Hello, this is China. You can call me Chi. I'm in Nueva York. I have no idea what the temperature is, but that's just me. But the season is changing and the sun is staying out a little bit longer, so I'm very thankful.
Hello, this is Naomi. I'm in the UK, just outside of London. It's a rainy 14 degrees and it's just about to turn 8 p.m.
Hey, it's AM, East Coast of the US in Connecticut, 35 degrees, 3 o'clock. And as she said, it is staying lighter every day, so there is hope.
Hey, this is Victor. I'm here in Fort Worth, Texas, 2 p.m. heading on to work. It's finally a little warm here, and we're getting to see some.
This is Michael. A lot of love to Texas here. Victor, I am in Los Angeles. I just took the kids to the beach, and I'm here with you playing. And I invite everyone off stage to come on stage and teleport us to their location.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria. I'm in Budapest, Hungary. Currently it's 9 p.m.
Hi everyone, this is Mitsuka and it's 9 p.m. in Stockholm, and I think the temperature is -7 as of now, and I am hiding in my bedroom while the children are watching TV, or they're watching some kind of a talent program on TV.
Good afternoon, this is Matthew from Los Angeles, and it's pretty windy here, but it's a beautiful day besides that, and it's lunchtime.
Hello, everybody. This is Ben. I'm in Brooklyn, New York, and it's like someone else was saying, it feels warm on a cold day.
Amazing. It's so great to hear people coming into the Play Club from all over the world. I'm so happy that we can all be together right now. It's just a little fun little game to try and get some people from the audience up here. I'd love to open the room up popcorn style to try and guess where people are in the world and what time it is and what they're doing. And if we're right, maybe they'll come up and actually tell us. So for instance, I would say, Yosef, I think that you're somewhere on the West Coast, sitting in your living room, hanging out with us with your ear pods in, getting the sun rays on your face. And we'd love to have you come up here and play with us if you feel comfortable. I'm done speaking. And I love for you guys to try and guess where people in the audience are from, and then they can tell us and try and get them on stage if we're right. So please, the stage is yours. The
And
stage.
Joseph Jonas. Joseph, were you right? Kyle was right?
You got me up here. You're close. I'm on the West Coast. I do have my earbuds in. I just took a shower while my little daughter is with my wife, and I'm plucking some really long nose hairs. And I'm done.
I love it. Beautiful.
love
And
it.
notice how slowly people come on stage, and there's no pressure here. You can always go off stage. Just a possibility that you can open your mic and speak with us. We would like to just bring it as an example of showing, demonstrating inclusivity in Clubhouse. So anyone else want to maybe bring a last person from off stage and guess where they are?
Nice.
take-
Oh, so go ahead. No, you go. Please go. No.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So I was gonna say that Agatha, you are in. I'm just gonna say France. Probably you're not in France, but I'm imagining you're in France, and you're drinking some delicious wine, and there's a manservant rubbing your feet. Am I right?
Beautiful. Anyone else? Okay, last guesses before we continue.
Stefan, you're a little complicated. I am going to guess, for shits and giggles, you're in Germany? You like to travel a lot. You're a little confused on your direction in life, but with drugs and counseling, you're going to be okay. Am I right, Stefan? Come on, come up here. Tell me if I'm
That's
right.
good,
Price
that's
is
good.
Right. Let's go. Let's do it.
No
Come
pressure,
on.
though.
You
Come on,
don't have to
Stefan.
come up, but I mean, I think you should, a girl's got to know what a girl's got to know.
Okay, great. No pressure. Beautiful. Kyle, let's continue and we will see if anyone joins us again.
Beautiful. Okay. So the next game we're going to play is just to create a bit of a shared intention where we're going to try and count to 10 without stepping on each other's toes. Only one person can speak at a time. If you guys are in a quiet place and you feel invited, we like to have everyone unmute themselves so that we feel like we're all in the same room, but no pressure. But sometimes it's nice to hear the laughter and the ambient noises and just show we're not on the internet. We're actually in the same space together. So we're all going to take a deep breath in when I say so and try and count to 10 without stepping on each other's toes. So everybody take a deep breath in. And release with a wow. One.
Two.
It's okay. Reset. Popcorn style, no specific order. We can do this.
1. 2.
3.
It's okay. All right, reset. Everybody take a deep breath in.
One. Two.
Okay, I want you to look at everybody in this room and really look in their eyes and imagine as if you can feel their energy and you're sitting next to them, and we are going to count to 10 without stepping on each other's shoes. Ready? Everybody take a deep breath in. And exhale.
One. 2. 3.
It's okay. It's beautiful to hear people laugh and notice if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're sweating, or just notice how you're feeling through this game. We're creating a shared intention so that we can continue to build a deeper sense of unity and community in the space. Everybody take a deep breath in.
One.
2.
3. 4.
We got farther. We got farther. It's okay. We're doing great. We're doing great. Everybody take a deep breath in.
1.
2, 3. 3. Oh, we did it.
Try and count the seconds and give some space of silence between each person speaking to try and synchronize. Everybody take a deep breath in.
1.
Bueno, this
Okay, a couple more times. Let's try it again. Reset.
1.
2.
3.
4.
5.
One.
2.
1.
2.
3.
4.
5.
5.
Okay, one more time. Let's see what we can do. Reset. Everyone take a deep breath in.
This game also can break you. So notice when it breaks you and you think, oh, we're never going to do it. And resist
We can
that.
do this.
We can do that.
We can
Let's
do it.
All right.
We can do it.
1.
1.
Just not that time.
One. Two.
3.
4.
5.
6. 7.
8. 9.
9.
Oh! What do you think, Cal? Should we let them go at 9?
I
I think 9
think
is
that's
quite
pretty
an
good.
achievement. I
I'm
think it's quite an
happy.
achievement for
Me
a group
too.
of more than 20 people on stage. So the next thing we're going to do is shared intention. So first we synchronize and we learn the art of popcorn. Now we work on shared intention. Kyle, please.
We're gonna play a game called Beep Beep. Can everybody unmute their mics and say beep beep?
Beep.
Beep, beep. So the last person in the room, Chris, can you hear me?
Should be going to fall.
And Nav is going to say beep beep, and then Naomi is going to say beep beep. From left to right, we're going to snake down all the way down to you until you say beep beep, and you're going to tell us how long it took for that beep beep to get to you.
And the reason why this game is called shared intention, because we all need to have the shared intention to move this sound as quickly as possible all the way down to you, Chris. Everyone ready? Breathe in. It's going to be short. Be very focused. Mitch, are you playing? Marietta, are you playing? Mute yourself. Unmute yourself if you can. Alisa, if you're playing, unmute yourself. If you are muted, you will not play and we will jump over you. Breathe in. Look in the eyes of the person next to you. Try to close the gap. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep,
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
beep, beep,
Beep beep.
Beep
beep, beep, beep.
Beep.
Maria.
Beep beep.
Beep.
Chris. How do we do, Chris? How do we do? How do we do? Tell us how we did.
Stopping at the same time.
Okay. We're gonna say
Josie,
that.
Josie, you are the last person in space. Welcome.
I knew this
welcome
was
back.
gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. Josie, so what's gonna happen right now? You're gonna count the number of seconds in your head, and we are going to all have the shared intention to move this sound to you. Nav, are you playing? AM, are you playing? Navjit, are you
I'm playing. Sorry, guys.
Mituka, are you playing? Christina, are you playing? Mariette, are you playing? Ready? Everyone,
Yes.
breathe in, focus, look at the person next to you. If someone is muted, jump over them. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep,
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
beep. Beep
Beep beep.
beep, beep,
Beep beep. Ah, yeah.
beep. Beep
beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep.
Okay, Chris, this arrived to you in a very awkward form. How many seconds did it take?
Is it 30? I got 30 seconds.
30, Juicy. All right. Do you think we
Matt, did you say beep beep? Because I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, you're all good.
So this game has two purposes. One is to make you say beep beep on a clubhouse stage. I don't know when was the last time you said a beep beep on a clubhouse stage, but it allows you to cross quickly the barrier to silliness. And the second is trying to have a shared intention and goal for everyone in the space. So let's try to make it shorter than 30 seconds. You think we can do it?
Yeah.
Of course we
Okay.
can.
We can do it. Woohoo.
Great, because this is going to be the last time we play it, so it's better be quicker. Everyone breathe in, look deeply in the eyes of the person next to you, really deep. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to make a pause. Nav, are you ready? Marietta, are you ready? Renata, you ready? Mitsuka, Chris, ready? Breathe in. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep,
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
beep, beep,
Beep beep.
Beep beep.
beep, beep,
Beep beep.
beep, beep, beep, beep.
Beep beep.
23.
Yay! Pew pew pew pew pew pew.
No, so there's a lot to learn from this experience, but definitely we see where we can take it also to conversation. So Kyle, take us there.
So we're gonna create a shared narrative on how we're feeling and how that last exercise made us feel by contributing 2 to 3 words and building on each other's sentences so that we imagine as if we're one collective consciousness coming from the same brain. So I'm going to start and Michael is going to add on to me. And then in popcorn style, the rest of you are going to try your best not to speak on each other's toes and continue the narrative. So right now I am feeling
quite a marvelous experience.
Hi.
Has unfolded with my
huge energy.
And with that being said, I'm just so happy that
I am not doing schoolwork right now. However,
am digging through my fridge to find food.
Because I'm so hungry. I need something to eat.
And so
And the
I
lobster.
opened the fridge and then
I'm going to enjoy
a fresh drink.
Of chocolate
Gonna
milk.
walk in the woods.
And feeling the sun on my back.
When all of a sudden,
I realized, fuck it, I should have a drink.
Stronger than chocolate milk. Oh, that's really...
So I go to the bar and I buy.
Hey, Michael. Shots for everyone in the place.
Hey.
Whoop, whoop. Except for
But then
those
I
who are
realized-
speed sober.
And I respected the fact that not all of us drink. So I always tell them, I'm drinking for you too. He'll have a virgin drink.
And I say thank you.
And I say, I love hanging out with you. It's not always about drinking.
We can all eat nachos.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Kylie. Hi, Michael.
Hi, lady.
Hey, lady, welcome. We're playing a game where we're creating a collective consciousness about how we're feeling in this moment, and then it's expanding to other narratives. If you're in the audience, hello, welcome to the Social Play Club. If you want to come up here and play some games to practice empathy building and community building and exercising your social muscles, we welcome you. We see you. Right now, we're playing a game where we're adding onto each other's sentences by saying a couple words each. And in an ode to last night, if you speak another language, we're going to try and bridge that language gap the best we can. And you're invited to use whatever your mother tongue is to add to this narrative. And for those of us who speak English, we're going to just do our best to understand the ethos of what you're saying and continue the conversation.
So
Well,
I can give an
I just
example.
want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to you and Michael last night. And from
Sorry.
my dialect is Nangadef from Senegal.
Incredible.
Lady,
We're so
we
happy
love
that
you.
joined us.
Thank
We
you.
will. I have the magic carpet here with me, and we will jump on it in the end of the session, and we'll do a trip on the different wormholes of Clubhouse. Just before we go there, we wanted to reflect a bit with you on inclusivity and play some games to demonstrate that. So not only to talk about it. And now we're going to play a game where we are popcorning from one to each other. We are continuing each other's sentence, which means many times in Clubhouse you listen and you have you build different arguments in your head and you're thinking about different references. Here you're going to respond on the spot, but the challenge, like in the synchronicity number game. Yes, and the challenge is in the synchronicity game, we have to
And then I realized I had puppies. Who knew?
And then I was like, oh, this room is lit. Pero mi hijo se quiere hablar, quiere decir algo. Or maybe he's just going to make a fart noise. Fart noise. Bye, Sabi. Come on.
And then I realized that I could also speak gibberish and spread the blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah to the rest of the blah blah blah blah.
Yeah, allow me to reset this space. Blah, blah, blah, blah.
Robots in the house.
You're going to cross it. From now on, you only speak in gibberish. Blep, blep, obreke to blebre.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah.
Matt, blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah.
Oui, oui, il y a beaucoup de blah, blah, blah, blah dans the clubhouse stage, and there's a Tangelo shaped like a peach, but it looks like a banana, but it eats a blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah.
Good evening.
Social play, reset, gibberish.
China blah blah blah blah blah blah.
Brishka kagaro blah blah blah skibra skibra blah skikira bru blah blah.
Popcorn. Unmute. Chelsea.
Chelsea, blah blah blah.
Hey.
Blah blah blah blah.
Welcome, Chelsea.
Hi.
Chelsea, it's Joanne. You're the one who told me about the magic carpet ride.
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun.
Hi, Chelsea. Reset. Social play. Gibberish. Okay. Hi, Chelsea. This is Michael. We're playing a game on the social play where we are only speaking gibberish, and we are just all cross the border to silliness. So for most of the people, it will be hard to go back to English. Am I correct?
Blah blah blah blah blah.
Yes, correct.
Okay, now I want everyone to remember this space of complete silliness. You're in a space where it's and the answer to that should be thank you for taking care of yourself. So Kyle, can you please stop talking gibberish?
Absolutely not. Blah blah blah blah blah.
Thank you for taking care of yourself, Kyle.
Mitch, can you please stop working out?
No, I got to get those games.
Thank you for taking care of yourself.
Go on, Mitch.
Kate, can you please make room on the magic carpet?
Absolutely. Everyone is welcome.
That is true. In inclusivity, it's always about yes. But please, can you ask a question where which you would say no?
Kate, can you please add your photograph to show us you?
No, raising money for Texas and taking care of our fellow Americans is more important right now.
Thank you for taking care of yourself and everyone in Texas.
Lady.
Yes.
Hi. Hi. Do you have just plain boring like neutral tones in your wardrobe?
No, I'm always happy, exciting, and like, yeah, I love life. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for taking care of yourself.
Hi, Joanne. Can you change your picture profile? It's so funny. I love it, but can you change it, please?
No, I can't, lady. I can't change it.
Thank you for taking care of yourself, Joanne.
Thank you for taking care of yourself, Joanne.
Oh, okay.
Can you stop being such a suave mother effer?
I definitely cannot. When it's in you, it's in you.
Oh.
Continue.
Now, thank you for taking care of yourself.
Thank you. That was wow.
ايه مغموض صوت.
مرة لا لا قاعد البنات الله كذا يعني انه لازم مشروع
Bize de katıl abi, katılmayacaksan konuşmayı istemeyeceksin yani bizden.
Doğru.
Yani doğru söze ne denir?
Ertuğrul aylık maaşın ne kadar kardeş? Gelirin ne kadar? Biz onu merak ediyoruz.
2800 TL. Yol, yemek.
Agi.
Abicim asgari ücret 2833 lira 26 kuruş.
Yani 20, onları da söyle.
Girmeyin
söyleme
onlara ya.
Çocuğun gönlünü tok ya. Girmeyin abi.
Bu 2800 yol ve yemek var.
어떻게 될지
어떨지.
되는지. 아,
네네.
좋네요. 그러면 그 TPI에서 말하는 그 가장 효율적인 시퀀스는 뭐예요? 뭐 하체, 어깨, 손 뭐 이런 건가?
네, 맞아요. 우리 일반적으로 얘기하는 시퀀스가 맞아요. 근데 이제 그게 사람마다 약간의 차이가
다를
있을
수
수
있다?
있다.
아,
투어 선수들은 뭐 그건 다 똑같은데 뭐 이제 그런 우리가 흔히 얘기하는 어떤 타이밍 같은 게 좀
helt andre ting til i Grand Prix.
Men når det var sist,
av og
når det
til
var sist gang en dritbra låt vant Grand Prix?
Loren. Toy var ju bra, syns jag i alla fall.
Dennis, sluta, det är jättepinsamt. Ja, men du kan inte, de kommer tro att det är jag som pratar.
Mickan!
Mickan! Tja!
Det är du som pratar, hej!
Ja, hej! Ja, det är min kompis som pratar i bakgrunden.
对，然后我就，而且并且我有非常充分的理由给那一张专辑打5星。我一个一个来说，我们从这个按时间顺序来说，就是朗朗首先他的这个叫什么？他的这个 debut 就是他的这个不好意思，我脑子总是想法语，就是他的这个对卡内基那一张，没错，就是卡内基那一张是我觉得就是妈呀惊天地泣鬼神。
どうしよう。私、唐揚げ作りに行こうかな。唐揚げ作りに行こうかな。いいよ、食べていいよ。唐揚げ作ろうかな。
ご飯食べてください。お腹が痛いぐらい。
Я не к этому. Просто вот когда люди говорят я пишу, как бы вопрос обучения. Вы обучаете чему? То есть я немножко не попал в тему. То есть я вот...
Но обучение, смотрите, вы возите товар, правильно? Вы опытом продаете.
Нет, я уже давно не вожу, нет. А оптом уже давно люди не возят. Как бы. Я работал в самой крупной компании, которая была в нашей стране много лет.
Jadi siapa yang ayah, siapa yang bapak?
Belum, nanti dibahas di ranjang.
Belum. Wanna bet the single? Udah, jangan munafik. Udah, kalau suka-suka. Jangan ditutupin.
Janganlah kayak gitu, kasihan Raden, Cok. Iya, Raden mau ikutan ya, Raden?
Ikut apa nih?
Ayah sama bapak butuh Dedi nggak? Raden mau ikutan?
Dört sene okudum
Oha süper. Teşekkürler. Nerede kaldın?
evimde. Evimde.
Anne sorabilirsin. Nerede kaldığımı diyeceğim diye korktum. Neyse.
Merkezdeydi yani.
Tamam. Teşekkürler.
Bir şey sorabilir miyim?
Tabii. Kime?
Genel. Burada yeniyim de bu konfeti niye var bazı insanlarda?
Yeni olduğunuz
olduğu
için hanımefendi.
Ini foto siapa sih? Kok banyak banget ya Mas?
Mobil bener-bener.
Bisa udah kayak emot.
Disuruh kabel dia.
Lihat punya gue ya abis ini ya.
Iya, oke. Ini pasti mau hijack ya?
Enggak. Mau ngintilin awat doang gue.
Indah masih ada nggak sih Indah?
Ada.
Lihat punya gue Plik.
Bentar. Gue juga mau ganti foto awal. Как-то так сам начал задавать себе вопросы, а в чем же смысл жизни и вообще зачем я здесь? Вот. И в тот момент мне в руки попалась одна книга, она называется «АЛЛАТРА». Описание этой книги есть у меня в био, если кто-то хочет, всем очень рекомендую почитать. То есть если у вас есть вопросы, на которых вы пока не знаете ответа, я больше чем уверен, что каждый там найдет ответ, потому что
o kadar hızlı büyürsünüz. Ama şöyle bir şey değil. 10 tane atayım. Ya sallamasyon video çekeyim. Sonra 10 tane atayım. Sonra videom izlenmedi değil. 10 tanesi de kaliteli ve güzel olması
Peki,
sonuna kadar gider.
Aliş, Mert, Çilay, videolarınızın kurgusunu siz mi yapıyorsunuz yoksa yani dijital ortamdan? Yoksa
Biz
çalıştığınız
kendimiz.
birileri mi var?
Tabii ki de
Yok.
kendimiz yapıyoruz.
Nasıl yok?
Senaryoyu yazan biri yok.
Ali şeyi soracağım. Bu bir tane bir gülüşüm bile yeterdi bana'daki dil çıkar.
Amerika. Kaino, Kaja. Ej, fy søren.
Kom igjen, Amerika!
Det er så kjipt å ligge så langt bak.
Amerika! Gikk vi videre?
Jon gikk videre.
Du er helt bak på Jon.
Herregud, jeg er så langt bak dere.
Jeg tror jeg er lengst bak, så jeg vil.
В принципе, общий подход, да, то есть, условно говоря, если преподаватель объясняет непонятно, это не проблема предмета, а проблема преподавателя, да, у плохого танцора всегда там сапоги жмут или еще что-то другое, там пол скользкий, вот, просто тут еще есть такой момент, характерный именно для тех-стартапов, то, что существенную часть тех-стартапов делают программисты, ну, по большому счету, но их практика в преподавании как таковом, либо в предмете, она очень слабая. С точки зрения методик, то я думаю, что там все в большинстве случаев, если модные слова убрать, там, ну, как люди, то с точки зрения методологии там все ниже плинтуса, как правило. Потому что преподавание – это навык. Да? То есть когда вы имеете много навыков, много часов преподавания разным людям, детям, разным возрастам, разным входным требованиям, вы обучаетесь учить людей эффективно, быстро, четко идти к своей цели. Этим отличается хороший преподаватель от начинающего преподавателя. Поэтому
всякие вот эти новые рэперы.
Ну да, шарим, а что?
Благо, не благо. Вы реально думаете, это типа нормальный рэп?
Благо White, Solar Love, OG Buddha, они охуенные.
Майот, типа, ну, реально вообще...
Майот.
Это
Вот
Майот,
Майнек 163. Майот, блядь. Mellow Bite.
И это реально круто сейчас.
Да это просто охуенно. Ты слышал их панча?
Круче, чем Кизару он читает.
Ну, Кизару это вне конкуренции.
Sesin biraz uzaktan geliyor.
Aynen. Sude
Evet.
sesin uzaktan geliyor biraz.
Zorluk çekiyoruz.
Okuyor musun? Okuyor musun aynı zamanda? Yok. Çok uzaktan geliyor Sude. Biraz daha mikrofonu.
İyi gelmesi lazım.
Yani.
Şu an daha iyi.
Okuyor musun peki Sude?
Evet okuyorum.
Ha, Sude kardeşim. Serap Hanım,
Serap Hanım hoş geldiniz.
Merhabalar.
Serap Hanım nasılsınız? İyi misiniz?
Çok teşekkür ederim. Siz nasılsınız?
Качаешь. Да покупные, какая разница, я не качаю. А вот текста это вообще уже комично.
Кто? Ну, тоже сейчас первое место, вот этот «Агония» в чарте. Вы слышали вообще эту песню? Это вообще песня или что?
Не знаю, я в чарту уже давно не заглатывал, не заглядывал.
Просто я посмотрел, ну, я даже не смог до конца дослушать, но это вообще чисто тикток.
Заглатывал.
İş yapmıyorsa internet üzerinden reklam yapabiliriz size ve
Çok
satışımızı hızlandırabiliriz.
Şöyle, butiğim internet üzerinden zaten ve sürekli reklam veriyorum.
Peki hangi yaş kitlesine hitap ediyor acaba?
Hangi yaş kitlesine? Yani şöyle 18'den başlıyor.
Bize ergen lazım da ondan dolayı.
Efendim?
Bize biraz ergen lazım. Ergen böyle nasıl söyleyeyim? Yeni nesil tarzı lazım ki satışlar güzel olsun.
Aliş,
deneriz ya,
bak.
sıkıntı yok.
Bak.
She's beautiful. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
She's me.
I'm so
Who are
busy
you?
now. Too many people in this room.
Can we sing for you? We can sing a duet.
Oh, really? Okay. Let's go.
Come on, Ross, start. Choose a song. Tara, Polina. Choose. Tara, I'm very famous in my country.
Oh, really? Are you
Choose a
famous?
singer.
Are you famous?
Yes, very famous.
Oh, really?
Yes. Do you want to take a picture with me?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Kantara.
Why did you mute? فكرني ميوت. عشان اشتركت.
그대로 잘했습니다.
Bye.
아니 사람이 왜 이렇게 많아? 진짜?
Why did you kick
다
it on?
외국인이야, 근데.
아니 그러니까 왜 갑자기 왜 이렇게 들어와? 뭐야?
My friend, I will not sleep today.
아니
더운가?
이거 맞아. 만약 와 같으면 there's so many people inside.
yeah, too many people in here now.
뭐 계속 들어와.
I don't know why.
41명이야.
아니 왜 이렇게 많아? 아니
우리가 계속 한국어로 얘기하면 나가겠지?
그렇겠지.
안녕하세요.
뭐야?
안녕하세요. 쪼개지 마라.
한국. 대한민국.
한국이 어디 있는지 알까?
아니 사람 왜 이렇게 많은데?
Cool.
에이.
근데 우리 방 이름이 저스트 테라피잖아.
응.
저거 뭔지도 모를 거 아니야.
그니까 그냥 잘하라고 돼 있는 방에 지금
그니까.
외국인이 40명이 들어와 있네. 그냥 잘하. 아니 사람 왜 이래 많은데? 올려보자. Hi, hey, Andre. Andre, can you speak English?
Busy.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
I am from Saudi Arabia.
Oh.
I know I don't speak English.
Okay, but.
И что надо делать, говорить?
Okay, well, you where are you from?
Я где вообще? Что это?
Where are you from?
Hello. 한국어로 해라.
Where are you from?
From Russia, you will be destroyed.
What?
А почему не слышно?
No. How? Hello?
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Anybody?
Yes, I'm here.
No, fucking get the mic. Hello.
Hey, is it you?
Yes.
On your profile pic?
Yes. I am from Saudi Arabia. I am rich man. Yes.
강퇴했다.
왜 근데 계속 들어오지?
아니 이게 왜 들어오는 거야 사람들이?
뭔 줄 알고 들어오는 걸까?
그니까. 엔조님. 엔조.
한국 사람.
Hello.
Hi.
안녕.
What's good?
Yo, bro, what are you doing?
I'm just doing Clubhouse now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm leaving. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Smiling, guys.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. Keep smiling.
Okay.
Hi guys.
Hello.
So where are you from? What are you talking about?
We're from we from
외국인들 일어날 시간인가?
그런가 보다.
우리 잘하는 건가 봐.
Hello. Me, I'm from Ukraine. I'm happy to join your chat. and to talk to you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Ruslan.
Hey, goodbye. Everyone, goodbye. Korean is good
Goodbye.
night.
Have a good night.
Hi, hello.
Korean, Janai.
Oh,
My time.
long time no see. Where have you been hiding?
Long time no
Long
see,
time
bro.
no
I miss
see.
you, bro. Nani?
Hey, bye.
Hi.
We have to sleep. Hello.
Sorry for
안녕.
interrupting.
진짜 이거는
No,
앞에는
it's okay.
어명 있다.
사쿠라 한국말 잘하네.
Прикинь, пригласили. Hi,
사쿠라,
everyone.
사쿠라님 대화해 주세요. 사쿠라, please talk with them.
Hi.
오. 목소리 진짜 좋다.
Hi.
Hi.
Kick me. Hey, how do you guys find this room?
Where are you from?
Is it on the top?
Бля, что он говорит?
We from Korea.
I'm from Ghana. Nice to meet you.
I'm from Russia.
Oh.
Wow.
We're from
Do you know
Saudi
where
Arabia.
is Ghana?
Ghana? Then are you
Yeah, do you know?
in Africa?
Yeah, it's in Africa.
I
I'm
know.
from Africa.
Yeah, I know.
I
have the answer for your question.
So you
how
guys
can find
live in Korea right now?
난장판인데?
How
Give me a
old are
second,
you
please,
guys?
Yes, I will tell you how we can, because if there is a policy here, you can follow.
Что-то происходит, пиздец. А есть тут русскоговорящие вообще?
For shareholders. So I would say the art of going from 100 million to $1 billion is to think about bringing in a partnership. You know, not everybody can be Elon Musk, you know, or Jeff Bezos. God bless them. But at the same time, you can, you know, there's 6,000 private equity firms out there. There's a lot of people you can partner with who have very sophisticated lending structures and syndicates, a lot of access to capital, a lot of relationships that you're going to pick up that you don't have, you know, and so that's why you can give up control. And let me tell you, when you sell a business to private equity, if you're at 100 million in size, you know, in revenue, and let's say that, you know, you sell for $100 million, you know, you can take 50, 60 million off the table if you want, and you can still roll over enough going forward to where, you know, when you get that typical 3 times multiple of invested capital, you know, when you sell or exit, remember the last one I did was 4 times multiple, you're actually going to get a second payday that was bigger than the first. You know, that's the way the math works. So it's the power of rolling over. It's the power of being able to let go of total control and to bring to the table very sophisticated people and financial networks that you can then leverage to accelerate your story. You know, at some point, you know, let's be honest, you know, you build $1 billion business or a $2 billion or a $3 billion, at some point you probably put it in the public market. It gets too big to remain private. And then the entire world's going to own your company. So why not just get used to that, bring in a partner at about $100 million in size. I would actually tell you before you got to 100 million, probably around 50 to 75 million, probably an ideal time to bring in, a financial sponsor, take some chips off the table. And let me just talk to you real quick about why you want to take some chips off the table. So, I sold a business, and I sold it in August of 2008, August 10th to be exact. And I sold it for $500 million. It was financed by GE Capital. It was a private equity group that bought it. And, what happened 2 weeks later? If anybody remembers, it's when the financial meltdown and the Great Recession of 08 started. It started, if I remember correctly, it's August 29th. Maybe it was August 19th. Now we'll take forward and think about the global pandemic. Let's say I had built an empire, right? I own 100% of it, and it's a chain of movie theaters. In January of 2020, I look pretty damn good. In March or April, I'm out of business. And so I would tell you that diversification is one thing that a lot of entrepreneurs don't practice. They've built an empire. They have 100% of the stock or the control, and they think bringing in a partner is not the right thing to do. Working with a private equity firm, not having control is a bad thing to do. And, I'm going to stay in control. And let me tell you, the world can change on a dime. And if it changes on you and the merry-go-round stops turning and your golden cash cow happened to be a movie theater in a global pandemic, boy, you can get hurt really, really bad. So I think, just like you would use a stop loss with a stock, you're raising your stop loss as the stock is going up. And then if the market crashes, you've locked in a certain level of profit. I would tell you that any entrepreneur who's building a successful business should plan at some point to cede control and to continue building the empire, but building in a stop loss, taking some assets off the table, putting your nuts in the tree like a squirrel does for winter, and making sure that you're not going to get hurt so bad that everything you've worked your entire life for is going to go up in a puff of smoke because of a global pandemic, as an example. So I don't know if that covers.
Nah, that covers the whole gamut. So what's your new book coming out? By the way, he has an existing book called The Private Equity Playbook, which is a phenomenal book. I'm telling you, everybody's got to pick that book up. But I can't wait for the new one. I mean, I think the new one, if you like what you heard there, I think the new one's going to go even more vertical on these topics as well. So Adam, what's your new book and when is it coming out?
Well, so it's going to the publisher on Tuesday. The working title today keeps morphing, by the way. Right now it's called The Exit Strategy Playbook, the definitive guide to selling your business. We've talked all day about how to go from startup to 100 million and then 100 million to $1 billion. So we've talked about how to build that business. This next book that comes out is the companion book to the Private Equity Playbook. And this book discovers, now how do I monetize it? I've built my business, time to bring in that partner. What do I do with it? It's kind of broken into 4 parts. The first part talks about the universe of buyers. ESOPs, MLBOs, all the different types of exit vehicles that are out there, SPACs, and et cetera. And who are the buyers that are out there? The second part of the book really deals then with kind of the 3 years leading up to the sale, which I think is ideal. All the different things you need to consider while you're building a business in order to be ready to sell and to be able to maximize profit. These are things like how to manage your financial picture, how to do a sell-side quality of earnings, when to start doing audited financials, how to change your operations so that they line up better with the universe of buyers. So for first section, we learn about the universe of buyers. We decide who's the probable buyers of our business. Second section, how do I get my financial reporting? How do I get my operations set up to do, to go run a process and to sell to who I think my right buyer is? third section is how do I build my advisor network? You know, I need tax advice. I need accountants. I need business lawyers. You know, I need an investment banker. You know, who are they? What do they do? How do I find them? You know, and I include, you know, links to you know, here's the top 250, you know, or 350 law firms in the United States. You know, they go in size from 100 lawyers to 4,000 lawyers, you know, all over the United States. Here's investment banks. Here they are by regions. Here they are by size. So in this third section, we build the advisors that we need, because let's keep in mind, we're entrepreneurs. We are experts at building a business. But how many businesses have you sold? You know, probably not a lot. And let me tell you, there's a lot of sharks out there who can take an unsophisticated, you know, seller and just totally take advantage of them. So we're going to build an advisor network in section 3. And then the fourth section really is step by step what a sale process looks like in the lower to upper middle market range. You know, so call it a company up to $1 billion in revenue. What does the sale process look like step by step? What happens at each step? How do I, as an entrepreneur, take advantage of the process in order to yield the best outcome? So that's kind of it. So the first, you know, this conversation today was all about building our business. The second book is then going to be all about how do I maximize the sale of that business, you know, and you know, that it's going to come out. It'll be still a few months. You know, it'll go into editing. It'll go. You know, there's some beautiful old lady is going to show me where every comma I used was in the wrong place. And, you know, God, I'm not an English major. You know, I'm a dude in a truck who goes to Taco Bell, you know, so it's going to go through an editing process. The audio book will get created. The ebook, the hardcover has to be designed, all that. My guess is May, June is when the second book will hit the stands. And right now it's called the Exit Strategy Playbook. But you can go to my website, adamecoffee.com, if you want to know when it comes out. I'll be sure to let you know, or follow me on LinkedIn or wherever.
Yeah, no, I want last thing too. What, how do you, like, how big is your company now?
So my company today is rolling through 600 million in revenue. You know,
what's the valuation?
I'm sorry?
What's the valuation of the company?
You broke up. I didn't.
Yeah. What's your current valuation of the company right now?
Oh, so, you know, right now, if you call it $62 million of EBITDA times 20, I'm worth about $1 billion too.
Wow. Yep. That's just in case we're just wondering. I just wanted the credibility. Mr. Taco Bell himself. I really appreciate it. By the way, can you guys unmute yourselves to give him a little big round of applause so he knows that we were just not talking to each other? You want to unmute yourself?
Awesome. That was awesome, Adam. Thank you.
Great job, buddy.
Awesome.
Great job.
Awesome.
Just so you know, we didn't just talk by herself. Imagine that. I'd be like, yeah, there's nobody. It's just me and you.
JT. Sorry. I am so sorry if you guys are all on video and I'm not. We'll have to do better.
Well, no, they're on audio too. Everybody's on audio too. So yeah, we're on audio too. So, but I think I'll give you a shout. And then we.
Can you do a question, JT?
Do you have time
for
one question?
Do you have time for a couple questions?
I do.
Okay. Hold on. He's got to go to Taco Bell. Very busy guy. Very busy guy.
I'll make it quick. So
yeah, JT, I want to ask him a
hold
question.
on. Let's have Brad and then whoever just said the next. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. All right. My question, Adam, man, this is just great stuff. My question, when you're talking from the 10 million to the 100 million, you're talking about the companies you bought and by, you know, buying up relatable companies. And you talked about how you had 450 to look at and you end up with 18. Can you just give your top 1, top 2, top 3 things that
Can anybody else see it? Or just
Whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, this one's a little creepy.
No. No.
I'll go back. But the other one, I feel like, you know, it captures the essence of how happy he is to be with that guitar.
Yeah, go back to the other one, Rob. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is creepy.
Yeah, you're right though. It's the essence. It's not as accurate, but it's more essence. So
also it's a Squire, Rob. You know, I need you to be on brand.
not a Fender from like 1984. That's not your brand.
Needs to be a little bit on brand.
Okay. Well, it's still, you see it? It still works. Okay,
It does still work. This is work. This is the same photo or is it different? Oh, it is the same.
There you go. Now I zoomed correctly this time.
and I'm gonna try to grow this club from 0 to 1 million. Follow the club I never opened.
Oh wait! I see another. Oh wait, maybe I don't know if this is supposed to be a meme or.
No,
God.
it's MC Jin. I got it from MC Jin. This is his profile photo when he did an ode to you, Bomani.
He's got a better shirt than I did.
Yeah.
All right. For those who are listening to the sound of my voice, if anybody has a spare guitar or any prop in their house, and they would like to send me any meme photos that are parodies of my app icon photo, that would make my day. It would be super funny. What should the hashtag be, Kadir? Tom, you got a hashtag?
The icon challenge.
The icon challenge. Okay.
Tears of Joy comes to mind because it's playing in the background, and you tell me that you were crying in the picture. I think that's perfect.
I don't think that's hashtagable. You got to be hashtag.
Tears of Joy.
Or the X icon challenge, because I am the X icon. Am I the X? All right, that is it. Rob,
you should be the only icon, bro.
I think they should make Rob the next one.
Should I do Kiko?
Ping Paul. Can you ping Paul? Ping Paul follows you, right, Bomani? We're gonna
You
try
didn't
to
come earlier when my shit was
icon.
Ping mark. You gotta ping the people behind the people.
I just pinged MC Jin so he can get in here for his picture.
All right, let me ping that other guy who did the first cosplay photo of me, which was Set the Bar. Do you know what I'm talking about, Moxie?
No, who was it?
Have you seen that photo?
No, I haven't seen it. PTR.
I'm about to do it right now. That's a classic. That's my favorite photo. I'm not gonna lie. It makes my day. I can't tell if it's borderline racist though.
Oh, was he Japanese, right?
Yeah. PTR.
That's funny, man. That's a good one.
That's very borderline. But it's cool. Cool. I like it.
No, 100% like it's my favorite photo. Every time I pop up in his rooms. Go put it.
Yo, what's his name?
I do have it somewhere. I'll find it.
As an artist, you know about the credit. Come on, throw the credit out.
Oh man. Okay. I gotta go to Whole Foods. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with your bougie self.
Who the hell is Moxie? Can you change your
Then you
picture
already
to
go to
me?
Clubhouse.
Moxie is the best person ever. Let me change my photo so I can not remain anonymous anymore.
So I know who's calling me bougie. Only my close friends call me bougie.
Can you wait? What was the name of the guy who has that photo? Moxie.
She's changing her picture.
Sorry, I was changing my photo, but it
MC
is
Jin.
MC Jin. You gotta know MC Jin. He's like the realest
How you spell that?
Chinese rapper I know alive.
How you spell that?
Yo, Bomani, do we have to have a button-up shirt to complete the challenge?
Whatever floats your boat.
No, don't say that.
It's
Well,
it's
you're
more
gonna get
about the essence than the exact.
Tom is
posture.
gonna find a flannel print sweatshirt. You're gonna get a flannel hoodie.
I'm gonna get a flannel polo.
Oh, okay, that's Moxie. Okay.
I think I spelled challenge wrong. How you spell challenge?
Oh my God. CHALLENGE.
I knew that.
That was a moment.
That was a moment.
So this is smart for us to open this room like this.
With zero goal, nothing to talk about.
Yeah, just look at Rob's picture.
Right.
Carry on.
It's like Clubhouse in August. It's like Clubhouse in the 80s.
Look at his picture and then go to Whole Foods. That's the challenge.
Thomas,
Rob, I like the other picture more. I mean, I don't want to go against the expert, but I feel like the other picture is a little bit better.
That seems
When
like
did you do this, Rob?
that's like a real big insult to Bumani. I mean,
It's just
damn.
critiques. We all have our own opinions. Mine could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's right. But mine could be wrong.
I had it on Wednesday. I just wasn't ready to pull it out. And then I was like, I can't show it anywhere else. Like I can't show it to anyone else before Bumani.
Yeah, no one. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you need a stamp of approval.
No, Rob, you made my day.
aw. Happy to help, Bumani.
That was super funny.
Maybe we should turn this room of like 1,000 people, like invite everyone up and like, okay, who's vegan, who's not? What should I get from Whole Foods? Go. What
Okay.
haven't I tried yet?
Okay.
Go get a rose and kombucha. The rose and watermelon kombucha. The best.
Okay, tried that. Know those two. Yes. Next.
I know why you called me up because you know I am vegan. Whole Foods have thousands of salads that are vegan. So you can get, you can get pretty much anything. One of their hummuses is vegan. One of their hummuses is vegan, and they have a salad bar, and the whole thing is vegan.
Okay.
I'm about to hop on a phone call, but if anything happens.
If anything happens.
If Rob gets anything good from Whole Foods.
Hello everyone, I'm from Thailand.
Hey, how you doing?
Wake up.
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
Alright, so how many people can we get on here before we just dip out and leave them here?
Hello.
สวัสดีครับ
Hola.
Hello สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ Hola amigos.
Hola ¿cómo estás?
Exactly.
What's up?
Everyone talk over everyone. This is great.
10 mics. 10 mics.
Yeah.
30 mics.
It's just like the old Clubhouse.
Just to piggyback off what everyone is saying.
TTR from our
Hello.
challenge.
I co-sign that.
مرحبا.
I just want to bring some value to this platform.
Oh my God.
Please follow the mods.
谢谢
Follow the moderators.
Follow the
Drop it,
mods.
drop it.
See the little house up top? Follow the club. Follow the club. Send cash apps to the club.
If you're not bringing any value to this platform, you will be sent to the gulag.
My Bitcoin is better than yours.
Facts. Hablas español.
My Bitcoin brings out the boys to the yard.
I knew someone was going to say that.
Yeah,
shit.
I almost did.
Get
That'll
1,000
change
followers in your sleep.
Pussy.
I like
pussy.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
You're not a hen. No pussy, amigo.
Sushi.
There's a
Pussy.
blockbuster
Right.
that you should be interested
Isn't
in.
it gato?
Suck my dick, man.
Pussy?
Oh,
Gato?
wow. Nice.
Damn, vegetarians
Whoa.
making pussy.
Is it demon time?
Suck my dick.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let's see.
Francine caught on to that faster than any of us.
Right?
Do you like sushi?
It's because I'm a girl.
No.
I hate sushi.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I
The
love
vegan,
sushi, amiga.
the vegan sushi is really great.
Can we reset the room?
You could try.
Oh,
Like
I
for
was
real.
adding to the chaos.
Oh, good.
Like my
So
idea of resetting the room is like closing the room and starting it again.
Yeah,
exactly.
we like to call that stage the room.
That's a whole nother process.
It's a hard reset.
Bomani is forever my ex.
That was a lot. Okay, that's too much.
You know that cool that new
Yours
feature.
is
where
up
you,
there
like,
This
too.
is like the
PTR.
moan room.
Wait, is it that everybody we don't know in this is crazy? Is that what it is?
How
Good
are you, my
morning,
friend?
Literally everybody with the party hat.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Да, здорово, русские.
I'm from Sweden, and we are saying hi.
Всем
the
привет.
whole Sweden.
Yes.
From Louisville, Kentucky. Hello.
Big house.
What's up, Rob? What's up, Bomani? What's up, Kadir?
Welcome.
Yeah.
Is that a
To Ukraine.
volcano?
Welcome to Ukraine.
Yo, I'm surprised you pronounced Kadir's name right.
Right?
Kadir.
You didn't say Kadar.
Cater.
Hello, everyone from
Cater.
Saudi Arabia.
K Didi.
Welcome from us.
K Didi.
What's the weather like over there?
K dollars.
What you're talking about in this room?
Kadir.
Everything. Kadaya.
Mas.
Hi from Turkey.
There's an
Let's talk about
Airbnb in Oregon.
Hey guys,
Okay.
I'm from France.
Hey guy, what's up to musician?
Hi guys.
Hello.
So I want to ask you something about when you talk about the
Too close to the phone, bro.
How are you? I'm from Russia. Hello,
You're at a
I'm from
10. We need you at like a 3.
Давайте русский
Fantastic.
Кто там базарит?
Group for speaking for everything.
Oh, why everyone is speaking in
Why do they have surround sound?
The surround sound is probably because we're being recorded.
Oh my god! Oh, Laila!
What the fuck you talking about?
What the fucking do?
one at a time, folks.
15,000
عن امك يا ابن الكلب انا في وجه امك. So I want to ask some question to moderator.
Okay.
So when you talk about the 80 music, what do you think about 80 music?
Eki music is great.
Yeah.
Love that shit.
Hello.
It's like Jimi
Okay.
Hendrix and then Eki music.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm from Germany.
Hello from Thailand.
Excellent.
Hello, I am Omar.
I'm from
Saudi
Italy.
Arabia. I am Gahtani, son of a bitch. Listen to me.
Россия, салам алейкум.
Hello.
Салам алейкум, Россия, Россия.
Anyone sober in this room?
Somebody over
Russia,
there.
Russia, Russia.
We need to see everyone's report.
Россия, Россия, Россия.
Fuck you.
Hello, I'm from
Dorsey.
Netherlands.
Hello, guys.
And you?
Россия, Россия.
Define sober.
Hold on.
This is
Rob,
awesome.
Россия.
Hello, you guys, it's 4 a.m. in the morning, right?
Moderator, Rob.
Okay.
I've invited so many people.
In the morning, right?
Rob, I'm leaving this to
Всем
you.
shut up, тихо,
Okay.
Россия есть здесь.
I'm just going to keep inviting everyone up to see what
Все
happens.
закрыли рот.
Okay. Tell them to follow the club and cash out the club.
Cash
See you
out the
later.
club, everybody. Karl Marx said
Everybody fucking speaking
Русский.
together, so shut the fuck up.
Hello.
Hello.
Что значит?
Hello.
I'm just
Русский.
trying to figure out.
Давайте
American.
You like
American man.
what's going on? Hello, I'm from Germany.
was the best of
Россия
times.
есть. Россия есть.
You are very beautiful.
Can you remove portion of
Oh,
Россия есть.
Is somebody here? I'm from Thailand.
Hi.
Hello. Is somebody here? Hi. Is somebody here? I'm from Thailand.
No worries. Just want to add one thing, and I'm not going to say anything that different from anyone else, but I mean, that was spectacular. And all the people you brought in today, this entire morning, has been a masterclass. It's been super inspirational. And what I wanted to say is, if there's anyone here in the press, this deserves to be talked about, because people should know, they should come to find your rooms, JT. I mean, it deserves to be spread. And the fact that this is free and you can do this on Clubhouse just by signing up, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary.
So, yeah,
I ditto that, John. I ditto that.
100%. Hey,
yeah,
real quick.
the interesting point is that, I mean, we've proven it to people. I mean, we have more. Guys, I'm not even done. I'm getting warmed up. Not only today, but tomorrow. I'm getting warmed up. That's what people don't understand. But you got to follow us. You got to put the bell on there as well. But it's a lot of work, though. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I mean, that's like another full-time job is, I got to organize these people. I got to talk to them. And then, and then sometimes they're going to owe them a favor back. So there's a lot of work for that, for not getting paid. By the way, for not getting paid.
Favor back.
There's always
a game.
That's the game. Oh yeah, they always call back. That's when they be like, hey,
Is Rich still here, JC?
Rich.
Still see Rich?
Yeah, Rich. I think Rich is still here. Rich, are you there? Let me see. It's a big room. Rich Miner, are you there?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that whole acquisition thing. But anyhow, the audience is still here, so I just wanted to be clear. No, he touched on a lot. It was just so much to take in. It was really left for us to synthesize through what he was saying. And he spoke about the tech entrepreneurs. And Rich comes from the world that I'm in, which is never focus on selling the company, just focus on bringing value. But he mentioned that as well, because he mentioned the IPOs. He said, you still have to sell. It's still a sale. So typically what happens if you're going to go public, you don't take 100% of your company public. You just take, the rule of thumb is between 10 and 15%. But you still have to put the company in a certain position to where it warrants the value that you're asking for that 10 to 15%. And he actually touched on that. So that's the only thing I wanted to say to be clear to the audience.
Dude, I've never, I hold on a second. I've never heard of you, dude, but in the last 2 days, you started out a lot of value. I like you, my brother. You didn't know me.
Likewise. He's smart.
Yeah, and I can tell you're smart too. I like that. I like, you're like a Garrett. You know what I mean? I like that. I like people that are very intelligent, that add great value, and I know their stuff. But
thanks, JT.
Are you talking, Paulie?
Hey, I just want to point out one thing. I don't think
talking about my greatness and intelligence. I love you, buddy. Thank you.
I know, Paulie. So who was talking? Go ahead.
That's Brad Hart. Hey,
go ahead, Brad Hart.
So one thing, I got most of the interview and I really enjoyed it. I'm definitely gonna check out the books, but the way he breaks things down to filters and processes and repeatable processes and SOPs is just brilliant. And I think it's so important at any level of business to have your playbook established and to just follow that playbook. It just limits risk. It makes everything you're going to do easier. And whether you're doing $1 million deals or $1 billion deals, it's going to help you get it over the line. So that was what I really took away from that.
Yeah, he was very simplistic. JT, I also like, of course it's a bias, but I like how he highlighted, when he's buying a company, that he looks at their reputation. Oftentimes, even in here, you've had people that come up and, they're not what they are. They're not online what they say they are here in this room. Right. So that was just a good point, but it was all good. Very simplistic, detailed, solid info.
I'll tell you what I like in the room. I love boy anymore.
You broke up. All we heard, boy.
No.
Go repeat yourself, Garrett.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Go ahead. Repeat it.
I said, I'm just happy that I'm not the only fanboy in one of your rooms.
You keep getting cut out. It must be because you're trying to put a dig at me.
He was trying to give you a compliment. He was saying,
that's why it's a compliment. It cuts them off. So compliments cut off people. Negative T, they open rooms. Got it. I like
JT, they're shadow
banning compliments. I think I'm back now. Am I back now, guys?
Yeah, you are, buddy.
No, I was saying that was an extraordinary guest. I love the fact you can bring in these types of people, JT. It's amazing. And I also like the fact that I'm no longer the only fanboy in the room.
Okay, got it. That was a joke. Left brain joke. By the way, if you're a left brainer, you should never be able to tell jokes. I'm just saying they're not funny. We never tell you because we don't want to hurt your feelings. But Garrett, that was not funny. You need to read a book on how to read a joke.
Well, Ty just sent me 20, so I'm right on that.
All right, so Brad, let's reset the room here. I'm going to go work on our next big guest, and maybe what we can do is we can interview a few people here in this room. There's a lot of very successful people that we can pick from as well. I know there's people in the audience I'm going to pull up as well too. So, you know, and maybe we got to interview some. What do you think, Brad?
That sounds good. Or we can do a little coaching, either one. So, how long you to be?
I don't know. I'll text you. My brain's fried. I've got all these messages, and they all want to talk to me before they get on. So I think they need to prepare. So it's those type of people. They need to be prepared. So I think we could do some coaching. Maybe mix it up. Do we want to do some coaching, or do we want maybe do some coaching? Get the audience involved a little bit, but let's get the moderators involved. Get some coaching. Help some people, and maybe people can, if they want to get coaching on what they've just learned, that'd be great. We have the most amazing panels. I got 5 more celebrities coming out for you guys. So lined up. We're also going to be here all night. We're also going to be here all day. We will do a hot seat coaching tonight at 9 p.m. So hard, medium, or soft. The most entertaining room on Clubhouse. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern. So take it away, Brad, and I'll just text you the back end to see when I'm ready.
Okay, good deal. So yeah, what we'll do, guys, since the audience has been waiting patiently and getting fed, absolutely for sure, but maybe get them a little involved. We'll do a little coaching. So we all got our A game on after that being fired up. So we'll definitely do that. So just real quickly here, again, guys, ping in some people. Just we'll do a soft, not a full reset here, but just hit that plus button down the right corner down there and ping in a bunch of people. Go ahead and pull your screen down to refresh, so you'll be on the same sheet of music as we are. And again, follow the speakers and moderators all in the entire upper portion of the stage here tonight or today. I guess it's still today, isn't it? So, but anyway, so let's do that. And while we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and bring some people up, and we'll get this thing going. So again, when if you want it, we're going to turn the hand raising on. This is for a business building question that you can ask any of these moderators or speakers directly, or you can ask as a group. And what you want to do is when we bring you up, we want to keep it succinct because we want to get to as many of you as we can, because some of you have been waiting for a while. And so just come up and ask your question, and don't give us a whole lot of backstory. We're going to try to do the 33-60 method, which means you go for 30 seconds. We're going to let 3 moderators assist you, and they're going to go for 60 seconds each. So 30 seconds for the question, 3 different moderators, and let's just try to stop at that. Not too much piling on there, and then 60 seconds per moderator. That should really give us a good format and keep us to less than 5 minutes per person. Then we can get quite a few of you guys in and rapid fire through this. Okay, so raise your hand if you got a question. We're going to turn the hand raising on right now. And let's see who we got here. Bring up your questions, and we're going to get you some answers, okay? Excellent. Anybody want? Let's see here.
Brad, would you like me to go through and pull people up? This is Dominique.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I'll go ahead and get a couple started.
Okay,
here,
got it.
Go ahead and pull a few up. Just okay, so we've got a couple that should be joining us here. Okay, we send you the invite. You got to pop up. Okay, there we go. We got all 3 of them already showed up. So we're going to go with Dr. Khalid, I think that's pronounced. And then, so Dr. Khalid, just let us know, if you don't mind, let us know where you're from, guys, as well. That sometimes will influence our answers to you as well. But let us know where you're from and what you do and what your question is. And let's do that in 30 seconds. So go ahead, Dr. Khalid.
How are you doing? My name is Dr. Khalid. I'm a local naturopathic physician in Portland, Oregon. I actually have a coach on board, Dr. Jaquel. She's on stage. She's pretty awesome. My question really is just about some of you guys is just like work-life balance, right? I'm a new doctor, new entrepreneur, and I'm just trying to figure out what that work-life balance looks like. I know Clubhouse is a great thing, but I also see you guys on Clubhouse almost 24/7, right? So just what does that look like for you guys now versus when you were building up your businesses?
Can I answer that? I'm Darren. Darren wrote the black and white picture.
Go ahead, Darren.
Thank you, sir. Here's what happens with me. I'm, of course, in this room, but at the same time, what I do is a lot of marketing and branding and strategy stuff for both artists and creative entrepreneurs. So they don't necessarily have to be artists. What I'm usually doing is in the morning, I may be listening, but at times I have a moment where I break off and I may meditate and get some exercise and stretch and have that silent moment. The thing that happens in the late morning and the early afternoon is I take on Zoom calls, whether it be networking calls or helping people calls or sales calls or, you know, client calls. So between that time, I may be on and off of here and listening, but at least I have that middle of the day ground where I'm actually doing business while listening. And then towards the evening, as I'm winding things down, I am listening, but at the same time, again, working. So I am multitasking, but it's more work and it's more flow of how do I get more business? So, you know, I'm sending people, I'm talking to people in the DMs and Instagram, or I'm talking to them via phone, or in the apps I'm using, just to give you some perspective, is I'm taking them to DMs. And maybe I want to be a connection with them. Maybe Debbie, for instance, like, man, Debbie, let's talk for a moment. You know, just talking, you know, see how we can help each other. So I would be talking to Debbie via a DM, but at the same time, I'd be like, you know, Debbie, you can text me, or I got WhatsApp. So these are the two apps. WhatsApp and Telegram has been very helpful for not only people who are overseas, because they usually need that, but also people who want to use Telegram and WhatsApp to be a little more, I guess, professional and away from the direct phone. But the idea is that you got these apps, you got your phone, you got your DMs, and you got your midday things you're doing to get more sales, to get more networks happening. And then you can still be in the room. So during this time, you notice Brad and JT are usually in and out. They're in Zoom calls, they're in phone calls. Same thing happening with ML and the rest of them. So there is some normalcy to this, but you remember, you got to do your business first. You got to do your self-care first, your intention first, your mental and your physical, and then you can do the rest. And at the same time, be in and out of here. So just peep how people jump in and out. It's not necessarily them going to another room, but it's just them doing what needs to be done. That's Darren Monroe, and I'm done speaking.
Dr. Khalid, I'd love to
let's
add.
do another one.
Yeah, hey, Brad,
Doctor,
I'll add to
can I
this
jump
one.
in there,
This
Dr.
is,
Khalid? I'm sorry. Someone going? Hello?
Go ahead,
So-
Dominique, and then the gentleman can go. Keep them to 60
Garrett.
seconds.
Okay, great. Dr. Khalid, so great that you're here on this stage. This is Dominique. I'm here in the second row, right in the middle, white background, long dark hair. That's a great question. How do you find that work-life balance? And I think it's something that all of us struggle with at some point. To give you the background on myself, I am a mother. I'm a wife, a mother. I have a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I have a few companies, including a media company. So the thing is, how do you balance all of it? The best advice I can give you in a short period of time, number one, is you have to come up with a schedule. You have to prioritize what is most important. So for me, obviously, my family trumps anything that I do, but my business is my heart. It's my life. And so I have a way to balance it where I get up at 4:30 every morning, right? Part of my day includes, you know, having that schedule. So I have family time carved out. I have work time carved out. I have business time, meetings, etc., carved out. So get really good at that. Maybe even carve out a few days, like the weekends, just for family. So the schedule is number one. And number two, you have to learn how to say no. And this was something I struggled with for the longest time. I was such a yes person because I was so afraid of what other people would think. But the reality is, when you say no, it's actually a superpower and a strength, and people will respect you more for it, for your time. So don't be afraid to say no if it's literally wearing you down, if it's affecting you and your brand or your family. You have to be able to say no to those things. This is Dominique. I am in the second row in the middle. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Khalid,
Dominique, what time
this is
really quickly, Dominique, what time do you go to sleep? What time do you make it to bed with your schedule?
You know, with Clubhouse, the last few weeks it's been a little skewed. I'm not gonna lie. The last few weeks it's been about 12:30 or 1. But you know, I'm gonna start regulating this here pretty soon. So this is not the norm. I want to make that clear. But usually I get about 5.5 hours of sleep is what I'm at right now. And by the way, love what you do. Super into naturopathic healing. So I will be in touch.
Hey, this is Garrett, Dr. Khalid. How are you? So we actually owned naturopathic and medical doctor facilities in Atlanta for 10 years. And at one point we had 8 naturopathic doctors, some from Baylor College of Medicine, some that worked at Metametrics Laboratories as some of the, initial laboratory, creators of those labs. And we used to get this a lot when we were interning NDs. So you're asking about work-life balance from the standpoint of a naturopath naturopathic physician as far as studying and classes and so forth and patient load? Is that where your question comes from for the balance?
Well, the question is, I mean, so I'm a physician now, so I have patients, and there's a lot of work and stress that goes into just like, there's a lot of trust that someone gives you when they are your patient, right? So it's balancing the patient load, paperwork, charting, all of that with also my entrepreneurial endeavors and my family and everything. So that's really what
Yeah.
my questions are.
Yeah. So typically, if you're a naturopathic doctor, you're an ND, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you practice as a medical doctor in Portland and also write scripts?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got the workload of a medical doctor basically in your state. So I mean, the first place I would look is just speeding up your soap notes. How many hours a day does your soap notes take up?
As of right now, too much.
Yeah, that's the first place to look. Whatever the number is fine, but the first place to look to reduce your workload is your soap notes. So you get an assistant, you get a better EMR system where you can dictate. Something like eClinicalWorks, which is an EMR system, is pre-populated with drugs, and it can reduce your prescription time from like 5 minutes to like 10 seconds. So look inside internally. That's the first place to look. And then from there, just chip away at your other activities that take up a lot of hours, like the initial consultation. Maybe it's paperwork review. Maybe it's creating the charts. Maybe it's ordering laboratories. But that's going to chew up your day as all the internal work. And it's not going to stop at 5 o'clock. Like you'll bring it home till 9 at night, right? Is that how it's going?
Exactly. Yeah. I come home and I got charts I got to close. And that's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah. So it's all about the internal processes of work. And so you've got to automate as much as you can and streamline as much. And that's the first place to look. And then if you can have a 9 to 5 job, I'm assuming you're not on call at a hospital, right? You don't have after-hour call hours, right?
Correct. I make my own hours.
Yeah. So that's the first place to look. So if you need any free advice, you can email me. I'll just give you the top 10 things to look out for, and you'll be on your way.
All right. So did that serve you very well, Doctor?
Absolutely. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you.
Very good. Some good information. Thank you to all the speakers who spoke up on that. Incredible. All right. We're gonna let.
Hey, Brad, you need me to run a timer?
We might. I don't want to be that strict, but we do want to try to get through as many people as we can. But anyway, you're all good. You're all good. Let's do this thing. Make some people happy. Help them change their life. Right? Pour into them. So, all right, we're gonna go over here to Miss Diane. So, Diane, tell us where you're from and what your question is, and we're gonna get it answered for you.
Hi, my name is Diane Dixon. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I have a question for my son. Is that okay on behalf of him?
Absolutely.
Okay, he's 24 years old. He has his own company, Property Home Inspections. He has a relationship with developers, homeowners. He has to be their friend because home buyers need to make sure the property is in compliance. I think he lowballs his services and he's only 24 years old. I invest in his company. I want him to be able to scale his business into more areas of interest. He has to know how to monetize his value, which he doesn't. I always tell him your clients are your climate on a long-term value of weather. As his business grows, he has to be able to have sustainability on a long period of time and to support his clients' needs more than wants. With my contacts and whom I am, I'm trying to get his company into more profitable company. So that's my question is, how can I make him more profitable? Would I interfere with him thinking that,
I'm just going to jump in and say he's lucky to have a mom like you. With that introduction that you just shared, so before everybody jumps in, I just want to compliment you for jumping on and the boldness and how you understand business and where you want to take it. So I just wanted to jump in with a quick compliment.
Who's that?
And I agree. That's to have somebody coming up for him, his mom taking
This is
back.
Craig.
That's awesome.
Right. Okay.
So Diane, just real quick, tell me again on the front end. I just missed the very front end. What is this business again?
Oh, he does property home inspections. So he
okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so he's got property home, guys. If you can maybe lend into this, he's got her son's 24 years old, got his own business. She's invested in it. He does property home inspections. She thinks he's lowballing a little bit. How can she help him get his profits up and even scale his business without kind of, trying to be too much interfering.
I can help, Brad.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Up here in the green shirt, I'm in the real estate space for 19 years, and I have dealt with home inspectors for 19 years, and I have a really good friend that's actually going through this over the last year. And one of the things I wanted to ask is, do you know what he's currently charging on average for a home inspection? I think you're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. I don't know what he's charging right now. I think he's charging, I believe it's like $200 an hour.
Okay, well, so
inspection as far as HVAC,
right, the whole house inspection,
the whole
right?
house inspection.
Yeah.
$200 per hour.
So, I would say depending on how quick he is, I mean, most of the ones in our area do a flat fee based on square footage and the age of the house. And they've all gone up. And so one thing I would say is that if he is fully booked all week, because it's really hard to scale a home inspection business when it's all around your son, right? Because it's time, it's his time, and how much time can he put in? It's a grind, getting the name, getting the recognition, building that brand, to then start to hire other people to come in and then start servicing underneath him. And I think that's really the direction that you're kind of asking, is like, how do we grow this to where we have more profitability? Well, in the home inspection world, it requires other home inspectors to work underneath him. And a lot of times that happens through apprentice programs. But just beware of this. Cali Home Inspection, the guy I work really close with, he's probably the best in our market. But the turnover rate is super high for him as he brings people in. So I would just say be cautious with that. But also know this, that if he's fully booked, he could raise his prices, because the market is going to dictate. If they're going to him and they're just fully booking him up, then he could be the lowest person in the market, like you said, because of his age. But don't let his age get in the way, because right now, like in my market, our home inspectors are 3 weeks out. Some of them are even 4 weeks out. The good ones are 5 and 6 weeks out in some cases. So he might be catching the low-lying fruit. I would encourage him to raise his prices. Don't worry about his age. Worry about the demand right now for home inspections on properties, because it's at an all-time high right now. And then to start slowly getting his name out there, like through the local real estate investors associations, the real estate investor clubs, getting that brand there, buying vendorships, and then bringing on people that can work underneath him that he can start giving these jobs to. Then you can start to scale it a little bit.
He travels from North Carolina to like Atlanta to different states. And that's why I think that he should raise his prices. I'm like, you're traveling like 2 and 3 hours away, so your prices should be higher. But he wants to keep his clientele. He wants to be in favor of these property owners and developers. And he doesn't want to, raise the prices too high, because he doesn't want to be cast out to the side and not get any work. So that's the problem.
All right. Thank you. Does that answer her question?
Thank you. It does. Thank you so much, Zach.
You're very welcome.
Actually, that was JT who answered your question.
Thank you,
Exactly,
JT.
but that's my voice.
Thank you, JT.
By the way,
doing a bait and switch on you.
Yes. So guys, I have 3 back-to-back. Some of them they just want to talk. I have to get on a phone with just a publicist to, I guess the publicist got wind of it. So I just got to do a little bit of like what this is all about type of thing. Kind of what Branden said earlier. But I do have someone in the meantime. We heard him before, but we're going to go over this story. It's George Ross. He is my coach. 93 years old, celebrity apprentice judge for 13 years. And he is the reason, he was my third coach, but he is the reason I have the high net worth. He is 93 years old without wisdom. George, are you there?
Yep, I am here.
So how are you? So I had you on last week, and people were absolutely blown away. And there was all these questions that people wanted to ask. By the way, if you're tuning in, if you type in George Ross, celebrity apprentice, that was the man, the original man, the no BS man. So George, I want to talk about, we talked about last week about your past. I don't really want to repeat the question, even though there's a lot of new people here, but I want you the first thing you said to me, and this hit me in the head. And I sat down and I asked you what the key to success was. And what you said just absolutely blew me away. And I never forgot it since. So can you tell us, for people that are listening here, what is Key to success.
Absolutely. What's key to success? And absolutely, it's failure plus perseverance. Failure plus perseverance equals. And the reason is you learn from your.
So George, when you take a look at the at where I'm at and my growth, and I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable here. By the way, every coaching session I've ever done with George in the last 10 years, I've recorded. So can you tell people the evolution? You know, people are there like, wow, JT's polished, JT's this, and JT's so quick. But that was not the case when you start coaching me. Not at all. So can you tell the evolution of JT Fox, you know, from when you first met me, what was your first impression? And the progression and some of the issues you had with me, and I'm completely transparent to people who know the truth. Go ahead.
That's fine. No, the first impression was that you were very brash, but you would do things. You had no problem thinking, and polished in your speed, polished in what to do, and learn a little more about people. At that point, you'll do fine because you're a go-getter.
So George, the evolution of you know, the problem is that, let's talk about, people often mistake directness with ego or overly confidence. You've always given to me straight, and we're going to get into some of the deals that you've done, some of the stories that you've done. Can you sort of go over, you've always given me the no BS truth. In fact, the first 3 years, I spent a lot of time arguing with you because I wanted to be right rather than getting it right. And you've seen it all. I mean, we went over about how you made your fortune in radio last time. We talked about 40 Wall Street, how the deal was, hold on, the deal was bought for $1 million, and now it's worth over $450 million as well. So, you know, a lot of people kind of like think they can do it themselves without a coach. What is the role of the right coach?
Well, that's the role of a coach to look something.
Hey George, George, you keep breaking up. Can I call you at home, or I'm gonna call you on your cell? Because I did FaceTime. Can I call you at home?
What?
You
just called me on my cell.
Yeah, no, your connection keeps breaking up. So can I call? I'm gonna call you. I called you on audio.
Yeah.
Home phone or your home phone or off of Wi-Fi?
It's better on the cell.
Okay, so I'll call you back on mobile. So, by the way, I'm actually going to do for you guys something I've never done publicly. I'm going to do a live coaching. I'm going to tell you what how George normally coaches me, so you guys can see exactly what coaching is, and I'll be transparent on some of the things that I'm working on. Okay, and you guys will be very transparent. So you actually get to see a live coaching session. All right, can you hear me, George?
Yeah.
Oh, much better, much better. So talk about the role of a coach. And by the way, there's a lot of people listening here. I'd like you to do a live coaching with me. I got some things that are going on, and I'd actually like you to actually coach me, so in front of everybody here, which will be very powerful. So talk about the role of the coach first and foremost.
Well, the role of a coach, the coach should be totally impartial. Should have no financial interest in the whoever they're coaching, so that they can't be affected by being personally involved. So look at it impartially. Look at it, analyze the situation, and come up with the appropriate decision that they think it is. And of course, whoever they're coaching has to either decide they like it, they don't like it, or modify it. But the coach gives you the best advice they can in an impartial setting.
So, for example, President Trump put his name on a lot of assets, pretty much everything, which worked out really well prior to running for president. Correct. Now you're almost radioactive. Do you recommend that people put their name of their businesses, like have their name on buildings, their names on everything? Or now is the risk too high for if something happens, or you slip up, or you say something wrong, or you get attacked, that it takes a lifetime to build a brand and 5 minutes to destroy it? Now that we know everything that we know, is it a good idea to plaster our own names on everything we own?
Well, no, I understand. I don't say that's a good thing by any means to do. Understand that Trump was a brand. He was a brand. He was known for luxury. That was the key. He was known for quality, and that was the brand. So if it was a Trump product or a Trump building, people knew what they would get, and they would pay extra to be in that building. There was prestige as a result of it. Most people starting brands don't have that. So Would suggest it again? I don't think so. Not for a personal name, but you can take, it could be your corporate name, business name. I mean, you take as far as the business, take Amazon for example. Sure, we put Amazon on bills, they do great. Google, because people recognize their names.
So I'm going to go into some live coaching here. I'm going to get live coach. By the way, every recorded from me from George was recorded, so it gives you kind of idea. So I'm going to go over, George, what I'm feeling right now. As you know, I own a lot of companies, and you know, you've coached me through a lot of them, to a lot of things that I do. You've seen the deals, and you've seen, I mean, every decision I've bounced off by you. I'm having a bit of a crisis of conscience here, and I need your help. So I suffer from ADD. I get bored extremely easier. Now I build a very high net worth, and I pay your very expensive fees. But the problem, George, is that I'm interviewing a lot of very successful people and meeting successful people, and they focus 100% of their attention on one thing. And they just grew that. They went all in on that one thing, and they put their concentrated effort. I've got so many things now, and so many deals, and so many companies that, you know, in a way now what I'm just doing is I'm just like scratching the surface, and somebody else is like, we set up the teams and the team implements it. But I think, I know, but I feel that I may be missing out. Like maybe at this point, I should just focus on 2, maybe 3, and still have the other ones. They do what they do, right? But not just kind of go all in on this one thing and this second part of my life. You know, I was on the road, George, 324 days out of the year. You know that, traveling the world, 54 countries. You know, I mean, there's a few countries I still want to go to, like Brazil, to do stuff because I didn't do it, and then you know, Saudi Arabia and you know, Romania, Hungary, Korea, just because I haven't done it. Because I want to get to countries number 60. That was my number. So the pandemic kind of got in the way of that a little bit. But I don't think, George, I'm ever going to, I know that I'm never going to go back on the road like I did before, not after over a year. You know, I don't even miss traveling. I don't even miss, you know, sleeping in hotel beds. So my question to you is it now just kind of maintaining what I'm doing, using my wealth, just keep growing my wealth, or, you know, double down, triple down, quadruple down on that one thing and spend the next 5 years 100% focus on this one thing? What do you think?
Well, what's the one thing?
I mean, there's several other companies that do very well. I could focus on that, but maybe something even bigger, like, you know, maybe a bigger risk. Because here's my point. Okay, I saw Elon Musk. Okay, he's putting man to spaces. He's doing some really cool stuff. And by the way, he almost lost his company twice. It wasn't doing very well. Everybody was shorting that. And I'm thinking he's doing some really cool stuff. And I'm on Clubhouse right now. You know what I mean? Like giving value. And maybe because I you know, this was a platform where I would do it. Like there's a lot of people on right now, right? But this was a platform when I went on stage, like I would go on stage and, you know, 1,500, 5,000, 10,000 people, there's a rush and you're entertaining people, you're educating them. So maybe that's what it is. But I feel like, I don't know, like I have trouble letting go. But now I really starting to feel more and more like that urge of going in all in.
It's wrong. It's a terrible urge. Get rid of it.
Why is it wrong? Tell me.
Because you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
But I already have enough money that doesn't really matter if that basket doesn't work out.
So make more. But don't you can take a calculated risk, but don't put everything in one thing. You go into transaction if it goes really bad. And you haven't sold the ranch. So it's the exposure that you have to keep your exposure down to a point where you can handle it. Now, it could be risky, sure. But understand, Musk is a billionaire. All right, so he can throw a few $100 million different places and try it. That doesn't mean that he's successful. You don't know what's on his bottom line. It looks good, but nevertheless, you don't know all of the details. But as far as all of your ventures are concerned, what you do is you got to build a team underneath you that can handle those ventures without you. So you build the organization. It's only as good as the staff, not the guy at the top.
So obviously, you know, we have a great staff. Francie runs all of that. But I feel that, like, and it's impossible to duplicate Francie. But I feel in order to grow now, like we got to find, like we have to make it a priority of finding like 3 more top people and investing a lot of money.
So do it.
I know, but you know me. I don't like spending money like that.
Yeah, I know. That's your problem. That's part of
Hey,
the
JT, it's Brad.
1 second, Brad, man. I'm in the middle of a
Yeah.
coaching session. You're interrupting my coaching session? What's wrong with you?
No, I was gonna give you a piece of advice, but go ahead.
You could wait at the end of I'm done my coaching session. It's like I'm cuddling and you're like, do you want some advice on how to cuddle? Man, I got this, brother. I'll go right back to it. All right. Sorry, George. Like, this is what happens when you do coaching in front of over 1,000 people. All right. So let's back. So yeah, but here's the thing too, because there's a very few people I trust, you know, the people that we brought on.
There should be very few people you trust.
Right. I know. And you know what's happened to those other people have been like, you put a lot of effort and stuff like that. That's why I like Francie, because I trust, I have a small circle. And by the way, it works. I mean, we produce, a lot of money, a lot of revenue, but it's not like it could be. I know you say like the billion, George. I know you don't like when I say billionaire, right? But it's not even that.
Say what you want.
I know, but I feel like I feel that at this point, it's kind of like, here's where I'm at. Like I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out, right? Because that's kind of like where I'm at on everything. And by the way, we talk about hedge and diversification. I got so much money. I got so much different money into different things. I'm already hedged and diversified. So in terms of the money part, it's all hedged and diversified. I'm just talking about my personal time and my effort. Or should I just kind of maintain what I have been doing, which obviously it's work, but what I'm doing now probably won't get to $1 billion, right? It probably won't get to $1 billion. Maybe it gets to.
Why? What's so magic about it?
The billion?
What's magic about $1 billion? What's magic? Yeah, what are you gonna do with it?
Nothing, you know that.
No. You want to do it this point? Get involved with set up your own charity.
Well, we already have a charity. You already set up. Plus, I give a lot of money to charity. You know that. I mean, you told me about that.
I'm talking. You didn't hear me. I said set up your own charity. Set up your own charitable foundation at that point and figure out what you're going to do with the money.
But that's not like. But I'm just talking about the ability of building something that's going to have like that I felt like I accomplished. Like I did something. Like I feel.
Okay, you've already accomplished.
I know I did, but compared to most people, yeah, like nine.
Hey, don't compare to most people.
But to compare to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Fine, he's not most people. Don't be a Musk and a Bezos at that point. The Bezos at this. They're exceptional. Why? You don't have. Number one, you don't have the background, you don't have the expertise, and you don't have the same amount of money. Why? Why do you want to do that?
Maybe it's the challenge.
Can't you be happy with doing what you're doing and making a lot of money, the success, and setting up whatever it is you need for friends and for family, and then the rest is charity. Why not?
Because here's the thing too. If I settle for happiness, I know it sounds crazy, right? But I feel like if I say, okay, I'm happy now, I did it, right? I understand. I'm going to lose that fire. I'm going to lose that fire. That struggle. I need to be able to feel like I struggle.
JT, this is what is known as maturing, growing up. That's what it is. You mature, you don't need it. Why do you want to struggle if you don't need it?
Because here's the thing
What's
too.
the advantage?
Because here's the thing too. Like I know it sounds crazy, right? But remember Rocky 3? And Rocky goes up, and then you got Clubber Lang, who's like more this, and he knocks him out, and he has to go back to the fundamentals with Apollo to get back. Right? That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm Rocky 3. I'm not kidding you. I feel like because I'm so polished, so quick, I see everything before I even see it. It's almost too easy.
No, you're not.
It's too easy for me.
There are so many businesses and so many deals out there that you could put a finger in and make them work. That is fine. That's something that really do and keep active. But you're striving. When you're striving, you put I want to be a billionaire or I want to be a must. Forget that. Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's not even the money. It's like the feeling of accomplishment.
No, but you don't understand this. That's true. One of what you have now, basically, when you get there. I've seen too many people that have reached the pinnacle of something and then they are nowhere. Because as soon as that stops, they're nowhere.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example?
You need the adoration. Any of the big stars. Why do you think they go on drugs? Because it's that they like the limelight. And once the limelight is gone, the adoration, the public doesn't want to pick up their history. Don't be that way. That's ridiculous. I don't know what you're out to accomplish or what is, but it's a illusory, a very illusory goal. And why you would want to do it? It'd be nice. Sure, you could put your name on Forbes. You could do what you want. So what?
So you think, but here's the thing too, like once we pass the the 9 zeros, it's like, okay, here's the thing too, like passing the numbers, like I have a goal, I hit the goal, and the goal doesn't satisfy me. But losing bothers me. But when I lose, it bothers me so much more than winning. Like I'm desensitized to winning.
No, that's it. The goal that you have is illusory. That's the problem. How did you pick the number? What do you need it for? Do you know what your expenses are, what your income is, and what you're going to do with all your money? You can't take it with you. What are you going to do with it?
Well, it's not about, I don't spend any money, so it's not about the money.
So spend it. So do what it is. But figure out how you're going to be happy. Balance out. Balance your income, balance your expenses, balance your.
So should you tell me why you've been taking 3 days off? Like what's you've been doing like what for how many years now? You've been taking 3-day weekends? Like someone suggested that I take that. What I do is I work my butt off. Like
No. You got to do what you're comfortable with. All right, and you're comfortable with. Now, one thing you're not comfortable with, and I told you a long time ago, is dragging your ass all over the world. Okay, yeah, it's nice to have 1,000 people, 2,000 people. Everybody says, "Oh yeah, JT, yeah, that's great." That's nice. You get the adoration. You say, "Look what I'm accomplishing with all of these people." Okay, that's fine. But what happens now when you stop? You have a letdown. That's where you are. You're at the letdown.
Yeah.
And that's where, that's where. But what you had, it's nice to be regarded to be something very special and at the top of the heap. It's very nice, but it's not the end of the world. That's not where you are, because you can't. You're in a position where you're just going to keep striving, but you don't know where you want to go or what the goal is. And that's what you have to figure out. Where's the goal? There's nothing magic about $1 billion or $2 billion or $4 billion. There's nothing magic about it. Unless to say this point, you're going to take the extra and you're going to do a Bill Gates type of thing, and you're going to rebuild the world. That's a different story. But that's what I'm saying. You could do it on a much smaller scale. Get behind some kind of a project that you think is good for the world or good for the people or whatever, and back it.
I give it.
Time and money on that.
I give an example. So I've been like talking to a lot of very successful people, right? And when I talk to them, I don't feel successful. I feel like what they've accomplished. And, but I know I have. I've built an empire. But compared to them, I don't. Yes.
JT. Most of what people are or what you think they are is total bullshit. It's an appearance to the outside world. You don't know what it is totally behind them and what it is. Yeah, they look very successful and very well, and I want to emulate their lifestyle. So you get that. Live your own life. Don't listen to everything that people say or believe it.
Okay, a couple more questions, George. This is very helpful. So I've been taking a lot of heat. Remember I told you the problem I had when, I was too direct and people took it out of context. I was giving tough coaching, and then I came back and wait a minute.
Okay, yeah, that's now you're hitting a different subject. Yes, you have to be a little more forgiving, a little more caring, and understand that most of the people that you're talking to are not at your level of expertise or knowledge, or they're not that flexible. So you have to recognize that, and you have to go a little slower so that they understand exactly what it is and spend the time. That's not your style. You don't like to spend the time. Either they get it right the first time or you get lost. Spend more time. Be a little more considerate. Most people don't understand what it is that you do and how you do it. And you have to spend the time and tell them if that's what you're doing, be a teacher. But you got to be patient, and you're not patient.
But it's not a platform to be patient, George. It's a part of it is you're putting on a show, and it's no BS. These people are not paying me, right?
Fine. No,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, but here's the thing too. It's like, yes, George.
JT, I agree with you, but nevertheless, It's a little more at this point. You went to if you had these people say, good, look, what is it that you want from me? How can I help you? So if you look at their level, you know what you're giving them, and you're giving them the information, but maybe that's not what they want.
What?
So if somebody says to you, what I want to make a lot of money. You say, why? So they have to explain why you want that. What's the drive?
I think, George, what makes me mad is that people, they lie about their numbers. They have excuses. Like for me, excuses are the worst. Like I hear excuses all day.
Yeah, but that's the way of the world.
But you never allowed me to get away with excuses. So why should I let them get away with excuses? That's how you coach me.
Hold it. Different thing at this point. Not to get away with excuses. We're talking different.
No.
It's not for you to get away from excuses. You don't need it.
George, 10 years ago.
Behind it.
But 10 years ago, when I'd be like, when 10 years ago to be like, oh yeah, no, this is not gonna. I'm like, George, this, and I was like, well, it's hard. I'm from Canada. I'm this. I'm that. I mean, you just always kept putting me in my place. So I mean, are you changing your tune?
No, not putting you in your place. I was giving you advice. There's a difference. Your place is somewhere near. We haven't gotten to that area yet. Nobody knows. You don't know, and I don't know. To put in your place, what I was doing was making you a little better in how you handle it, how you make decisions, and how you talk to people, so that you can achieve more of your goal than you would ordinarily do if you didn't have those attributes.
Okay, so then I'm gonna tell you how I really feel. Okay, I tried that, George. I tried that the first week I got back, and I hated every single second of it. I hated every. I know, but so I'm just saying, like, here's the point. I just, because it's not who I am, because I am a person who likes to give it straight. I just couldn't. I just didn't enjoy it. It wasn't fun. Plus, the audience wasn't there.
Hey, that's all.
So what?
Grow up, change it, understand it. It's not that thing. What that part of it's gone. At this point, it's not. So you have to come up with something different, and you are coming up with something different. There are a lot of good people out there, a lot of good deals that could use your expertise, and you could create a giant company, a group of investment companies, which would go very well if you have the staff. Not if it takes you to run them all.
Last question, George, before I let you go. By the way, if you guys are tuning in, I'm getting coached by George Ross, Celebrity Apprentice Judge. If you Google George Ross, Celebrity Apprentice, you know exactly what he's done, what he's accomplished. 93 years old, he's been my coach for 10 years. Every business decision, every opportunity I've done has gone to this man. Every coaching session from broke to where I am today was recorded by George. So this is as real as it gets. Back to us, George. So there's this app called Clubhouse, right? And that's actually, you're on there right now, George. So I've had thousands and thousands of people every day. I've built a great following. I've met some of the most amazing people, like competitors, right? The people that I didn't think like me or I like them. Yeah. And I've rekindled with them, except I'm spending a lot of time. And my, I talked to Hugh Hilton, my other coach, and I talked to other coaches, and that's why I called you. They don't think I should be on here anymore, right? And they think that, number one, it's toxic for my growth, they think, because what happens is it puts me down a vacuum. And yes, I'm helping people, I'm giving people back, but at the end of the day, the people who love me will always love me, and people who don't appreciate me will always, go out of their way to try to destroy me. Because that's always been, right? You and I have been talking about that on stages, and people talking shit. You remember that time where somebody said there was a global class action lawsuit and sent to the promoters, and they didn't want to have me on the stage, and that was not even true because there's no such thing, and you had to write a letter. It didn't make a difference. Like, I feel like no matter what I can do, there's some, I don't know. It just maybe, like, I've been in a bubble since the pandemic, actually a happy bubble, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? And now I'm going back into like the real world, but it's not really the real world because it's a virtual world, right? But so I'm just thinking, like, I'm helping people. They're enjoying it. Today has been fantastic. Like, no one's ever done exactly what I'm doing right now. Like the fact that I'm being coached live on people. So I'm like torn. I'm torn what to do. On one hand, there's like, you know what? I want to dominate. I want to be number one. And then the other part is like, it's taking my focus from other things. And so now I'm torn about this too. And I feel like my style, like I can do 99 things right. And the one time I'm going to slip up, people are going to come down my throat, and they're going to be coming. That, you know what I mean? And so what should I do, George?
That happens. So what you just do? Just straighten it out. You But you have to mature, get older, get past it. You know, what was, it's now changed because of COVID and what have you, and you're now in a different situation. You're going to make people's lives better by the coaching. You can make a lot of money by the investments, and you can do what you want and set it up. But you have to figure out where you want to be. And you go, where do you want to be? How old? What do you want to be in 15 years? Did you figure that out?
No.
Okay, that's the whole thing. Where do you want to be?
Я не
Нет,
вижу.
привет всем. Леша прав. В общем, так и было. Мы находились в диалоге, и это правда. И до сих пор у нас самые добрые отношения.
Да, потому что это важно говорить с людьми. Потому что стрелять в людей легче, чем с ними говорить. Ты один раз нажимаешь на курок. А говорить это надо вкладываться, это надо тратить моральные усилия. А мы друг друга можем в какие-то моменты считать моральными уродами и просто уродами на самом деле. Вот. Но вообще с людьми надо говорить. Даже с теми, которые тебе категорически неприятны по твоей политической или какой этической, эстетической позиции. И мне кажется, что это профессиональное дело, помимо того, что это личное дело, да, я уже говорил про учительство, это вот Кристина не даст соврать, это еще и человеческое качество должно быть такое. А профессиональное это уж точно журналист. Вот точно. И те журналисты, которые там приглашают к себе только близких по духу людей, это я уже, Аян, к вам перехожу, он ушел уже, да, не дождался, то это не журналисты. Это не журналисты. Вот с моей точки зрения старомодный. Да?
Нет, подожди, так если тебе, ты, например, с человеком обсуждаешь, он тебе говорит, старик, ну ты же понимаешь, тут на меня надавили.
А я говорю, я не понимаю.
А ты ему говоришь, ну окей, тогда хорошо.
Нет, я не говорю окей. Ты сейчас выступаешь пресс-секретарем не знаю кого. Я не говорю, что окей. Я говорю, я не понимаю, это тебе аукнется, ты делаешь неправильно, твой ребенок к тебе подойдет через 10 лет и скажет, я умею с ними разговаривать, извини ради бога. Да? Это надо разговаривать, а не поворачиваться спиной, пукнуть и пойти дальше. Это какая-то, но это не профессионально с точки зрения, да по жизни это тоже неправильно, вообще-то. А уж профессионально это вообще катастрофа. Ну давайте звать только всех из яблок. Ну вот давайте сделаем партийную медиа. Но мы есть партийные медиа, ну пусть они будут партийными медиа. Посмотрите на, вот, кстати, на Ксению, на Дудя, на Шихман, если говорить о тех, кто работает в жанре большого интервью. Иногда неприязнь прямо сочится, но они делают свою профессиональную работу. И к ним неприязнь, и от них неприязнь. Но видно же, да, что люди делают по-разному. Но они
ну мы-то
свою
ладно, Лёш, но есть же другая проблема, что наоборот не идут именно потому,
ну и пусть не идут, и пусть не идут. И пусть вот перестала
позиция и так далее,
да.
Понимаешь?
Ксюш, и пусть не идут, и пусть не идут, да. Вот, значит, одно время мы сильно бились за то, чтобы вот великие приходили, а потом, ну не придешь, не идешь. Ты сколько интервью у президента Российской Федерации сделал за свою жизнь? У любого?
3.
И все?
Всего 3.
За 20 лет? Ну что, ты умерла, ты стала хуже, тебя стали все презирать и швыряться в тебя какашками? Да нет. Ну нет, потому что ценность это человек, интервьюер, а не его гость.
Нет, ну вот смотри, я тебе могу сказать, у нас в понедельник выйдет большой выпуск, мы долго его готовили, про протесты, и изначально была идея сделать с разными спикерами, но в итоге выяснилось, что часть людей, в том числе с «Эхо Москвы», там условно Пархоменко, какие-то еще люди такие жестко оппозиционно настроенные, они тоже не готовы. Они говорят, слушайте, ну вот мы вашу позицию политическую не разделяем, поэтому не будем. Я говорю, слушайте, ну вы же не должны разделять мою позицию.
Так,
мы
подождите,
не
нужно разбудить, передайте, пожалуйста, чтобы Пархоменко разбудили, и он бы ответил на
если Варечка тут, пойди пощекочи его. Нет, но история...
То есть это же такое взаимное недоверие всех сторон, понимаешь?
Ну и что, да, ну недоверие, ну и бог с ними. Я работаю на своих слушателей, а ты на своих зрителей. Важно, чтобы доверие слушателей и зрителей было к тому продукту, который ты делаешь. Вот не пришли к тебе люди, надо говорить в эфире. Мы с вами говорим, почему вы не зовете там Медведева? Зовем, не приходит. Почему вы не зовете там того, Волкова? Леонида, который заявил, что пока Венедиктов главный редактор «Эхо», он не даст «Эху» интервью. Зовем, не приходит. Но мы говорим, слушай, это он не приходит, это мы не зовем. Ну вот с этим и живите. Чего я буду перед этим как-то дергаться по этому поводу? Ну вот они такие, такие, значит такие. Но наши слушатели будут знать, что это вот они не приходят, а не моя недоработка. Я не думаю, что это вообще большая проблема. На самом деле, чтобы ты понимала, интервью развелось столько, и все любят ходить к, как сказать, комфортным интервьюерам.
И это вот правда, это
Ну и когда-нибудь это им обломится. Я не переживаю по этому вообще нисколько. Вот просто не переживаю, и все.
Ой, хорошо тебе, что ты не
Да, мне
переживаешь.
хорошо.
Я переживаю.
А ты не переживай. Ты о семье думай. Прежде всего семья. Обо мне думай. Я тоже прежде всего.
Вот
А
и
ты
тебе
опять
думаю, видишь, в
вот,
ночи я
да.
тебе думаю.
Вот это правильно. Это правильно, Ксюша. Это верно. Ну, давайте дальше. Да, вот Лена из Франции, из Швейцарии. Ты откуда, Лен?
Лена, давай. Да, привет. Я
Встречайся,
из Швейцарии сейчас. Алексей, хотел бы вернуться к тому, с чего мы начали. Для меня это прям какая-то мега новость, что Ксения Анатольевна приложила руку к тому, или, может, я сейчас неправильно процитирую. Короче, если бы не Ксения Анатольевна, то Шевченко бы сидел в тюрьме, правильно?
Да, большие шансы того сохранялись.
А
это
можно
правда.
чуть подробнее?
А это
Потому
вопрос
что
к Ксении.
прямо...
Если она захочет, она
Ксения
расскажет.
Анатольевна, я просто, да, у меня вот такой вопрос.
Ксюш?
Ксения.
Да, я просто тут еще не совсем знаю, как что включать.
Так,
Да,
оставь
слушайте,
ребенка в
я
покое,
вообще
спать должен.
как-то, мне не кажется правильным об этом говорить, но я действительно постаралась, что могла сделать. Я была в этом точно не одна. Много людей помогали, пытались помочь. В общем, я как-то всегда стараюсь, когда есть возможность людям помогать, потому
Ну
что...
ладно, давай так я скажу. Она ходила по тем кабинетам, в которые я не доходил. Так устроит?
Вполне, просто это такое прям огромное удивление для меня.
Почему удивление, Лен?
Нет, но не потому, что Ксения Анатольевна я вижу каким-то, просто я следила за процессом и знаю там немножечко изнутри тоже, не из кабинетов, конечно, но очень большое удивление, да.
Ну, хорошо.
А можно тогда,
Не
например,
разучилась
Ксения...
удивляться, Лен.
Да, можно тогда Ксения или Алексей Венедиктов объяснят просто технологию, как это обычно происходит, когда вот такая история. Сегодня же Шевченко, а завтра другая, а до этого было еще там разные. Как это происходит обычно? То есть нужно что? Нужно идти там в какой-нибудь высокий кабинет, что доказывать, что можно
Нет,
говорить при этом.
Ну, слушайте, вот же
какой кабинет?
каждый кейс отдельный.
Вот да, это правда. Это
каждое
каждый раз
обвинение
это
отдельно.
отдельная история, когда ты должен куда-то добежать, иногда договориться целой группой людей, чтобы все пришли по очереди, что-то сказали, надавили и так далее. И, кстати, это совершенно не всегда помогает. Вот я могу сказать, что самая такая яркая история была с Кириллом Серебренниковым, когда я дошла, собственно, это, наверное, единственный раз, когда вот я приложила какие-то максимальные усилия и дошла лично до Владимира Владимировича. И все равно это не помогло. Я знаю, что я не единственная, кто к нему с этим заходила. Были еще люди, не знаю, сколько корректно их называть, наверное, пусть они сами себя назовут.
Сами.
Да, но очень тоже важные, серьезные, неравнодушные люди. И приходили прям много человек. И все это почему-то не могло сыграть роли, потому что уже была, и я это тоже увидела, была сформированная позиция. То есть я не знаю, там, какие листочки президенту подкладывали и что ему вообще говорили на эту тему, но вот я сразу увидела, что вот у него есть на это реакция жесткая, сразу и такая прямо негативная. И с этим ничего нельзя было сделать. Вот что не говори, какие факты не приводи, как не рассказывай об этой ситуации. Потому что, собственно, вот хождение, то, что говорит Леша Венедиктов, хождение по кабинетам, оно же в чем заключается? В том, чтобы постараться донести какую-то другую позицию, не ту, которую в бумажках где-то написали. Потому что, к сожалению, вот эти бумажки, это часто и есть этот приговор. Вот какую там тебе написали справочку на человека, на его уголовное дело, вот так оно и будет. И чтобы это развернуть, многие люди должны рассказать, что вот это не так в ваших бумажках, а на самом деле было так, так и так.
Ну, самый большой пример, это, например, с Егором Жуковым, когда его просто перепутали, да, с другим человеком. Когда положили документы, был арест, положили документы, а человек был другой. И Муратов нашел фотографии этих людей, когда Жуков и этот человек идут вместе. И уже когда пошел процесс, значит, это было как бы показано, что это другой человек, вы просто перепутали. Вы добросовестное заблуждение, да, вот, и, собственно говоря, тогда его удалось этим людям, которые поняли, что они перепутали, его вытащить. Или с Голуновым та же история, могу сказать, что мы вот, скажем, с Маргаритой Симонян, которая здесь как бы не является героиней, как я понимаю, мы шли параллельно, она шла по одному этажу, заходила в кабинеты, а я по другому этажу, по Голунову, чтобы он не оказался в тюрьме, чтобы дали ему домашний арест. Да, и нас направили в суд, и мы написали поручительство, я имею в виду я и Муратов, опять же, поручительство, потом мы поехали в больницу, он как член общественного совета МВД, я как общественный совет Московской мэрии, да, с этими бумагами и все, да, и мы передали их судье, как дополнительный судья приняла решение, что у него первый день был домашний арест. Тогда это сработало, со Смирновым это не сработало, со Смирновым не получилось. Так же, как с Серебренником. Ну, вот так вот. А Шевченко, да, ну, там действительно были другие бумаги, были принесены, скажем, дополнительные бумаги, которые через Москву шли туда, в Ростов-Дон, через Москву, там, с резолюцией типа «посмотрите повнимательнее». Это такая вот работа, но я в основном занимаюсь, там, знаете, когда мне дали бумажку на протестах, что я там являюсь наблюдателем за действием правоохранительных органов, да, я сказал, я беру на себя несовершеннолетних и журналистов. Вот тогда я получил эту бумажку. И там несколько там несовершеннолетних, несколько журналистов, значит, из лап вытащили. Вот. Ну, вот так вот, да, используешь свой ресурс для того, чтобы как-то справедливость восстановить. У Ксении это как-то по-другому, у меня это все открыто, и все всегда знают, я всегда на виду. И
Слушайте,
многие журналисты,
кажется,
и видите, Муратов так делает. Ну, делает
да.
так, такая работа, такая жизнь.
Вот, знаете, мне кажется странным, извини, Леш, сейчас, секунду, мне кажется странным, что вдруг я подумала, что доказывать очевидное гораздо сложнее, чем доказывать сложное, потому что вот в случае с Серебренниковым, например, там, да, там хозяйствующие субъекты, экономическая там всякая фигня, вот это вот понятно, что тут могут быть разные там аргументы за или против. Шевченко же не так. Шевченко же очевидно, что она не Серебренников, понимаешь? И
Да.
там все гораздо
Да.
проще.
Нет, там
И
все не гораздо проще,
это
потому что это Ростов-Дон, это не гораздо проще.
гораздо
Просто этим надо было
сложнее.
заниматься. Потому что сказать, что там все просто, и этим не заниматься, и тогда она села бы. Ну, грубо, она бы села бы.
Не, я
Вот.
имею в виду, что чем проще, тем сложнее, понимаешь?
По-разному.
Оказывается.
Все кейсы разные. Все кейсы тем, что мне приходилось заниматься, все кейсы разные. Ну, правда, разные. Вот перепутанный человек, это вообще, это я даже не знаю, как это вот когда вот Муратов принес фотографии, я говорю, что нам с этим делать? Вот близнецы, братья, люди одеты одинаково, что с этим делать? Вот куда с этим сунуться, когда там экстремизм и прочее? Ну, нашли лазейку. Да, Илья, извините, я вас перебил.
Да, Илья, а потом Саша Молочников.
Мне невероятно интересно это слушать. Это как в старом таком меме времен еще не голосовых чатов, когда Барон с Герасимом обсуждают, что уже утопил Муму. Он говорит, нет, еще не утопил. Ну, так не скажешь, да? А Муму такая офигевает, потому что она в том же чате. Да, и когда, ну, в принципе, я знаю это, да, и, наверное, все подозревают, что если какая-то бумажка легла, то это уже и есть приговор. А если зайти в правильный коридор, то это не приговор. Но, конечно, адвокату, который по всему этому работал, это очень интересно слушать и забавно. Я на самом деле хотел спросить вот что. Немного встык в теме коридоров и приговоров. Я вот 4-й уже сутки играю с этим клубхаусом. Я пока не понял одну вещь. Ну, понятно, что радио он пока не убьет. Радио это наше главное, да, оно останется еще с нами надолго. Но вот у Ютуба не было такой магии прямого эфира, которая есть у телевизора и у радио. Я не знаю, как это работает. Казалось бы, у тебя та же комната, та же там декорация. Ну и какая разница, это увидят люди вот сейчас в моменте, или они увидят это через 2 дня, когда это смонтируют. Но почему-то работает. И вот я до сих пор не понял, как это, вот, оно здесь есть или нет. Вроде по ощущениям есть. Мне интересно, что на эту тему думают люди, которые делают радио и понимают, о чем речь.
Пока не понимаю, Илья, честно, я не понимаю. Я вот первый раз создал комнату, сегодня был в 2 комнатах, вы по выбору в одном случайно. Пока не понимаю. Вот не понимаю.
Вот это все. Я в одной комнате создал случайно. Это как будто мы в борделе все, Лёш.
Да.
Это
А разве это не бордель? Это абсолютный бордель.
Абсолютно.
Мой опыт борделей показывает, что это бордель. Похоже.
Мой тоже.
Вот так вот.
Можно, да, спросить? Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте, Саша.
Вот,
Саш,
здравствуйте.
привет.
Здравствуйте, Алексей Алексеевич, Ксения Анатольевна, Ольга, всем привет, да. Ну, во-первых, если говорить о комнатах в борделе, я вот 4 дня в этом борделе, и с каждым днем ощущение какое-то, что я принимаю все более жесткие препараты, потому что, ну, вот я родился в 92-м году, да, и, честно говоря, подумать, что я с Александром Сталевичем окажусь в одной комнате, было, ну, настолько невозможно. Здравствуйте. И вообще сказать, вот представьте, что я вам скажу здравствуйте тоже. Для меня эта фигура там была как какой-то Дарт Вейдер. Собственно, вот Дарт Вейдер и Александр Сталевич, простите, появились примерно в одно и то же время. И, собственно, для меня это...
Да, мы очень похожи. Привет. Привет.
Очень приятно, да, здравствуйте.
Он еще и отвечает.
Первый, соответственно, вопрос, наверняка его часто задают. Каковы ставки, когда все это, так сказать, как это слово, не матерно сказать, повалится? Схлопнется. Спасибо большое, Алексей. Вот. И второй вопрос такой. Вы говорили про помощь задержанным, и, значит, и всяческие пути их вытаскивания. Но все-таки вы говорите о каких-то больших фигурах. А что делать с маленькими людьми, так называемыми? Вот парень там, например, шел с репетиции из МХАТа на метро. И так получилось, что МХТ Чехова и метро Театральное расположены, получается так, что ты идешь прямо мимо этого Дмитровского проезда, где всех мочили. Ему там вменяли 7 суток, до этого 15, экстремизм, тоже там большая статья, и точно так же фотография. Это там вообще был другой человек на фотографии, но говорилось, что это он. И, ну, там, да, некое чудо и совпадение, скажем так, его совершенно, на самом деле, случайное знакомство каким-то образом помогло вообще кому-либо вмешаться. Но пока этого не случилось, там, первые 2 дня, да, ни один адвокат не мог пройти в суд, в принципе. То есть ему вообще не давали никакого адвоката. Вот что, в принципе, вообще в этой ситуации делать? Есть ли какие-то версии, когда речь идет о человеке неизвестном?
Легко, просто такие случаи журналисты должны рассказывать. И мы рассказываем такие случаи. Вот и все. И когда там говорим о том, что у нас там в Москве 972, значит, что там, посаженных, да, и там 1200 штрафов и 972 арестованных. И это производит впечатление на людей, которые принимают решения, и пытаются уменьшить эту цифру. Когда мы рассказываем вот подобные случаи, Саша, о котором вы говорили, или такой же случай был в Петербурге, где глухонемого парня посадили за то, что он выкрикивал лозунги, да, это заставляет людей, в том числе и первое лицо, говорить, как этого не может быть, и дает команду проверить. Да? То есть ниже чиновник получает некую проверку и в следующий раз подумает, как связываться. Дело журналистов – публичить эту историю. Вот, собственно говоря, и все. Публичить эти истории. Существуют там наблюдатели от общественных советов, там МВД, ГУВД, я там не в них, которые могут персонально и должны заниматься каждым делом. Существует ОНК. Мне кажется, что в развитии вот этих элементов гражданского общества делать это громким и публичным, да, все чечет, вся информация. Существуют адвокаты, которые про это рассказывают. Но это борьба с несправедливостью. Для журналистов борьба с несправедливостью, на мой взгляд, из гражданской позиции, это не замалчивать это. Вот наша гражданская позиция – не замалчивать. Вот, я бы так ответил. Может, я ошибаюсь? Ну, не знаю, мне так кажется правильно.
А Клабхаус когда
Алексей Алексеевич, а можно вопрос?
Ну, наверное.
и к вам, и, не знаю, и к Ксении Анатольевне, и, может быть, к Александру Стальевичу. Ну, то есть, вот вы сейчас рассказывали о том, как можно ходить по каким-то там высоким кабинетам и
Да,
рассказывать о справедливости, и я
да,
понимаю, как это работает.
ну хорошо.
У меня там тоже был в жизни такой опыт, там, вы о нем знаете.
Да,
Но вот мы сейчас уже, там, не знаю, 8-й месяц имеем на руках кейс Ваньки Сафронова.
да.
Вы же наверняка тоже ходили там по разным кабинетам и задавали вопросы. И вы, и Ксения, и Александр Стальевич.
Да.
Вот что вам говорили про это дело?
Они говорили нам ровно то, что говорят публично. А поскольку дело засекречено, я не могу предъявить, вот Илья Новиков, который он меня понимает, я не могу предъявить факты, которые противоречат тому, что есть в деле, потому что я не знаю, что есть в деле. Вот это такая простая история, потому что, ну, когда ты идешь, ты говоришь, вот этого человека подменили, это здесь ошибка. Вот этот человек там глухонемой. Вот Настя Шевченко, да, она там ничего не делала, она там мать там детей и так далее там. А здесь я ничего не могу сказать, потому что я не знаю дела. Там я дело знаю, могу сказать, в этом деле лажа, в этом деле вранье. Вот этот факт не имел места быть, да, вас вводят в заблуждение, вас дурят, здесь ваши подчиненные не дорабатывают. Поэтому вот что вы обижаетесь, что пресса так говорит? У вас в деле лажа, как по Голунову. В деле лажа.
Да, но в деле Голунова было МВД. Тут мы имеем дело с...
Это не важно, оно было не засекречено. У нас с Муратовым на руках была фактура, где мы показывали, как меня научил Женя Ройзман, борец с наркоторговлей, который любого там наркодельца бы разорвал. Он сказал, спрашивай, где сбыт-то? Сбыт-то где? Пусть тебе пальцем покажут страницу дела. И, может быть, сбыт предъявили. Где сбыт? И вот мы сидели, они сбыт не могли найти. Потому что то, что они показывали Мурату, мы говорим, это не сбыт, это вот другой сбыт-то где? Мы наученные этим были. В деле Сафронова мы ничего не видим, потому что нам его никто не даст. Оно засекречено. Поэтому пойти там...
форточку дела Сафронова, если интересно.
Да.
Его дело ведет та же, ну, по сути, бригада следователей, которые занимались норвежцем, которого я защищал, Фруда Берг.
Угу.
Вот норвежец, вернувшись, тоже, кстати говоря, Алексей Алексеевич может рассказать, каким образом это случилось.
Угу.
Вернувшись домой, неблагодарный такой человек взял и написал книгу о том, как он здесь сидел в России.
Серьезно,
как
да?
вели следствие. Она издана на норвежском языке со всеми именами, фамилиями, там, датами, явками. У него была отличная память, ко всему прочему.
Илья, я надеюсь, нас с вами там не было, мы так в масках были.
Ну нет, я там есть по полной программе, конечно, потому что там мой ребячески выглядящий адвокат, что-то такое, да, там.
Я надеюсь, меня там не было, ну хорошо. А то я иностранный агент норвежский буду.
В общем, найдите норвежского какого-нибудь читающего человека и посмотрите, как это выглядит изнутри. Вот сейчас в такой же ситуации находится Сафронов.
Ну вот, вам Илья Новиков ответил Илье Барабанову. Это
А мне, кстати, вот вдогонку, Леш, тебе хочется задать вопрос. А что ты думаешь вот об этом интервью Сафронова, которое опубликовал «Коммерсант»? Вот твое ощущение честное после этого интервью его?
Нет, смотри, мне стало понятно, что с ним следователи не работают. Да? При этом мне стало понятно, что все доложено на самый верх. Но я знаю вообще, что Владимир Владимирович, он шпионские дела как бы, ну, на контроле держит, громкие шпионские дела.
Да.
Ну, он любит это, ну, поскольку это его профессия, да, была, он как бы, ну, за этим смотрит. И я там, ну, на свои вопросы, если бы я вел это интервью, напомним, что он сидит, ну, там, вспомним про Навального, который сидит, мы тоже начали запрашивать интервью, мы с Муратовым, начальнику ФСИНа, направили просьбу дать нам доступ к Навальному на интервью. Вот. Ты начинаешь себя ограничивать, что неправильно, и думать, как бы не повредить сидящему, и неважно, это Сафронов или кто-то еще. И я так думаю, что оно, ну, с точки зрения защиты, наверное, или сигналов каких-то, оно, может быть, что-то там имеет, но с точки зрения, вот для меня, ясности, что ему предъявляют, ничего не добавило. Кроме того, что к сожалению, с ним следователи не работают. Ну вот он там 4 месяца не допрашивает, что ли. И все. И это просто интервью для того, чтобы дать сигналы. Я люблю отмечать благородное поведение людей, которых считают неблагородными. Это Елене Сервитас говорю. Вот Дмитрий Рогозин продолжает до интервью, после интервью заявлять о том, что он его советником остается и надеется, и так далее.
Ну да, он его поддерживает публично.
Да, хотя ничего тоже не знает, и, насколько я знаю, не допущен тоже к этому делу, потому что не имеет никакого отношения к Роскосмосу. Вообще никакого это дела. Поэтому, ну, это интервью, на мой взгляд, это сигнал каким-то там себе людям про что-то. Ну, именно так я его и рассматриваю. Да, для наблюдательных людей, вот, Леша Нарышкин, знаешь, мое любимое слово «наблюдайте, пожалуйста, попристальнее», да, ну, вот кажется, что я понимаю, как ему могли инкриминировать то, что в публичной плоскости, но кажется, что это липово. Вот мне кажется, что дело Сафрон, вот сегодня из того, что мы знаем, мне кажется, что оно липовое, но поскольку фактуры нет, я ничего не могу. Вот.
Ну да, фактуры нет ни у кого, но
ну, да.
Вот вся эта история, какой-то чешский друг, слежка за ним, вот это, конечно, безумно.
Я могу сказать, что главный редактор, соответственно, «Коммерсанта» тогда еще, когда он был арестован, все было до эпидемии, в Сочи подошел, первый раз сразу же, это, значит, было лето, да, где-то, подошел, Булавинов, по-моему, подошел к Владимиру Владимировичу после встречи главных редакторов и долго с ним о чем-то беседовал. Естественно, мы оставили двоих, когда он подошел там, с таким слитым лицом, Булавинов, я имею в виду, мы его спросили, да, о чем? Это о Сафронове, конечно. Ну и что? Ну ничего, сказал он. И это, видимо, то, что повторялось потом вот так. Это было сразу, это вот по поводу там захода к президенту там, и так далее, и так далее. Ну, все сами видите. И то, что Ксюша сказала, Собчак, что не всегда удается. Слушайте, вообще это работа правозащитников, да? Могу сразу сказать, что я это делаю неумело. Наверное, моя эффективность была... моя эффективность могла бы быть больше. Но задача моя – это обеспечивать освещение этих процессов, чтобы не было самоцензуры у журналистов «Эхо Москвы», да? Чтобы вот все эти вопросы, которые вы, там, Илья Барабанов, мне задаете, они бы задавали в эфире, потому что мы знаем точно, кому и как ложатся распечатки, да, это, значит, это выделяется. Если Нарышкин это пропустит, то...
Булавинов будет тогда главредом «Ведомостей», но...
Кто-то подошел, нет, подошел Булавинов, по-моему.
Да, это ведомости.
Не помню, вот подошел главный редактор газеты, в которой работал Сафронов, что я могу сказать до этого.
Ну, у меня скорее вопрос, ну, окей, дай бог никогда с вами такого не случится.
Да. А может
там,
случиться.
не знаю, не дай бог, там вот Леша Нарышкин, его забирают, закрывают. Какая ваша стратегия его защищать, когда государство говорит, что все засекречено, мы ничего не говорим, и он в чем-то виноват? В чем ни вы не знаете?
Да, я понимаю. Но я думаю, что... Леш, не волнуйся, Нарышкин. Здесь мне как-то... Я бы сказал, что я думаю, что я буду работать... Я всегда работаю совместно с адвокатами, потому что когда человек закрытый, а когда я работаю не по-журналистски, а вот по вытаскиванию, не навредить, но я приложу все усилия, чтобы журналисты, и, кстати, между прочим, Илья, чтобы вы понимали, когда был арестован, Ольга не даст соврать, когда был арестован Иван Голунов, мы были на питерском форуме, я вообще не знал, ну, то есть я знал, кто такой Иван Голунов, но я не знал, кто такой Иван Голунов. Я вижу, мои журналисты стали собирать подписи. Я говорю, что случилось-то?
А
Иван
ты не
Голунов...
был с ним знаком, да?
Нет. Ну, читал, естественно. Нет, Алексей Алексеевич взяли, я его не знал. Но поведение моих журналистов разных заставило меня сесть в поезд и утренней лошадью поехать, получить информацию у Ройзмана, как разговаривать по этим делам, и поехать утром в Москву встречаться с разными людьми, там, где меня ждал Муратов. Я думаю, чтобы я тоже все бросил, чтобы своего журналиста ровно так же выяснять, что ему инкриминируется, Ну, а если Алексей Нарышкин иностранный агент, то попытаться доказать, что он глуповат, и это случайность.
Слушайте, вопрос. Вот я просто наблюдаю, как Ксения с Ильей, они у нас в комнате стоят вместе рядом, и мы говорили уже довольно продолжительное время о том, что самая, наверное, эффективная стратегия, если кого-то абсолютно несправедливо отправляют в узилище, это идти в нужные кабинеты. Здесь получается довольно бессмысленная работа того же адвоката Илья Новикова. Илья, при всем уважении, потому что...
Спасибо на добром слове.
Нет, Илья, ну слушайте.
Он у меня норвежец, понимаешь?
Норвежец, да, двойное гражданство. Ну, потому что решается все не в суде, не в состязательном
Это не так,
процессе.
Леш.
Не так, нет, от
Леш,
адвоката очень много
Нет,
зависит,
Леш, не так.
конечно.
Смотри, это всегда действия, даже если они, на мой взгляд, не скоординированы, то они одновременно. В истории с Голуновым, если бы люди не вышли на улицу, мы бы с Муратовым ничего бы не добились, нам просто ничего не показали бы. Если бы не работали адвокаты его по больнице, мы бы опять никаких бумаг бы из медицинских, чтобы его там по медицинским под домашний арест, мы бы ничего не добились. Мы не координировались ни с адвокатами, ни с организаторами митингов. Это правда. Но мы стояли на их плечах, и это был, как сказать, ну там, мы подпрыгнули туда, куда вот надо было. Если бы не было людей, мы бы точно сказали, ну что, ребят, ну что вы, ну, ей-богу, вы кто вообще?
То есть мы говорим все-таки про нажим под разными углами.
Да, да. Тем более, когда ты уверен, что это сфальсифицированное дело. Да, извини, Ксюш, да.
Да,
Нет,
ну,
я
Леш,
абсолютно...
Леш, ты помнишь, что когда была вся эта история с Голуновым, там сразу со всех сторон действительно пошло, потому что и одновременно там сидел, удачно было, что был в тот момент рядом с нами Ройзман на форуме, который понимал вот во всех этих наркотических делах и объяснял, какие вопросы нужно задавать и куда нужно смотреть, и одновременно мы пошли все в пикеты в Питере, между прочим. Я не хочу преувеличивать, как бы там...
Я уехал, я не знаю, видеть не видел.
Но это
ничего.
тоже было важно, да. Ну
Да,
и
конечно.
одновременно люди пошли в Москве тоже там как-то выражать свое мнение. И одновременно пошли люди, которые там как Муратов или Венедиктов имели такую возможность, пошли по кабинетам. Тут важно было именно то, что со всех сторон, да, и одновременно вышли эти обложки в газетах одинаковые. И это было очень круто. И это важно, что с самых разных направлений одновременно в эту точку били. Это, мне кажется, вообще всегда такое важное условие в таких делах, когда сверху, снизу, справа, слева, сбоку, отовсюду идет какая-то реакция, какой-то ответ. И, видимо, его слышат. Потому что когда этого нет, ну и всем по барабану.
Солидарность это называется. Да, ну кто там у нас? Мари там
можно
сзади
сказать,
вижу,
да?
Петр вижу, да, ну не знаю, Леш, рулите.
Давайте, да, давай вопрос послушаем, если никто не против у нас из спикеров.
Да, можно мне?
Да, это Милана у нас.
Да, это Милан, да. Здравствуйте. Во-первых, я хотела сказать по поводу того, что вот вы говорили, что работа адвоката очень важна в любом случае. Я помню, в моей практике рабочей было такое дело в одном там регионе с одним там человеком, вот, которого судили, и там было заведомо понятно, что адвокат, конечно, ничего не сделает, и человека посадят, да. Но этот адвокат сделал все так красиво, он так вел этот процесс, он настолько был подготовлен к каждому процессу, что туда приходили просто местные жители послушать этого адвоката, и они даже те, у кого были там какие-то сомнения, у них они там, конечно,
не верьте адвокатам, они за деньги работают.
Да,
не верьте.
хорошо.
К чему это?
Еще...
Спасибо
да,
еще раз на добром слове.
Да, я стараюсь. Это у меня норвежский синдром. Да.
Я хотела задать еще вопрос, Ксения Анатольевна, вам и Алексей Алексеевич, вам. Это вопрос от моего грозненского друга, который сидит здесь, слушает, но не может задать вопрос. Вот что он спрашивает. Чувствуете ли вы ответственность за Навального или есть ли у вас профессиональная зависть за то, что расследование, которое проводит, за те расследования, которые проводит ФБК? Вот, ну, типа, что их проводите не журналисты их проводят, да, а вот это делает БК и Навальный. Вот.
Поскольку я не вижу Ксении, наверное, я отвечу. Нет, у меня нет зависти к этой истории, и уж точно нет ответственности за Алексея Навального, за Владимира Путина, за Джо Байдена, за Григория Явлинского, за кого хотите. У меня никакой ответственности, какая может быть ответственность? В чем? Ответственность заключается в том, что мы про это рассказываем то, что происходит, и даем разным сторонам высказать свое мнение, разным сторонам на эти события. Какая может быть ответственность возникает тогда, когда ты этого не делаешь. А когда ты это делаешь, какая может быть ответственность? А про зависть, ну, слушайте, журналисты, расследователи есть во многих изданиях. У меня есть зависть, в вашем понимании, журналистов, расследователей прежде всего из «Новой газеты», где все верифицировано, переверифицировано. К Лене Костюченко у меня есть зависть. Но потом, а почему зависть? Я беру с согласия ее материал и ставлю его на «Эхо Москвы». Да, и она создает добавочную стоимость. Какая тут зависть? Тут корысть чистой воды. Да? Я делаю лучше интервью, чем делает Лена Костюченко. Она делает лучше расследование, чем делал бы его я. Да? Это просто разные работы. Поэтому все справедливо в нашем цехе, на мой взгляд.
Алексей вот тут давно висит в группе у нас в комнате. Алексей черно-белый, который...
Черно-белый Алексей, да. Черно-белый Алексей, да, я хотел бы задать вопрос, состоящий из двух тезисов, но сначала поблагодарить Алексея, который обратил на меня внимание, и одновременно пожаловаться. Коллеги, не могли бы вы в следующий раз, когда вы будете создавать подобную комнату, не косить всех, кто тут вот наверху, кто еще не задал вопрос, потому что меня убрали дважды, и мне пришлось на третий раз вот еще раз залететь, чтобы попытаться задать вопрос, а я ждал вот того самого момента. Вот, на самом деле, социальные сети, я все, перехожу к второй части, социальные сети. Да, я понимаю, сейчас воздух просто пропах уже, наверное, репрессиями, начиная с начала января и заканчивая вот Дзержинским. На самом деле, я хотел задать вполне конкретный вопрос. Просто время 2 часа ночи. Клабхаус — это удивительная соцсеть, в которой мы с вами можем тут общаться. Да,
я завтра в Сапсане высплюсь, ну да.
Вот. И как раз хотел спросить, Алексей Алексеевич, вы с этого начали, а я хотел бы вам задать этот вопрос сейчас и пойти сам спать. Когда вы еще раз собираетесь собрать подобную комнату? Потому что сейчас я вижу, в пике у нас было 1800 слушателей. Я думаю, им будет интересно. Да, Ксения Анатольевна с собой привела аудиторию. И ушла. Да. Подарила.
Да. Я думаю, что если у меня в Питере будет свободная ночь, да, там завтра или послезавтра, скажем так, у меня 2 ночи там, то я создам. Если нет, то, наверное, в конце следующей недели, но там я хочу создать комнату там типа про эхо, потому что здесь про все, вот такая, она без заголовка, а там про эхо. Вот, ну не знаю, я буду как-то случайно это делать. Честно говоря, я не могу планироваться, потому что работы до хрена. И вот как выдалось, так вот я сейчас не дома, поэтому могу говорить. А то мне жена вчера сказала, я вчера орал, там не помню, про интервью, что если еще раз я позволю себе в 2 ночи так орать, то она меня из дома выгонит. В первый раз за 22 года, между прочим, из-за Клабхауса. Поэтому не могу сказать, когда буду. Если я буду планировать это, но это в календаре появится у вас.
Принято, Алексей Алексеевич, спасибо.
Спасибо. Мари, да, к Мари переходим?
Да, спасибо. Доброй ночи всем спикерам. Алексей Алексеевич, рада, что на вас сегодня не распространяется комендантский час. Я просто сегодня первый день в Клабхаусе, тоже слушаю целый день.
Комиксы, вижу.
Да, я все думала, на чем задать вопрос, тут уже все сменилось 25 раз, то ли о Навальном, то ли о комиксах.
О чем хотите, это такая болтовня.
Я, знаете, решила все-таки про памятник спросить, поскольку все-таки так, опять вернемся к самому началу, к этой вот группе сегодня, которая была про обсуждение памятника. Такая вот возникла у меня дикая мысль, что вот там люди говорили, что, мол, нефиг заниматься всякой ерундой, заниматься памятником, вам нечего делать. Есть полно всяких дел, которые стоило бы уделить внимание вместо вот этого. Мне-то как-то казалось как раз наоборот, что это вообще принципиально важно, и мотивация за этим такая, что как любит говорить Екатерина Шульман, что у нас есть государство здорового человека, если бы у нас было, да, то тогда, да, действительно, можно было бы посвятить свое время там куче всяких малых полезных дел и крупных. Но поскольку мы с вами живем в государстве курильщика, вот, не знаю, может, это какая-то крамола или преувеличение, но мне кажется вообще, что хотела узнать ваше мнение. Не получается ли так, что вообще в некотором смысле вот судьба нашего общества в ближайшее время все больше и больше будет зависеть от решений, которые мы примем именно вот в таком вот странном символическом пространстве, чем в пространстве каких-то практических малых дел. Потому что все эти малые дела полезные, безусловно. Это как бы все игра в рамках каких-то правил, которые есть, а сфера дозволенного сужается каждый день. А символические решения, кого мы ставим на площадь, это вроде как посягательство на правила игры. Вот что вы думаете по этому поводу?
Интересно, Саш Волошин, а может, ты ответишь? Мне кажется, что тебе это было бы интересно, ответить на этот вопрос, нет?
Сори, я на секунду отвлекся и пропустил вопрос. А можно мне его кратко повторить?
Можно. Давай я скажу, что вот поскольку практических дел становится делать все более и более трудно в связи с теми ограничениями, которые есть, уход в символические такие вещи, как обсуждение и установка памятника, становится наполненной большим смыслом.
Я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я, насколько помню, у нас так волнами всегда эти дискуссии вокруг памятников идут. Иногда они активизируются. То есть это идея какого-то замысла, что кто-то, какая-то могучая воля заполняет пустоту вот дискуссиями или пытается перевести общественное внимание. Но иногда в политике такое бывает, но в данном случае, мне кажется, это не тот кейс. Мне кажется, этот Дзержинский, он уже там вечно с нами живет, он то хочет вернуться, и какая-то неведомая сила его туда тащит, или ведомая. Вот. Нет, я не думаю, что в этом есть какой-то высший смысл такой. Мне кажется, это очередная такая тупая бодяга каких-то активистов, его
я не про высший
поклонников.
смысл, я больше про то, что вот наблюдая за кейсом с Екатеринбургом, да, там все-таки было
За сквером, да, за храмом.
За сквером, да, что мы делаем, сквер или храм? Надеюсь, конечно, что у нас не будет такого в Москве, но все равно было внутреннее ощущение, что это было вот такое, вот знаете, как в компьютерной игре, прости господи, да, ночью приходят такие ассоциации. Мы направо или налево, мы выбираем сквер или мы выбираем... И от этого зависит, в общем, как поворачивается, каким боком к нам среда потом, после этого выбора. Если мы
Не, но
даем...
я согласен с тем, что если такой выбор делается, там, не приведи Господи, там, если там памятник Дзержинскому снова там возвращается на это место, это, конечно, сильно влияет на мозги огромного количества людей, и в этом смысле это серьезная вещь, она абсолютно не чепуховая. Там, в моем понимании, у меня есть своя позиция по этому поводу, я вообще не люблю революции, не люблю революционеров. Эта группа революционеров, это группа преступников. Там, ставить памятники преступникам – это дело небогоугодное, неправильное. Давайте поставим памятник Чикатило или кому-то еще, потом будем обсуждать, правильно ли он здесь стоит. В моем понимании эта дикость такая была бы сильно вредная для страны и для ее будущего. То есть, когда такие вещи уже происходят, они оказывают, безусловно, влияние на это. Сама дискуссия тоже оказывает влияние.
Угу.
Нет, это очевидно, это серьезные вещи, они не чепуховые.
Алексей Алексеевич, а позвольте задать вопрос?
Ну, наверное, да, я не знаю, там есть модераторы, которые дают слова.
А можно мне?
Давайте задавайте, да.
Да, я или Алексей Алексеевич, или, может быть, кто-то другой меня просветит. Вы знаете, я вот рядовой гражданин, я слышал о том, что идут споры, какой памятник поставить. Но вот у меня такой вопрос. Очевидно, что вот это здание, где собираются ставить памятник, оно ассоциируется у огромного количества граждан с горем и трагедиями. А почему не рассматривается, вот мне просто интересно, вариант установить памятник в виде 20-30 фигур жен и матерей, которые с таким, знаете, трагическим взглядом смотрят в сторону этого здания и ждут каких-то вестей о своих близких. Вот почему не рассматривается всерьез значит, идею установления вот такого памятника.
А почему вы не подали заявку? Вот господа офицеры России, они подали заявку. Господа архитекторы, которые про Невского, они заявили о том, что вот они вот готовы и подают заявку на Невского. А вы почему не подали заявку? Потому и не рассматривается. Потому что в Фейсбуке говорить все гораздо, а организоваться было за эти 30 лет и заполнить эту площадь другим. Да? Я же помню, как, я не помню, Саш, помнишь, как Соловецкий камень устанавливался, да? Это же при тебе же было, да?
Да,
Вот.
да, помню. Нет, я с тобой, Леша, согласен, что очень много зависит от гражданской позиции, от того самого нашего недоразвитого гражданского общества. Люди живут на улице имени какого-то серийного убийцы и не могут организоваться для того, чтобы как-то повлиять на то, чтобы эту улицу переименовали уже наконец или вернули ей старое название. Ну вот эта вот привычка жить на улице имени убийцы и какое-то такое снисходительное, терпимое отношение к нему. Ну, и когда кто-то вдруг начинает говорить, что давайте все-таки переименуем улицу и именами там тиранов, убийц, каких-то подонков, не будем их называть, возникает возражение. Слушайте, это очень дорого обойдется налогоплательщикам. Придется нам новые номера писать, новые адреса. Это очень дорого, очень дорого. Все расходятся, да, действительно, что-то дорого, давайте повременим. И продолжают жить на улице имени какого-то убийцы. Конечно, много зависит, я с тобой согласен абсолютно, Леша, много зависит от людей, много чего можно сделать, если занимать активную позицию.
А у меня тогда вопрос, извините, в связи с этим. Вот Соловецкий камень, он там стоит уже очень давно. Вы про него вспомнили. Каждый год, кроме прошлого года, понятно, там пандемия, каждый год там собирается огромное количество людей, которые стоят в этой очереди. Я тоже там приходила много раз, которые вот проводят каждый год эту церемонию памяти, читают имена. И это все происходит. Но тем не менее, хотя это очень яркая история, и это постоянная история, и очень популярная история, она везде освещается, тем не менее, это совершенно не помешало тому, что вот сейчас мы наблюдаем всю эту историю с памятником.
А почему она должна была помешать?
Потому что речь шла о том, что поставьте на этом месте вот памятник, например, там женам или кому-то еще, которые смотрят на Лубянку, и нет такой инициативы.
Да, нет такой инициативы. Зато
так есть инициатива с Соловецким камнем, понимаешь?
Она есть, и камень стоит.
Уже много лет
и
происходит, камень стоит, люди стоит, приходят. Да. И тем не менее.
Он же стоит, и когда его захотели передвинуть, я не помню, Саш, какой год, именно аргумент, что каждый год туда приходят люди, заставил власти отказаться от этой идеи.
Абсолютно верно, так и было.
Так и было, точно, я помню. Понимаешь, люди приходят, а здесь мы получаем заявку, вернее, комиссия на Дзержинского, затем на Невского, и все. Зато в Фейсбуке пишут, давайте там поставим тот-то, то-то, то-то. Это фрикство на самом деле. Фрикство. Потому что есть закон, и по этому закону можно было подать заявку, и комиссия обязана была ее изучить и объявить конкурс. Нет, вот здесь, в этом самом Клабхаусе, в Фейсбуке, в Твиттере люди пишут разные разности. А другие дают заявку и двигают память. Вот и все. Это такая простая история, к сожалению. И когда мы с ней сталкиваемся, мы говорим, ну а чего? А какую заявку я должен? Сейчас я должен взять от этого человека, да, вот с неизвестным мне ником. И сказать, вы знаете, вот есть заявка. Да? Вот и все. Это вот мы тут, несмотря на наши разные позиции с Александром Волошиным, который возглавлял администрацию президента Путина, в частности, Ельцина, да, мы едины, да, здесь люди действительно живут на улице. Я вам больше того скажу. Не помню, в каком городе, в Подмосковье, была вот тоже на улице какого-то, опять давно было, и жители частично возмутились, сказали, да что у нас письма не будут приходить, переименовывать улицу. И не дали. А Пархоменко может вам рассказать, когда вешают таблички с убиенными последний адрес, часть жителей домов выступает категорически против, а часть за. Вот это и есть гражданское общество. Поэтому я не удивляюсь ничему вот об этой истории. Вот. Так что я вот человеку с Будда чего-то там, кажется, ответил.
Будда с вами говорил. У меня предложение по введению и вообще к тем, кто слушает. Подпишитесь на Венедиктову, на Бычкову и на всех, кто там, как Александр Сталевич, в верхних рядах. И если мы в режиме вопрос-ответ продолжаем, чуть-чуть вопросы покороче, потому что
И
довольно
ответы
большой...
покороче.
Да, это, Алексей Алексеевич, вам упрек, кстати, тоже будет.
Ты
Вот просто
поупрекай меня.
Clubhouse, это, знаете, пока что зона такая, где очень сложно как-то регулировать.
Это правда.
Вот.
Можно
Поэтому...
смотреть на часы, а там уже 2:30 почти.
2 часа 19 минут, давайте еще 11
Ага.
минут. Давай.
Давайте.
Можно вопрос, да? Здравствуйте. Можно вопрос?
Так,
Давайте Петр,
можно...
потом Ника, потом Рустем.
Слушайте, извините, Лена Лена Панфилова очень давно ждет. Если можно, мы ее уважим. Лена.
Окей. Лена. Лена.
Она
ты спишь?
заснула.
Нет,
Вы-
нет,
Давай.
Лена
ночи.
внимательно,
Привет.
да, нет, Лена внимательно слушает в изумлении от всего, что она слышит, и, честно говоря, наверное, к завтрашнему дню или к следующему эфиру Алексея Алексеевича соберет слова в кучу, потому что вот это все с хождениями по коридорам и сложно сочиненными системами решения вопросов, ну, я должна собрать слова в кучу. Спасибо.
Угу.
Спасибо. Так,
Нет?
пардон, давайте Петр.
Да, добрый вечер еще раз.
Добрый
У
вечер.
меня два тезиса. Я, во-первых, хотел отреагировать на то, что Алексей Алексеевич сказал насчет того, что дело закрыто. Я к Сафронову, да, потому что меня эта тема, безусловно, беспокоит, как коллеги в первую очередь, и как гражданина тоже. Дело закрыто, никто ничего не знает, но при этом мы все видим, что в конце прошлого года президент Путин дважды высказывается по этому вопросу, и дважды очевидно, что он говорит, как бы не зная деталей, судя по всему. Да, я предполагаю, но это видно просто потому, что он говорит. То есть явно он не говорит о том, что он знает. То, что Ваня Сафронов явно сидит там в СИЗО не из-за работы в Роскосмосе. Это первый вопрос, да?
А в чем вопрос?
Второй вопрос.
Ну, он тоже не знает, для него, видимо, тоже
Это
закрыто.
скорее реакция. Ну, вы сказали, что невозможно здесь ничего делать, потому что
Да.
дело закрыто, и никто не знает,
Да.
в чем дело. Ну, по внешним признакам видно, что президенту явно какие-то вещи не совсем соответствующие действительности.
Да. Вопрос-то в чем? Да, это правда. И
Вопрос второй, другой. Вопрос, смотрите, такой. Это может быть отчасти и камень ваш, Алексей Алексеевич, огород, и других
Господи,
коллег.
меня весь огород из
главных
камней
редакторов.
удивили.
Безусловно, которые были на встрече с президентом недавно. Мы вот с коллегами написали, попытались узнать, что же там было, и для нас
Мгм.
стало удивлением, то, что никто не задал вопрос про Сафронова, никто не сказал про Сережу Смирнова из медиазоны, но при этом там люди задавали вопрос про тарифы на почту и так далее, и так далее. Вот почему так происходит? Ну это просто удивляет. И главное, почему так это из-за этого подгорело у тех, кто позднее опубликовал сначала расшифровку, а потом и видео этой встречи. Почему такое вызвало это раздражение, то, что журналисты написали о том, что там было? Вот
Ну, во-первых, журналисты не написали там, что было, а воспользовались неполной информацией. И поскольку я пострадавший, и журналист «Коммерсанта» господин Колесников написал то, что я, задавая вопрос про Навального, не упомянул фамилию Навального, хотя я упомянул ее 5 раз, специально был 5 раз. Вы считаете, нормальная журналистика, да? И потом он снял эту фразу, что я не упомянул, потому что ему позвонило 2 главных редактора и подтвердило, что Венедиктов только туковал про Навального. Да? Это были неточные изложения, именно поэтому я никогда, поскольку там нельзя вести записи, я никогда не комментирую закрытые встречи. И уж точно не могу цитировать президента, да, потому что я не пресс-секретарь, а точно передать контекст я не могу, потому что это разговор. А почему главные редактора не задают те или иные вопросы, или вернее задают те или иные вопросы, это вопрос к их подготовке и к их редакционной политике. Если какой-то главный редактор спрашивает про тарифы РЖД, я думаю, что его читателей волнуют больше тарифы РЖД, чем неизвестный им Сергей Смирнов. Повестка дней разных СМИ разная, по разным причинам. Да? У меня были другие тоже вопросы, кроме Навального, протестов, несправедливости, но я задал этот вопрос. Но это не пресс-конференция, это один вопрос президента. По Сафронову
это не производственное
вопросы.
совещание.
Да, я задаю те вопросы. Извините, пожалуйста, вот вы сейчас толкаете меня к производственному совещанию. Мы задаем те вопросы, которые мы считаем нужным. Мы их не согласовываем, уверяю вас. Я их не согласовываю, никто из главных редакторов их не согласовывает. Просто не согласовывает такой формат. Поэтому оставьте право главным редакторам, каждому свое. Мне тоже многие вопросы не понравились. Ну, не понравились они мне, они были странными для президента, они были не вопросами главных редакторов, некоторые, на мой взгляд. Ну и что? Ну и что? Вот они такие. Извините, ради бога, не надо обижаться, что вас на эту встречу, вашего главного редактора, не позвали. Наверное, другие встречи нас не зовут. Поэтому мне кажется, что ваши претензии не обоснованы. Что касается публикаций, именно потому, что президенты стали те, кто вам давал информацию, и давал информацию, какому, не помню, Тибел, Коммерсант, не помню. Значит, они были неточными, а это цитата президента, которые немедленно стали комментироваться. Значит, видимо, там было принято решение дать точные цитаты. Причем лично мне Песков позвонил и спросил, можем мы дать часть ответа на твой вопрос? Я сказал, да, конечно. Хотя мне это тоже не сильно нравится, честно говоря. Ну да, конечно, мы соавторы вопроса и ответа, как положено. Поэтому я, честно говоря, никакого камня от вас не получил. Еще раз повторяю, про Сафронова на пресс-конференциях Путин 2 раза сказал, а потом и в закрытой части с журналистами, когда ему задали вопрос после пресс-конференции, он тоже показали, он тоже сказал, да, он показал неполное знание досье. О чем это свидетельствует? Ни о чем с точки зрения настоящего досье. Ни о чем. Я ничего от Владимира Владимировича про то, что находится в деле, не узнал. А я хочу узнать, что в деле для того, чтобы разговаривать с людьми, да, которые предъявляют Сафронову на первый взгляд странные претензии. Вот и все. Это простая история. Я здесь не вижу никакого противоречия. Абсолютная профессиональная работа. Ты не можешь чего-то утверждать, не имея подтверждения. Я по делу Сафронова, вот я сейчас прочитал его интервью, что я из него взял? То, что с ним следователь не работает. Вот я могу теперь, встречаясь с разными людьми, сказать, ну, что вы мне рассказываете, когда 4 месяца человек сидит, ему следователь не захочет, что он сидит? Если все так ясно, если все предъявлено, что он сидит? Тогда объяснить. Что он может убежать, может, не может, паспорт его отняты, браслет на ногу, что сидеть-то? Это я могу сказать. А по сути ничего не могу сказать. Но это никак не связано с тем, что сказал президент. Ну да, президент сказал не то, что есть. Да, это все отметили, мы это отметили. Дальше он должен знать это досье до строчки. Не первый случай, между прочим, когда он не знает то или иное досье. Не первый. И, думаю, не последний. Ну да.
Так, Петр, спасибо. Рустем.
Ой, а можно коротко? Я был на самом верху 2 раза. Пожалуйста, дайте
Валентин,
слово.
да, Валентин Преображенский. Да,
Ой, спасибо большое.
были,
Завтра,
подтверждаю.
завтра я делаю модель мира с Аркадием Гларковичем в 6:30. У нас на модели мира было 2 президента Мексики, Болгарии, также человек, которому в первом мире ДНК отредактировали, даже робот Вера, больше 100 встреч мы сделали. Это разговор о смысле жизни, о том, как устроен мир, о сложных дилеммах. Вот я хочу пригласить Алексея Алексеевича посмотреть этот формат и посмотреть, как я постараюсь заполнить чат, чтобы там был максимум 10 тысяч человек. И мой вопрос к Алексею Алексеевичу: как вам прислать приглашение выступить, ну, точнее, поучаствовать в качестве, то есть, чтобы я у вас взял в этом формате интервью, очень глубинное интервью о мировоззрении.
Ну, смотрите, есть почта АВ, Алексей Алексеевич Венедиктов, ААВ, собака, эхо, МСК.ру. Через точку эхо, еще, МСК.ру. Пришлите.
Хорошо, надеюсь, скоро так встретимся. И, друзья, подписывайтесь на спикеров. Это способ узнать о следующих встречах.
Правда.
Да, иначе вы просто, мы потеряем друг друга. Не потеряйте друг друга, подписывайтесь. И, Алексей Алексеевич, чтобы я мог вас завтра добавить в этот чат, если вы захотите посмотреть, зафоловьте меня, пожалуйста.
Сейчас сделаем, не проблема.
Да, Валентин, спасибо.
Сделано.
Рустем.
Да, добрый вечер.
Доброе
Доброе
вечер.
утро, вернее.
Ой,
У меня достаточно ватный вопрос, хотя в ватности меня, те, кто меня знает из этой комнаты, не могут заподозрить. Что творится с либеральными СМИ в плане освещения коронавируса, обрывшей темы? Я вспоминаю, как Игорь Иртенев в утреннем развороте из своей ферсановки, из бункера говорил, что нужно и дальше усиливать самоизоляцию, что с русским мужиком иначе нельзя, только сильно штрафовать, держать на привязи. Там Матвей Гонопольский и Алексей Нарышкин помнят, как он комментировал видео, где пассажиры киевского троллейбуса выволакивают мужчину без маски наружу, и всем троллейбусом его дружно, жестко очень мудохают, кричит, что так правильно делать, абсолютно правила для всех едины и так далее. Да? И я помню голосование 8 марта, которое проводило «Эхо», в котором 86% аудитории «Эхо Москвы» высказалось за то, что они против отмены карантина, хотя всех выпустили на улицу. И вы знаете, меня приглашали несколько раз...
8 марта?
8 мая, извиняюсь. 8 мая, когда Собянин сказал, что конец карантину. Вот. И меня несколько раз приглашали на Первый канал в 2 передачи, каюсь. Это «На время покажет», раз 15 я там у них был как врач из Германии, эксперт по Европе. И был у Саши Гордона, кстати, у него сегодня день рождения был. Да.
Сегодня или вчера?
Ну, уже вчера теперь. Да.
Черт, не успели
по Гринвичу еще сегодня.
Да,
вот,
я понял.
Там абсолютная, так сказать, рокировка. То есть вроде бы ватная передача реакционная Шейнина, куда я шел с абсолютным намерением там, ратовать за свободу человека и так далее, против глупых ограничений. Там как раз была достаточно легкая атмосфера, и все достаточно иронизировали много по поводу ограничений ВОЗ, по поводу глупости там областей и так далее, Роскомнадзора. Когда я приходил к Саше, который такой прозападный и такой вроде бы либеральный товарищ, там мне приходилось поливать себя антисептиком, приносить с собой бесконечное количество тестов, там, создавать маски там и так далее. И все говорили только о том, как побольше похмелизировать население.
Рустам, простите,
да?
кроме ваших хождений, да, замечательно, вопрос или упрек, можете еще?
Да, упрек такой, да, то есть вопрос такой, что творится, почему поменялись местами, почему либеральные СМИ сейчас становятся настолько реакционными, как раз ратуют за ограничение свобод. Я говорю это не просто так, потому что в Германии там же абсолютно зеркальная ситуация, то есть там, как говорится, мейнстримовские СМИ, они как раз там Шпигель, Тагесшау, они все как раз топят за ограничение свобод, а единственная партия, которая топит за снятие ограничений, это АФД, а все СМИ, которые говорят против, вот как это? То есть для меня это главный вообще диссонанс последнего года, то есть я до сих пор в шоке и не понимаю, как такое может быть.
Ну, во-первых, надо признать, что надо представлять разные точки зрения, и единой точки зрения, особенно в первой части пандемии, ни у кого не было. Мы видели, и как правительство меняли свое поведение. Просто растерялись все, давайте назовем это своими словами. А что, врачи не растерялись, что ли? А врачи давали совершенно противоположные, эпидемиологи, советы, в том числе президентам, канцлерам и так далее. Да? И люди рыскали. Это страх, люди испугались, смертей было много, болезней тяжелых еще больше. Ничего, выправилось. Я не понимаю, что вы говорите про либеральные СМИ, можно говорить про либеральную аудиторию, да, но СМИ должны информировать население о разных точках зрения. Население принимает ту или иную точку зрения и согласно с ней. Были легкомысленные, в том числе на Первом канале истории. Я, поскольку там как бы Москвой занимался, я про количество смертей-то знал и давал это в эфир. Ну, тогда от этого отмахивались. Ну, подумаешь, 12-миллионная Москва на 5 тысяч смертей больше в месяц. Ну, что такое 5 тысяч? Ну, копейки, пока близких не ударил. А потом начался падеж вокруг. И у людей изменилось мнение. Вот и все. Люди вообще очень гибкие существа, они меняют свою позицию. Более того, если редакционная политика направлена на одну идею, аудитория начинает под нее подстраиваться. А если на разные идеи, то аудитория начинает разваливаться и обсуждать, что, собственно, и хорошо. Поэтому ничего в этом не вижу удивительно. Мы видели, как значит, господин Фаучи, который главный по ковиду, да, тоже менял свои рекомендации. Уж профессионалы, что вы хотите от журналистов или что вы хотите от слушателей вообще? И врачи разные, и политики разные, и меняли свою точку зрения. Сначала был грандиозный испуг, растерялись, не знали, что делать. Ну, надо честно сказать, не знали, что делать. И я говорил о том, что власть не знает, что делать. И первое желание – закрыть и запретить, потому что это кажется эффективным. Потому что видно, когда закрыто и запрещено, видно, что есть деятельность. Что-то мы делаем, мы не оставили людей наедине с бедой. Потом стало понятно, что это имеет ограниченный эффект. Естественно, а население продолжает пугаться. По-моему, тут ничего такого нового я не сказал. Леш?
Ника, будьте добры, давайте ваш вопрос. Доброй ночи.
Доброй ночи. Вопрос будет немножечко дурацким, но немножечко зато коротким. Алексей Алексеевич,
Ну и ответ будет дурацкий.
Спасибо за дискуссию. Я сегодня просто с вами виделась в комнате днем в обсуждении про памятник отдельно.
Да, помню.
Благодарность за него, за эту комнату. Сейчас ночь, и у вас поменялась аватарка. У вас специальная аватарка дневная и аватарка ночная?
Не-не, мне просто было указано, что я на той аватарке маленький и неузнаваемый. У меня есть несколько рисунков, которые благодарные слушатели меня изображают в виде хрен знает чего, но я выбрал большую. Теперь она будет постоянной, чтобы сразу было видно, что это я.
Спасибо.
Спасибо, Ника. Антон. Да, слушайте, мы еще посидим минут 5-7.
Ну, я могу, да, у меня все равно, я уже
Вы
почти
можете.
лежу.
Все.
Да.
Мы вас на вокзал проводим потом. В
До вокзала все-таки мы дотягивать не будем.
Да, не
минут
будем,
еще
не
5-7.
будем.
Да, где-нибудь.
Антон, давайте вы.
Доброй
Антон.
ночи. У меня вопрос к Александру Стальевичу. Александр Стальевич, как вы считаете, к чему может привести вся эта история сейчас с Медведчуком на Украине? Не скатимся ли мы в какой-то очередной кризис, военный или экономический? И раз уж дали слово, хочу уточниться у Алексея Алексеевича. По-моему, насколько я помню, при Дзержинском начались внесудебные приговоры. Да? Это приговоры без участия обвиняемого. Вот, наверное, только поэтому уже вредно ему ставить памятник. Поправьте меня, если не прав. Спасибо большое.
Саш?
Про Украину, ну, мне кажется, ничего катастрофического такого там происходить не будет и обвального. А в обратную сторону, наверное, наиболее вероятный сценарий развития ситуации – это замораживание всего этого конфликта лет на 100 примерно. Ну, плюс-минус. Не знаю, может на 150, может на 180. Приднестровский конфликт, неразрешенный ему уже 30 лет, он был почти бескровным. А здесь пролилось много крови, и это все было относительно недавно. И найти выход из этой ситуации довольно сложно. Выходы, которые можно найти, они по разным причинам политически неприемлемы либо для одной стороны, либо для другой. И наиболее вероятный сценарий – это замораживание вот этой ситуации, как она есть, плюс-минус там, ну, на многие десятилетия, скажем так. А сценарий какого-то резкого ухудшения, ну, кажется, маловероятен.
Как мне сказал один из наших Саши общих товарищей, да мхом там все поросло, имея в виду отношения между Украиной и Россией. А что касается вопроса про Дзержинского, там за ним числится, ну, по документам две вещи. Я уже говорил сегодня. Первая вещь – это заложничество. Вот он брал залог, вот это было его решение, его директива, брать членов семей, военспецов в том числе, которые служили в Красной армии. В случае ухода расстрел семьи. Это его. И второй документ, который есть, он написал письмо в Совнарком, предоставить право ЧК региональным, местным, расстреливать без трибуналов напрямую. И там много наркомов возразили, там нарком юстиции Крыленко писал отзыв, по-моему, Рыков писал отзыв, а его поддержал Ленин. ЧК получила такое право, ну, кстати, региональное, да, не то, что там ЧК в Москве, которое там можно было апелляцию, не-не, вот где-нибудь там в Благовещенске, да, у ЧК даже не тройки никакие, просто там принимается решение, подписывается бумажка, да, это решение продавил Дзержинский, вот это я знаю точно. Поэтому вот отвечая на ваше, то, что вы сказали, там в отсутствии вынесения приговоров, ну, я думаю, в ходе гражданской войны так оно и было, но я не уверен, что это ЧК, я думаю, что это армия делала, Троцкий. Я не знаю. Вот, Леш.
Катя, доброй ночи, ваш выход.
Доброй ночи еще раз. Алексей
Доброй ночи,
Алексеевич,
Катя.
у меня, ну, на самом деле, время уже без 23, поэтому я за вами оставляю право, ну, как бы выбрать вопрос. У меня есть позитивный, а есть тяжеленький. Вот какой предпочитаете?
Давайте тяжеленький, я выбираю.
Хорошо, тогда я его сформулирую так. Я недавно была в комнате со Светланой Тихановской. И что меня абсолютно поразило, ну, как бы очень трезвое обсуждение там текущей ситуации и, соответственно, раскладки сил. И была отдельная тема, которую я, к сожалению, ни в одной комнате ни со штабом Навального, ни с представителями ФБК, ни вообще в принципе не слышала никогда такого дискурса, как какая-то альтернатива для, скажем так, силовых структур, да, то есть никто не предлагает, ну, по крайней мере, в России у нас повестки, да, для так называемых штыков силовых, ну, силовиков, которых там Росгвардия, не знаю, ОМОНа и так далее. Вот в отличие от, собственно, вот этой комнаты с Тихановской, в которой люди, представители ее штаба, очень здраво рассуждали, говорили там и касательно иллюстрации каких-то там дальнейшей судьбы, ну, то есть давали, скажем так, надежду и понимание развития там в новой Беларуси. Это первый вопрос. Ну, как бы, что вы думаете, собственно? Вопрос в том, ну, как бы, как вы считаете, должна ли эта тема, в принципе, ну, как бы, выводиться на поверхности, должны ли быть такие обсуждения у нас? Это первый вопрос. И второй, вот, это, ну, совершенно удивительно, у меня мама из Благовещенска, я вот очень часто слушаю ваши эфиры, вы очень часто упоминаете среди, ну, как бы, огромного количества российских городов именно Благовещенск. Расскажите, пожалуйста, с чем это связано? У вас какая-то там история интересная была? Спасибо.
Ну, Благовещенск, когда я ездил, произвел на меня неизгладимое впечатление, не похож ни на один город. Мы еще загнали меня еще в Китай, туда по мосту тогда. Естественно, все это там для европейского парня, так это все было экзотически со всеми этими делами. Поэтому у меня как-то Благовещенск осталось впечатление. Просто всплывает и все. Да и название мне нравится. А что касается силовиков, конечно, эта тема должна быть, тем более вот проблема еще до иллюстрации, как вы говорите, там шагать и шагать, даже до идеи. А вот деаномизацию я бы эту тему бы обсудил. Опасности и риски деаномизации. Ну и необходимость, опасности и риски, да, потому что мы видим, к чему это привело там, ну, в Белоруссии, там, понятно, но у нас уже тоже стало происходить. В результате Павел Дуров просто изменил политику Телеграма, да, и стал удалять эти телеграм-каналы, где появлялись списки деанонимированных не только, соответственно, силовиков, но и там девушек-эскортниц, потом еще протестующих. В общем, это изменило позицию соцсети. Да? То есть он не счел правильным, что платформа занимается деаномизацией, счел это политическим. Тема очень интересная, я подумаю, как ее организовать, чего там, не только же силовики, есть чиновники, а есть еще телеграм-каналы, где публикуют домашние адреса и телефоны активистов. Да? И как надо это избегать? А как это надо избегать? А надо ли это избегать? Или пусть суки знают, да, как с разных сторон звучит. Вот, так что очень интересная тема, но она включает в себя тему силовиков. Что касается иллюстрации, я, честно говоря, отношусь к ней осторожно, потому что, ну, изучая историю разных революций, тогда таких слов не было, было очень много сведения счетов во время вот этих вот люстраций, конфискаций, личных счетов, соседи с соседями. Да, и эта история такая очень острая про люстрацию. Этого судью иллюстрируем, этого судью иллюстрируем, это, знаешь, он однажды вынес, ну и так далее. Я думаю, что про это надо говорить, но надо вытягивать не только там, знаете, красивым знаменем махать, а взвешивать риски для будущего государства. И мне кажется, что вот это делается однобоко и односторонне. Ну, как мог, Кать, так и ответил, извините.
Джамиль, я надеюсь, вы не заснули.
Там впереди еще наш этот самый, да, просит слово, наш человек, который нам помогал, забыл, как модератор, ядрёт. Да,
Ага,
да, Джамиль, да.
Джамиль.
Доброй ночи. Долго вас слушаю. Честно сказать, становится грустно вот от услышанного в отношении коридоров и
Почему?
людей, которые попадают во все эти ситуации, за которых приходится идти по кабинетам, что-то доказывать.
Да.
Вопрос короткий. Есть ли свет в конце этих коридоров?
Да. Вы меня, конечно, извините, вот вам грустно, а ты когда вытаскиваешь невиновного человека, ну, или облегчаешь ему жизнь, так это свет в глазах, что называется. Это такая удача. Ну, Рамиль, ну и вообще жизнь не состоит только из, там, на мой взгляд, у меня во всяком случае, если вот вытаскивание из коридора, вообще жизнь состоит из многих, в том числе радостей. Сейчас скажу лицемерно, радость общения вот здесь, да, но на самом деле есть семья, есть друзья, есть масса вещей, которыми я увлекаюсь и делаю помимо этого, а коридор — это часть жизни, ну она, ну как, ну она часть жизни.
Incorporate the networking that I did with my events into the mix of creating opportunities across a regional area. Because, you know, with us being online now, it allows my business to grow in a different way, especially with a post-COVID type of strategy. What are some of your ideas that may, you know, help me at this time of transition? And just as I was listening, I'm in a season of transition right now. And I think this is a great time to be here and absorb all of the great knowledge that you guys are putting out. And I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Actually, Jay, just repeat the question part only in one sentence. I think we'll get a little bit more clarity for you there. I think they got it, but just the question part only.
Okay, so being in a system of transition for my business as it translates from a physical online event that I had, kind of like a red carpet networking event for people in the entertainment industry. You know, what are maybe some tips that you guys can see that, you know, the way we're going, I mean, this is a transition for a lot of people. And so some of my ideas are definitely include, you know, Clubhouse into this, but I would love, you know, some feedback on where you guys see, you know, different businesses transforming during this time and maybe some ideas that I could run away with.
Yeah, this is Jeff the entrepreneur. So just a clarifying question. You were doing something that was in the event space and you were like a video guy in the event space. And now you have to transition, correct?
Correct. You have it right. It was a entertainment industry.
Right, entertainment industry. Perfect. So yeah, what you want to do is you want to find so the thing is with the recession and everything, there was no shortage of money. It was just a transfer of money. And you just want to figure out exactly where that money goes through in your skill set. So whatever skill set you have that you were doing, that same type of client just transferred their online somewhere. So you just need to find exactly where they're at and the problem that they're looking for. So really how I blew up during COVID was exactly doing this, finding people in your spot and transition and be able to find the person that use your skill set to find them to help where they're at. Like I know one of my buddies, Andy Adate, who I'm business partners with, he had a speaking business that he helped people speaking. He switched to the VA business. That's the one that, you know, I'm partnership and I have VAs, right? So he pivoted as well and now helps everybody do virtual assistants. For you, if you have like the video editing ability, There's a dude I can actually probably connect you with, and I don't want to say DM me because people get mad, but he's vid shops, and I have a whole video thing. And if you have video editing or something in that space, I feel like that would be the same type of guy. You'd go in, learn from their service on how they're doing it online, and then maybe go into there as an entrepreneur. And then if you want to build your own business, give him value, see if there's a spot you can work with him, make some money. I know I'm bringing him a lot of business now, so that might work. If you actually, it would be, we could, I don't want to take up too much time of everybody here, but basically figure out where it is. And then you can just watch exactly what he does, duplicate it, build your own business online. That's the sense. So if anybody else wants to speak into that, but I kind of understand exactly where you're stuck.
Yes, Darren. Were you doing events as in just recording or actually planning the events?
Yeah, so the events, they were definitely, we were planning, like I built a team and a culture around that. Yeah, we were planning live events. Yep.
Excellent. So here's the thing. There's a group. Are you familiar with the Virtual Events and Experiences Collective? There's a group out there right now, and you want to join that clubhouse, virtual events, and they have daily, weekly things going on as far as ideas for virtual events that you can put together. And these are the top people who have been doing it, from everybody from John Legend to as far as just regular Joe Schmo, planning the events. And it's headed up by Rachel Green and Bree, who's out there, Donna Frio, and they've been running this for weeks now, months. It's an incredible club. It's called Virtual Events Experiences Collective. Now you'll learn about all of the cutting edge stuff they're talking about, because they're always on cutting edge and they're brilliant. But in addition to that, even if you had to just go to straight up good old fashioned Zoom and start off some Zooms, I've been helping, artists as well as other creative entrepreneurs who've been getting on Zoom and just turning those into workshops, events, and whatever have you. And that opens up the door. That's what's been working really well. Everybody, of course, wants to go back to live, everybody, but at least you have some of the virtual, and the virtual honestly is here to stay even when COVID goes away, man. So if you have any other questions, you can DM me, but that has been working. You definitely want to get in that clubhouse because they have tons of great resources on how to do it.
Hey Jay, this is Ty.
Woo-hoo.
Ooh, I'm sorry. This is Tyresa Ty. And Darren is absolutely correct. I've worked with a lot of artists as it relates to virtual events. And although they have the company he was speaking with, I would encourage you to also consider freelancing. I've put together events for Mike Epps. I did a virtual event for the inauguration and many more events. And so you have so many, you have like a world of entertainers, artists, comedians, not just singers that are dying to work again. It's going to be a minute before we can work again as relates to the entertainment world, because while the world is trying to social distance, we live for large audiences, right? So you could make a ton of money. That's a great skill set. So I encourage you to tap in and do more of in the room that Darren shared, but also think about what you can do as an individual to support a lot of these artists, because virtual is not going anywhere. And right now, I know that we revisit shows every month. These are huge events, and everything has been pushed back pretty much to at least 2021. So you can make a ton of money. If there's any other way I can help you and elaborate more, you can DM me. This is Tyresa Ty, and I hope that helps. I'm out.
This is Marina Wari. I had my own event that we've been doing for 12 years. And obviously, as everybody else, we had to pivot. So we actually ended up building a $20 million virtual studio that we have in Las Vegas that pivoted into the largest event that we just had in December of 40,000 people. I think the most important part to understand is, first of all, like some of the speakers on stage said, virtual is not going anywhere. I hope I can share with you guys the optimism of live events coming back in 2021. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening because vaccines, regardless of which side of the spectrum you are for or against, doesn't matter. There is not enough capacity to vaccinate the entire world in the next couple of years. So plus there is a big study that's been done, then the consumer confidence is not coming back until 2024. So I hate to be a kind of like a party pooper to everybody here with the bad news, but on the other side, that means that there is an opportunity for all of us to capture the market and just see how you can pivot to the virtual events. But most importantly, realizing virtual interactive, that's where the key is, because everybody's sick and tired of the Zoom, and everybody kind of like have a Zoom fatigue. Utilizing different platforms, and we actually utilize Zoom, but in such a different way than Zoom itself reaching out to us to find out what are we doing and how we implementing it. So this is Marina Worry. DM me if you want to. I'll see if we can help you, because we work with a lot of events producers now who bringing their clients into our studio.
I mean,
All
she's
right.
the ultimate master.
Thanks.
I just say,
Yeah.
take advantage of that opportunity. They're the #1 in that
Yeah,
space. That's amazing.
Yeah, they rocked it, Marina. You guys did incredible. 40,000 people, Jay. They know what they're doing, so did excellent. So, all right, Jay, you got poured into your cup runneth over. I assume you get some good value out of that.
Oh, always. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And I'll be reaching out to y'all in your DMs. Appreciate the time that you took to pour into me. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, you're ready, but you're welcome, buddy. Appreciate you coming back up. And just if you will, I know you follow most of the people, but we have some new mods on and speakers on. If you can follow those, everybody would greatly appreciate it. So thank you. And Gianna, we're over to you there, young lady. Why don't you share with us in 30 seconds or less your question, and we'll get it answered for you. Gianna, you have to unmute yourself in the lower right corner. Well, I think you know that because you don't have a party hat anymore, so you may have stepped away. So we just hold there. We'll go over to Kimberly. So Kimberly, you're up. Share with us your question in 30 seconds or less, and somebody on this panel is going to get an answer for you.
Well, hello, thank you. And I just want to say my 30 seconds I'd like to spend thanking all of you on this panel. Again, today was one of those days that was unbelievable, and I get more out of this room than I ever imagined. And I just really wanted to say thank you and keep doing what you do, because even as an audience member, not asking a question, we benefit from that. So thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate you in those kind words. So we're going to go over here to the crypto. Yes.
Brad. Hey, this is Big Mitch. How you doing?
Hey, Big Mitch. How are you?
Hey, I just real quick. JT, are you back in here? I was just in another room. I had followed JT in there, and I don't know if JT came back in here, but I wanted to just give JT a little bit positive reinforcement for just what went down over there. And
okay, just see if you can do. I think he's back in. Click his profile and then do a closed room right there. You'll see it in green where you can do a closed room. I think with him.
All right, you got it.
That would
Thanks,
be
buddy.
great. I think I know what you're talking about. But anyway, yeah, just appreciate you, Big Mitch. You're always welcome here, as you know, brother. Okay, we're going over. Gianna, did you come back?
Sorry, someone was at the door.
That's okay. I understand. So go ahead and ask us your question.
I'm going to just do a big thank you. These rooms, it's like you've brought us into a docudrama. Like you're every day, and JT is every day, and Brad Lee is every day. And I love the conversations, and Forbes Riley and Damon John and the Sharks and Patty Stanger. And it's like, I don't want to miss anything that's going on. I've been on since 7 a.m. and I just didn't want to do anything else today but listen to this. And I wanted to give you a big thank you. And because of this room, I wanted to pitch better. I wanted, if I spoke about my business to anyone, I wanted to be able to speak about it in a much more impressionable way. And so I took Forbes Riley pitch class. I'm probably interested in putting my course on Brad Lee's platform. So when you think you're not doing something, I know I'm not giving money to you yet, but you're helping us so very, very much that we're privy to this information. I really want to say thank you to everyone.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming up. Moderators, I know, received that very well, and because they do, Gianna, they work hard, and that's why we, even if, I'm kind of keeping you guys on track, and I know sometimes that may offend somebody, but we're just trying to get to as many of you can and help you guys out, because, some of you have been waiting for hours, and I know you're getting poured into, but they appreciate it because these guys work endlessly. I mean, you see us up, you get up at 3 a.m. in the morning, and many times we're on here answering questions and coaching. So, but I know everybody receives that and appreciate that. So thank you for coming up. And man, I just got to, and it's crazy how you I mean, look at who JT's brought on the phone on the room already today, and he's got many coming. But just when you go down into the audience and look around and see who's down there. I mean, there's a guy this morning that sent me a follow, and he only had like 30, 40 followers. I guess he's legit. Says he's Gordon Ramsay, right? And so he's and I went and checked out his site. I don't know if it's the real Gordon Ramsay or not, but my point is, I mean, you meet some incredible people here on this app. They're just kind of floating around. You just look up beside you, down in the audience, and wow, the quality of people and what we can all teach and learn from each other is amazing. So anyway, thank you for coming up, and we're going to keep it rolling and do a handful more, and then we'll probably do a couple of interviews with some of the key folks on here as well. So thank you again, and I don't know how to pronounce the flying high crypto guy, the Sabi? How do you pronounce
Fabio.
that? What is it?
Fabio.
Fabio?
Yes,
Okay.
Fabio. Yeah.
Fabio. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. What is your question? Thanks for coming up.
Hey guys, big shout out to JT, Brad, and ML. This question is specifically for you guys because I wanted to ask in regards to work-life balance in a healthy way. I'm a recovering serial entrepreneur, workaholic like many of us on here, and now heavily addicted to Clubhouse like many of us on here. So my question quickly is, do you guys have a system at your level? I mean, obviously our list of things to do is endless and it just keeps going and going and going, especially now with Clubhouse. What do you guys do to systemize your week or your day to inject some healthy downtime? I'm Sabio.
Well, I don't. Okay, since you were addressing that to us, I'll go first, and JT's not back yet. We'll let some other people jump into it. I mean, is that you want before Clubhouse or after? It was a lot different before Clubhouse, but as far as the healthy downtime, but no, I think you kind of take what's been said here earlier today. You set your goals, you make some lists. Now, here's the thing I think gets confusing. I think maybe with the someone Lila, one of the ones earlier, I think maybe confused what we said. And when we talk about setting goals, guys, I'm not talking about in just setting business goals. You should have family goals. You should have spiritual goals if you're into that, and you should have physical and health goals and relationship goals. So when I say set your goals and then ask yourself throughout the day, is this going to help me reach my goals? I'm talking about making sure that you don't just make just work goals or business goals. So because I don't believe there's this everybody says, how do I get in balance? How do I get in balance? I think I just don't believe. I think that's BS. I don't think anybody's ever going to get in true balance. I think you can try to have your most perfect imbalance of yourself that you can, but you got to, number one, prioritize what's most important to you, your business, your relationships, your family, whatever that is, and slot out the times for that every day or every week or every month, right? And I love what Mark Ferris says in his book, The 4-Day Work Week. He says, when you say I don't have time, what you're really saying is it's not a priority. So if we prioritize family and goals and such throughout, and then make sure we're asking that question, and this is one of the goals and the time frames of the goals is so important. Let me give you a quick example. Maybe this will maybe make a little bit more sense because I answered this question earlier, but then the other lady, and I don't think I answered it quite the way that maybe needed, because I think maybe it was taken of just work only. So let me just say this. Say you've got your goals in for the day, and say you're going to spend, from 7 to 9 every night with your children and your family. So that should be a goal, right? You should have that goal in there, not just your work goals, right? And so it's 7 o'clock at night, and every night you're going to spend that time. So a phone call comes in at 10 to 7. And you look at that phone call, it's going to be a business call. It's going to go in 20 or 30 minutes or whatnot. You got to ask that question. Okay, it's 10 to 7. That call is going to go long. You get ready to pick up that phone. You got to ask yourself, is what I'm getting ready to do going to help me reach my goals? Well, if your goal is to spend from 7 to 9 with the children, and that call is going to run over, then you got to say no, and it's not going to help me reach my goals, because it's not all about business goals. So it's not going to help you reach your family goals. So you can either take that call and go 10 minutes, or you can just not take the call at all. So when I say ask that question, is this going to help me reach my goals? You got to have goals in all areas of your life, because if it's all work goals, no, you're going to definitely be in an improper imbalance, right? But having goals for your family, for your quiet time, if it's 2 hours a night on a Saturday or whatever it is for yourself, whether it's a walk outside, I mean, you got to put that in and get out and get in the fresh air and the sunshine to recharge the batteries, whatever that is for you, but make a go of it. And actually, when not just a goal, put some time slots in, and that will help you, especially if you ask that question, and it'll keep you in a proper state of imbalance. Okay, so who else wants to add in?
Hey, Brad, this is Darius in the pink here in the middle. I just want to add in, so I have a good friend, David Osborne. He wrote a book called Wealth Can't Wait. He's one of the most successful people I know. He's the second largest real estate broker in the entire country. Has 4,500 realtors working for him. And he runs a group called GoBundance here in Austin, Texas. And one of the things he teaches is about the different gardens of wealth. And one of those could be financial wealth. One of those could be spiritual wealth, family wealth, friends wealth, social wealth, spiritual wealth. I can't remember the other two, but the point is that balance is around tending to all those different gardens of wealth. And what he does, which I'm just now starting to do, is building goals. So what he does is setting 3 goals for each one of those different gardens of wealth, and then tending to those gardens. And what I'm finding is, as we do that, and the more success I have in my life, the more it's that I'm finding people tend to all the gardens. Because the reality is there's a saying that I think holds true for a lot of people, and I don't want to make this decision I'm about to say. Is it health or wealth? And what a lot of people I find is they go after the wealth, and I'm fallen victim to this myself, and then we make the wealth, but we don't have the health. And there is no such thing as wealth if you're not healthy. So I think it's having that more, I want to say, a holistic viewpoint that what do you want to go, crazy around making money, and then you lose your friendships, you lose your family, you lose your spirituality, you lose your actual sanity. Well, the money's not going to do you any good then. So I love the way he approaches it. His book, Wealth Can't Wait, it's a must read. It's a New York Times bestseller. I love David. He's a good guy, and I highly recommend his work. But yeah, looking at those different gardens of wealth and then tending to them. And one of them is financial wealth. You want to put that effort there. You want that shot in the arm, but don't forget the other things that are important as well. This is Darius in the pink. Hope that helped.
Thank you so much,
Darius.
Darius.
Let's see if just hang on one second. I saw JT come back. JT, are you back?
I am back.
Okay, he would ask the question, directed it to you and I, since we're up here on the stage so much or whatnot. He's just how do you kind of work in balance of with your life and your business and such as that? So,
well, first of all, I think it's about not time management but energy management. You have to plan everything. Like I plan every 5 minutes of my day, including all this here. I mean, I'm at the gym right now, so I figured while I make my phone calls and listening to this, I'd be working out 2 birds with 1 stone. And so the idea is, for me, every 5 minutes. For you, it should be every 30 minutes. So family time, relaxing time, if there is any in business, date night, all these things. If they're not planned out, it's hard to, because then if you spend too much time, let's say, with your family, because you're being pressured there, then your business is suffering. If you spend too much time in your business, then your family is suffering. So I always tell people there are 5 things in life, right? You have wealth, you have health, you have friends, and family, you have hobbies, hobbies and fun. So those are pretty much your 5 things in there. Pick 3. Okay, you can have it all, just not at the same time, right? So I pick wealth, obviously. I pick health, which I'm at the gym, and then I pick family. So in a lot of cases, I treat my clients like family, but that's a pick. So could I play more golf? Yeah. Can I do a lot more things? But if I played a lot of golf, then something would have to give. Right. In fact, maybe we should have a 6th one, Clubhouse. And I'm actually being 100% serious. The amount of time that this is taking is like more than a whole different business as well. So you can have it all in life, just not at the same time. But if you plan it all, you can at least try and get as much as possible as in. Because the problem is that we always get too busy. Life gets us too busy, whether personal or business. And you have to realize that there's always going to be emergencies and problems and issues. So you have to learn how to stay the course, stay the schedule. Very, very rarely do I break the schedule. Extremely rarely, even for emergencies, because is it really an emergency, or is it because something I just want to handle now and get out of the way? So that's how I kind of manage. That's how I can run all these companies and be very effective and come up with ideas as well. But again, my routine because of Clubhouse has definitely changed. And so, starting on Monday, and have to make some new changes as to what I want to do. But here's the thing too. I mean, people say, how did you put a lot of followers? It was really a lot of effort. I mean, it's really what it is. I mean, it's a lot of effort, a lot of reaching out, a lot of relationships, a lot of value being and giving, a lot of thoughts and strategy to it. And I do that in all aspects of my life. So I hope that helps.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
How'd that serve you, James? That gives you some great answers.
Yeah, wonderful, Brad, JT, Darius. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. I'm Sabio, the Cosmic Cowboy on the magenta background. Over to Brad.
Love it, love it, love it. So thank you, sir. Thanks for coming up. And we're gonna go, guys. We're gonna do a couple more here. Just try to pour in because we gotta, I just want to make sure we get some audience participation, and then we're gonna come back and do some round robins and then maybe an interview or two there. So with some of you. So we've got, and thanks for everybody pouring in. Let's go over here to Tom. Tom, what's your question?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. My question is, I'm in the sales, so my sales cycle is 90 days. So in other words, I'll get paid 90 days from now from the work that I put in today. I'm in real estate sales. If I were to go to another country, doesn't matter, the States, Greece, any other country, and I decide to want to make an income using just online, what is the average sales cycle from the time that you start putting any effort or any work in until you actually get paid? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll add something there real quickly first. I mean, to me, it's going to be, what are you selling? Who you're selling it to? Do you have to stock product? You already have the product. I mean, the sales cycle could be, 5 minutes, right? You have something, you make a transaction to sell to somebody, you get paid, it's done. It depends on if you want to. Do you have anything particular you want to tell us what you're selling? Then that might help a little bit. But otherwise, it's going to fluctuate based on, who you're selling, where your prospects are, or the online, or the in public, or face to face, etc.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't have anything particular to sell.
Based on, again, then once you set up whatever you're going to sell in your business, obviously online it could take a little bit longer, but it really depends on how you kind of set the sales process up in most cases. So I mean, and it takes the process of the contract and the title, et cetera, and the home inspection. Other things are a lot simpler, a lot quicker. So you've walked into a car lot, I'm sure, and bought a car on the same day and it's done. So anybody want to add to that?
Hey, Brad, this is Scott Lumley. Red flames behind me. I'm in another country now, and I think it's important. I left to Tennessee about 4 months ago and come over here, and it didn't take me very long to identify a whole lot of things that I can make money with. Being in Morocco, one particular is 9 out of 10 people don't have a debit card here, or credit. Hardly anybody has a credit card. Only the very, very wealthy. And what I was noticing is the fact that these people were wanting consumer goods but couldn't get them because they didn't know how to use the internet. So I opened a company called Verify City, where people walk in the front door and they pay in cash, and we actually process their transactions through our website back to the United States. So it all comes down to identifying. If you're going to go overseas, there's lots of opportunities. You just got to identify what might work for you. This right here, I filled a niche. It's brand new. It's only a few months old, but it's starting to grow very rapidly because we're educating people over here how to use the internet and how to buy products online. So basically, what we've done is we've got a little baby Amazon that we kind of have to hold people's hands to the process, but it's very effective and could end up being a very good company.
Excellent. All right. So that gets you serviced, Tom?
Yes, I couldn't see exactly who was speaking there.
I'm going to be JT Fox for a second. Fox for a second. Here's the problem. Scott, I think Scott did that. Here's the problem. This notion that you think you can move to another country and just make money on your laptop is some fallacy that other people who sell courses, by the way, make money by selling you courses, that's the type of lifestyle you have. Making money online is hard. You got to build a brand, got to have a product. If you have no experience, you have no business selling courses right now. I would focus on building a business, not saying myself, where do I leave and become the laptop millionaire? Because you're just setting yourself up for failure. It's really hard to make money online. really hard, and it takes time. If you've got runway, great. I think it'd be something you set up more on the side on top of doing something else. But people are like, oh, I'm going to move to Bali and I'm going to be an internet marketer and make all this money. And then like a year, 2 years later, they come back and they're out of money. And they have a nice tan when they showed up at my events, but they had no money. And so I think we have to be very realistic. And I know this is not the 9 o'clock no BS room, but I think we still have to be realistic and call it out for what it is for the benefit of the audience. Because, I don't want people to think that they could just move anywhere or just quit their job or just go to a place and just on a laptop make a lot of money, because I've rarely seen it. I've seen it once or two, but they had tons of experience doing like that. So I think rather than saying what's going to make me the most amount of money online and how long does it take, what am I going to sell? What's the product? What's the lifetime value? What are the upsells? Spending money online. First of all, do you have the budget to spend, as you scale $10,000, $15,000 online? Are you ready to do you have the team in place? Who's going to be your back end? Who's going to do your fulfillment? What are you going to sell? What price point? How are you going to test? This is why you need a coach if you're going to do that. But I'm not sure that's the right thing for you this second. I would focus more on building a business that's sustainable, predictable, and consistent. If you've got enough money and you just move somewhere and it doesn't make money, then that's okay. But if you're going to rely on, well, if it takes 6 months for me to make money, then I can move and in 6 months I'll make money. Well, it may not work. And so I don't want anybody to put themselves in a financial jeopardized situation. And that's why in this case, in the type of business you are, it's part-time to what you're already doing full-time, which means now you're working twice as much your job or your business, and you do that as well. But to move to another place and do that online, it doesn't work on it. Does any mods want to chime in on this point? Am I wrong? Am I right? Or am I off point?
JT, could I clarify something real quick?
Sure, Scott.
Verified City is not an online company. Verified City is a brick and mortar company that we have, that people, they walk in and we educate them on how to order online.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Scott.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify
right.
that. But I agree with what you just said.
No, I mean, so your story is you made a shitload of money in Nashville from the research that I did on you. And then you took that boatload of money, you didn't want bullshit, and you went to Morocco, and now you have a giant resort, and you could do whatever you want. So you could move whatever you want because you walked away with like a 8-figure plus. So in this situation, that's what I'm saying to him. You did it, and then you moved, and now you have a resort. So I don't think you're the right candidate. And not that, that I thought what you said was wrong. What you said was right, but I was more to the core of his initial question. Like, that's what I wanted to make sure that we point out as well. Plus, we should interview Scott as Brad as well. Find out how the hell he has a resort in Morocco and all that. That would be a fascinating story for people. And this is to the audience. Look at how many successful people on this panel. I keep bringing people in, but all the people you want to talk to are actually on this panel right now. But does anybody want to chime in on what I just said?
Yeah, this is Marina Worry. I just wanted, first of all, you're absolutely right. You have to, it's not as easy as it sounds. And when people tell you it's like, hey, you're going to be rich tomorrow and you can work from wherever you want to, it's not that simple. You have to build the audience, you have to build the belief, the trust, and all that good stuff. But the most importantly is there are two things that you need to consider. And I forgot who asked the question, but two things to consider. First of all, is the country you're moving in. And I think you mentioned Greece. I think that you need to start there. What are the businesses there? What is the need in that marketplace and how you can fulfill that need? And then you can figure out what is the product and how you're going to deliver that product. And then when you answer two of those questions, then you can make a decision if you want to move there or if you need to move there, because I don't know if it's a want or a need, move. But you need to figure out what the marketplace needs first and what is the product that you can fulfill that need.
Awesome, good deal. So Tom, that I think you got poured into pretty good. Did you get your answer?
Yes, I did, and thank you, JT. JT, what from what you just said, and my understanding is if you feel or anyone feels that you can make a business online in another country, start first with the country that you're in and make sure that that business works, because if you can do it there, you can do it where you are. So appreciate your insight and yeah, great. Thank you very much, JP.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you coming up. And please, if you will, follow all the speakers and moderators. They're pouring their hearts and their minds into you there, brother. So good deal. So we're going to go over to Ruth. Ruth, are you ready? What's your question in 30 seconds or less?
Yes, thank you so much, all. I appreciate, thank you so much, Dominique, for bringing me up to the stage. And I appreciate all of you. I understand no one is getting paid. And I just thank you all so much for the time that you're taking to spend with us. And my question today is, earlier in the coaching session with Mr. Fox, and there was something that George, I'm sorry, I didn't catch his last name, had said that failure plus perseverance equals, and I didn't get the rest of the formula. What was the thing that failure plus perseverance equals?
Success. So you got to get through the failures, and you got to continue to persevere, one failure after another, one failure after another, one failure after, because you're going to have this, whether it's in sales and you're handling objections, you're getting objected, you're getting ejected. You got to continue to go through those objections till you learn to get your skill up and or get the numbers up till you get to the other end, to get to the income or the build the business to the point you want. So that's just an example of in sales, but it's failure plus persistence, because again, there's no failure without trying. So you got to go out here and make it happen. And I don't know that any of us get out here and, I mean, you look at Michael Jordan got cut from the high school, junior high basketball team, and you can just give example after example. But that's what they were talking about. Anybody else want to add to that?
And also too, one more thing, like when he came up with this question, like I didn't really feel the fire, sometimes, and I want him to, like, I don't know, like I would have done research and like I thought about this, or like, and maybe he's just curious. But when I'm curious, I do a lot of Googling, I do research, I read a lot, and then I would come in and be like, all right, here's what I read. Is this true? Or what about this? Or what about that? There's an opportunity here on these panels. I mean, the combined net worth, I'm sure, is well over 500 million, and maybe higher. But there's an opportunity here to really, for you guys to go vertical with your answers. Like, for example, be like, if I had to start a business online, what would be the best business online? And what's the realistic expectation that can make money, right? So now it could have been, okay, here are the types of business, right? What works, what doesn't work, you know what I mean? As opposed to, like, I think sometimes we need to be more specific with our questions in order to get the best answers as well. But I think people have to do, like, there was some lady that came to me in another room, this is like 4 weeks ago, and she comes up and she says, how do I start a nonprofit? And I responded, did you Google it? And then everybody got upset at me. And then people start messaging me privately, like, that's a great question, because, like, did you Google it? Like, how to start a nonprofit? I mean, it's right there, right? So as opposed to, if I'd done researches, I'd like to start a nonprofit. Here's what I know. Am I missing something? Right? Do you understand? So I think being like, doing that forward-thinking research when people come out to ask questions, not just here, anytime in life, I think helps you, because when you ask a question like that, you're going horizontal in your knowledge. Vertical is going deep, step by step, getting that breakthrough. And also, I think for the sake of the moderators and speakers here, I think when you go more specific, I think it makes it more fun for us and more challenging, because if not, it becomes too basic. And there's nothing wrong starting from the start, but I mean, basic in nature, right? I mean, if we were talking to a 16-year-old, it'd be like, yeah, that's a great question. But when you're an adult, it's not. So I would challenge everybody. And that was my problem when I first started. I was broke. I didn't ask good questions. And I had to sort of get coached on how to ask good questions, which, by the way, now you know my interview skills. The interviews are always good questions. And by the way, on a side note, Adam Coffey signed up a Clubhouse thing. So you guys can research him and you can add him, Adam Coffey. He's just set up a Clubhouse account. And he's actually going to start coming into our rooms. He was that impressed with today. So he didn't know he was on Clubhouse until someone, I guess, knew him and shared the info. So now he's going to be coming on, and then we get much clearer sound. So this is what happens, when we build value. So I would recommend everybody get the fire, right? Fire is something you can't put inside, you can't put it out. So just keep stoking it. This is JT.
Fantastic. Ruth, did that serve you? You got the big man weighing in on you.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, thanks for coming up. Please follow the moderators. And we got MJ Scott. MJ, what's your question?
Oh, hi, am I on? Great. So this is my first time or second time on Clubhouse, and I really love that JT just said that about the fire and everything with the passion. And right now, about a year or two ago, I started up a gym in my area, and then right when I expanded into a bigger location, COVID hit. I made it through that, and I also had a major back surgery from a congenital issue. So I have so much passion for what I'm doing because it's so successful when it shouldn't have really been successful. And I've just been pushing and pushing. And one of my questions recently is we just got voted the best in the Quad City areas. And basically, I'm a sole proprietor, and it's just me. And a big thing for me is I'm very curious on how to reach into the next like money threshold or the next like threshold there. Like it's all perspective for me. Like before I was making, you know, $100 or whatever, and it seemed like so much. And now it's thousands of dollars and it seems like so much. And then it's several $1,000s and it seems like so much. But I really want to see like how I can push it and how far I can take it. And I want to know the difference between like my current threshold that I'm in and what it takes to break into like, you know, millions or billions of dollars. And I saw that Tanner was on here, and you know, he's 28, and you know, he's such a big name in the fitness industry. And for myself, I'm 23 years old, and I really have the fire and the passion, and I know that I can go big, and I definitely feel capable, and I want to.
Okay, MJ, just let
sure.
me kind of just narrow it down here. Give us your exact question. We'll see if Tanner is available to answer it. If not him, I know we have some other people as well. So give us one sentence your exact answer and see if we can help you out.
Oh, sure, that'd be great. So I guess just breaking into the next like threshold financially, whether that's expanding my current business or if I should be investing or if I should be creating another business with some of the other ideas I have. How can I start getting into you know, building my finances, and if I should be doing it within my business or if I should be creating another whole different business, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Adam Coffey spoke a lot about that today. I don't know if you heard that interview or not, but let me ask you a couple of questions to set this up before we throw it so these guys will have a little bit more information. It's going to be hard to coach on just that question. So,
okay.
What is your current revenue in this year? What did you do in 2020? What revenue in your business?
So with 2020, with the COVID, it was a little bit tough. But I would say roughly, and I had just expanded into my new business, and I would say probably 60,000 with the COVID shutdown and everything.
Okay. I think that right there is probably going to give you the answer. I don't even think I need to ask you any more questions. I could, but I don't think so. If you're just doing 60,000, I would look at possibly doing some line extensions. In other words, adding on, as he talked about in that interview. You know, he goes to buy flowers, and he ends up with chocolates, he ends up with teddy bears and so forth. Well, you may can look at an angle of that. That's not really a new business. It's kind of a line extension, if you will. It's more of a horizontal integration. And so if you take on some more parts to increase your revenue there, but you know, until you get this business here and you know, to, you know, you don't need to take it to $1 million, but you know, several $100,000 and have somebody in place to run it for you before you look at doing something else. And then of course you saw yeah. So, and even him, when he did finally get to the point of taking on other businesses, he was in a relative market space as well. So I think where you're at right now, because the thing you don't want to do, and this is one of the biggest questions on Clubhouse, and one of these guys in one of the books wrote that millionaires have 7 different streams of income, and most of them don't. I mean, and it's nothing wrong with 7 streams, but get to that millionaire status, or get to at least several hundred thousandaire status before you, because otherwise you peel off this one, you go do something else, and then this one suffers over here, and now it either goes out or you're trying to play catch up. So I would focus on the one you've got. Look at doing some add-ons to it, but how can you expand it and scale that one single business there into several hundred thousand of sales, and then at that point maybe looking, and by then you've probably got some good people. You've replaced yourself probably by then with some quality people, and then at that point you can go on and look elsewhere. So that's just without digging into a lot of details. That would be my advice, and I'm sure some other people are going to weigh in as well.
Okay, great. And then another just quick add-on to that, off of what you just said, would you recommend expanding my current business in a single building, or would you recommend expanding the business into multiple Quad City areas? I'm in a place right now where I'm not sure if I should just enlarge and grow my current location and kind of make a mecca, or if I should try to spread out into some of the Quad City areas and kind of distribute my name more.
Yeah, again, my question would be is how much food is still on the table, and how much more can you get out of that one single location? Because again, there was a great little restaurant close to our house where my son just really loved it, and man, it had the best, these kind of organic or gourmet type tacos. It was just unbelievable, and we'd go there 2 or 3 times a week. It's just great. Well, the guy, because it was so great, and everybody said, "Oh, it's just so great, you should franchise. You should do this." Well, he opens up 3 more. He opens up 3 more, and within 6 months, well, within a year at least, he's out of business because he didn't get all you can out of what you can get right there, and just get to your profit level and make sure you've got it really the whole business model is dialed in, and you're printing, you're almost printing money, so to speak. And don't. And I'm not saying not to do it, but is there any food left on the table that you're not eating where at the table you're on before you go to set it at another table? So,
yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, that helps a lot.
Okay, anyone else want to add in? Okay.
Hey, real
right,
quick,
well,
Brad, I'll add in. I'll help her a little bit. You hear me?
Oh,
yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, real quick, I have a daughter the same age, 23 years old, did $70,000 last year, opening her own business, same thing. You just got to stay focused and keep pushing every single day. Don't try and expand too much right away. Just stay focused on your product and your path, and just set some clear goals on what your sales projections are. So if you did 60 this year, you want to do 120 next year or 200 next year. Set your goals and just work towards them, and then that'll start making it clear what you need to do to expand or hire employees. This is Tony.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, so we're going to go into, let's see, I think we have Dan, if I've got my pull to refresh correctly. So Dan, it's up to you there. What's your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys' time. It's been a great to be on here today. I've learned a lot. So my question is, how do I know when to step 100% out of production and focus on growing my business? And my goal is to be able to build a large real estate network marketing group that will help others to have financial freedom. And I'm already on my way there. I have just enough income now on the passive income side that my money to donate's taken care of, Uncle Sam's taken care of, all my marketing's taken care of, and my hard cost to live are taken care of.
Okay, who wants to jump onto that one? Or do you need more questions answered? Anybody? Moderator,
Brad,
you
I'm
still
a
there?
little lost.
Okay, you say you're a little lost. Is that what you said? All right, so let's see, Dan, let's just repeat your question in one sentence. And let's just see if we can get it a little bit more clarity. Usually when we have a pause like that, it's because they didn't understand the question. So this is by the way, this for the audience and people coming up, this is why we ask you not to do a lot of backstories, because sometimes, these guys have been here for hours and you get into a backstory sometimes, not that you did much of that, Dan, at all, but I'm just saying that when we do get into these backstories, they kind of tune out And by the time you get down to your question, they're still over here on their computer doing whatever. So we gotta help them. So help us help you. So, but
I
anyway,
think, and Brad, this is Kim and
uh-huh,
Red. I think we heard
uh-huh.
him, and I think we just all are surprised. I think you said you wanted to start a company just to have enough money to live on. A network marketing company, that's a pretty complicated thing. So I think that's the question's confusing. So even I'd love for you to restate something different. Are you asking to how to create an overall business?
No, I apologize. I'm already in a real estate company that has a network marketing component to it. So the question would be, how do I know when to step out of production and focus all my attention on growing the network marketing side of the business?
Hey, this is Marina Worry. I think I can help you with that. Is definitely, and it sounds to me that you're saying from the production company, your event production company, and that business, if I'm understanding correctly, is paying your bills, and now you're wondering how you can, or if you should put on a gas and build a future with your network marketing opportunity. I would say yes, if your bills are taken care of, and if you have, because as you know, in network marketing, like in real estate, it's going to take some time for you to build a network of people who can help you and build a business. And it's just going to take time for you to, even though it sounds like you're a great professional, network marketing has its own skills that you need to develop, and it's going to take time. So it's going to take time for you to develop the minds and the skills you need to possess. And also it's going to take time to build a network where the sales and of your own and sales of the network going to replace some of your production bills. So my advice is, if your bills are taken care of, go crazy and pour all into your network marketing future. Because if you're going to be divided with your focus and trying to serve two masters, you're not going to have either one of them. So it sounds like you're fairly safe to go all out. So that would be my advice. Go.
Yeah, I really
Dan,
appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This asking a question. Is it network marketing, or is it bringing more agents under you and your brokerage at EXP?
Yeah, it's bringing more agents on. So I almost have 500 agents.
Real quick, man. Real quick. So essentially, the only way you're going to be able to successfully do that is to be successful in your field. You know, the only way more people are going to come work for you is that they see that you're doing work yourself. So if you're focused on just bringing agents in to bring agents in, it's not going to be, you know, lucrative for you unless you're actually doing business. So focus on the business, do well, succeed, use those testimonials, and then use that as your marketing to bring in more agents. Don't focus on just trying to bring agents in just to have them, because it's not going to work.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I've been doing both, and I just wasn't sure I should stay the course, but thank you for that.
Okay, great answers, guys. So Dan, did you get? I think you got some good direction there, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Very good. So now we're over to Garrett. Garrett, state your question, and we'll get it answered for you.
You're not asking me, right? Not me.
Not that Garrett. I'm asking. Let me find the other Garrett here real quick here.
Garrett Olano.
The young Garrett,
Hey.
the young Garrett, the handsome Garrett, not the other Garrett.
Beautiful.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me up. Yes.
Ones like that, both of them yellow, and they talking about.
Oh yeah,
like
that's
4 or
worth a
5
lot of
bands.
money. That's worth a lot. I think Savage, Savage playing 2K. I think he got them, or he trying to get them. The Tokyo
Like
5.
those, little man.
I can't afford them. That's how my price range.
But if you got all them hoes like that, you could afford.
I got all my shoes for retail and shit, bro. Them Tokyo 5s is some shit that's like 6,
Not
7,
retail.
5,000. I buy my shit for like when they come out type shit. The
Let me
most I
borrow-
ever
let me
spent
bring
for
my
a
little
shoe,
bald head friend Shantae up.
I spent $1,500
Hey,
for a shoe.
Coco.
What's up, Shantae?
Hey, Coco, you gonna start coming for my bald head, sis.
Hey, you remember when they first started doing like the double pack of Jordans?
I was broke when they did that. I remember I was in high
so
school.
wait, why my ex-boyfriend had bought them and I had caught him cheating and I cut the shoes up, and then when we got back together, he wore them out on a date. Like
What?
socks hanging out, everything, didn't care.
He didn't give a fuck.
No. I was hella
Oh.
mad. I was like, so you just gonna wear the shoes though?
He like, hell yeah, you want to cut him up? I can
when I
embarrass your
ended
ass.
up getting some money, I ended up buying all them packs. So I got them now, but when they came out, I didn't get them. I was broke as hell.
Stop claiming that shit, bro.
No, I was. I'm talking about I couldn't buy them when they had came out. Like I really couldn't. God couldn't do nothing for a nigga for no damn Jordan back then, bro.
Yeah.
As soon as I got some money though, I got everything I ever
You
wanted.
caught up on their ass though.
Yeah, I bought all the
Damn
old
right.
stuff from when I was in high school. I got all that shit, bro. Everything everything from elementary, middle, and high. I even got LA gears, the ones that light up. I got everything from when I was a kid to now.
They
Every
light
shoe.
up. The Jordans light up.
No, LA gears, like from when you was a kid, you know, the light up shoes. I got like
Yeah.
a pair of them. I got Reeboks. I got
Down
Adidas.
there
I
in
got
that
Fleet
town.
Glow in the dark
Eyes.
Skechers.
I never wore Skechers though, so I would never buy them. I only buy shit that I wore.
No, I was talking about the LA Fitness.
Oh, you mean LA gears?
The LA Gears, yeah.
That's them legendary right there. I remember Michael Jackson had a pair of LA gears, man. I'm still trying to find a pair of them, but they cost too much. Like, if you do find a pair of them, shit's worth a whole lot of money. I'm a shoe head though. Like, I like more than Jordan. I got Jordans, but I got everything you could think of.
Yeah. And I know you like that. I know yellow your favorite color. That's why I asked you about those.
Yeah, man. The Tokyo 5, I ain't never gonna own
See,
them. They
you
cost
know,
too
I
much.
knew that fact about you. See there?
Yeah, yellow is my favorite color. You must be cool with my baby mama or something.
Nigga, I am Coco, nigga. What the fuck do you mean I'm down?
I'm dead. He said with his
We
baby
seen the
mama.
yellow snowsuit. What you mean?
Me, I always forget who I am. Like that's crazy.
Why do you think I forget? Why do you think I don't know you? It drive me crazy. I see you all the time.
Like you drive me crazy.
Bro, I ain't never not know who you was. And you always be like, you know who this is? I'm like, bro.
No, well, you remember when we had the party at the we was talking about your favorite color when we had the party at the Airbnb? When you had all that fucking weed, 420. When we had all that
Oh
weed.
man, you know how high I was when I seen y'all?
I wasn't even smoking then, Weezy.
I think I went back to sleep. I seen y'all and went back to sleep.
You did go to sleep. You wasn't even up.
I'm doing that again this year too. That shit was fun.
I didn't even smoke then, Meezy. I smoked now. I went home with like a bag.
Yeah, I had bought like a pound of weed and we rolled up like 1,000 blunts and we just had everybody go home with weed. I remember.
Yes, we had so many backwoods, swishers, everything a nigga needed.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it again this year because we not in quarantine, so I'm trying to get a bigger house with more weed.
That was bigger. That was big as hell, Meezy. What you mean a bigger house?
Yeah, we need to do it bigger this year, man. That was the first annual Meso Weedathon. The next one got to be bigger than that.
Yeah, for sure. Cause that shit was lit though, no cap. I ain't even smoked weed back then though.
Why everybody so quiet in here? Like, damn.
Yo, what y'all on for
Get quiet.
Cuz, man, y'all running y'all mouth. Y'all want to let us talk.
Ocho, shut up.
Let them motherfuckers talk, man.
Ocho, how long was it take you to bring me and Lex up?
I been brought
Right
Lex
in
up.
her,
Lex
man.
come up.
Ocho, where you been at?
Who that?
Assassin.
Assassin, what up? I was
Coco,
just
you missed me this morning, Coco. Ocho, where the fuck you
What
been
happened
at?
this morning?
I had to turn up on the
You ain't
bitch,
been
Coco.
listening.
I can't hear you.
I said I was just talking to you like damn near 15 minutes ago. I'm like, hey, I see you in here, but
Ocho,
you ain't,
I
you know.
was on
You
the
ain't say
phone. I
nothing.
had got a phone call.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Spoke to her when she
I
first
said,
talked.
then I say that. Then I
Yeah.
Coco heard.
What?
I said on there.
Coco, what you finna do? What's
Yeah,
up, Ocho? I'm gonna call you in a second.
When he
Alright.
said your name, I
Alright.
said your name, Assassin.
Yeah, that's my dog, Ocho.
What's up?
Girl, everybody your
How long?
dog and your friend. I hate it.
Girl,
Who
shut
is
your
that?
mad ass up. I'll smack your head when I come home, bitch.
You ain't never coming home. You been gone for years. At this
That's
point,
Marvin.
we don't want you back.
Say, look,
Marvin,
Stay in the
what area you
streets.
at?
Stay in the
Say,
streets. The streets
I'm
can
going
have
to,
you.
no, I'm going to LA Friday, girl.
Exactly. Always in the street.
I'm going to LA Friday to Monday, girl. I got some baddies filling up. We finna throw a stripper party, me and my rich friends.
Go to here.
Ain't nobody going to that shit, bro.
Boy, you don't even know who I'm talking about, and you need to hush, Jay.
Nobody going
Hey,
to your
Rich,
party,
what you
bro.
on, Rich?
Yes, it is.
I just want to know if you ready for All
It's
Stars.
the guys' party. It's not mine.
So you just not gonna come back to Chicago before we go out of town? You're wild.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet you in Atlanta.
Wow. All right, that's a week. I could do that.
If you want to go on tour with me, just stay there.
I've been saying that at this point.
I send a name and a birthday, man. I'm gonna book the flight.
Yeah, she a big
Period.
dog. Folks a big dog. She said send a name and a birthday.
Period.
Big dog.
She's so capped though, y'all. Y'all
All
gonna
right,
see her
send
in
it.
LA.
Send it and make sure you PCR'd up. You know.
For sure.
Y'all gonna see her in LA without me. I'm still be in Chicago dealing with all this.
That's because you gonna be trying to beat faces, bitch, when you need to be trying to beat me.
Whoa.
And that's period. And that's just it what
Whoa.
it is.
What they got going?
Right. But you know, I be trying to be a little business woman.
Hey,
I'm trying to
Shantae.
be on my business.
Well, we
Hey,
want to hear the
Shantae.
other stuff, not the business.
Yes,
right now.
assassin.
I'm trying to do a BIG. You ready?
They talking in code. What y'all got going on?
Well, I told her I'm trying to do a BIG. I'm trying to do a B.
Ocho can't spell, that's all.
I thought BIG. I thought you was abbreviating some shit.
Hell yeah, it's up
I
there.
thought you was abbreviating some.
Yeah, BIG. I'm trying
Ocho,
to
what
do a
is you
big.
eating?
Man, why y'all all in my background, man? Damn, man.
Nigga, that is not your background. That's
That's
right there on the forefront,
Yeah.
boy.
I wanted to
Chomp and little
eat an apple or
hungry.
something. Damn, I can't even eat an apple, motherfucker. Ocho, what you got? Y'all worse than my son.
Yeah, cause what you got is you sharing the fuck.
Yeah, hey baby Ocho. Man, I ain't no more. Post to the last. Come on, it's a wrap. I don't know.
Look, I ain't even gonna say nothing because we got into it the last time I said something about that.
Come on, Shantae. We ain't finna do that. You know we the same son, man. I'm gonna let you have it every time. I ain't gonna play with you.
That's
the big Vernon.
Don't compare us because me and Capricorns, I told you, are the devil.
No, I ain't the devil, baby. I'm God's son, baby. I'm the same sign as Jesus. I don't know what end you on.
Okay,
On the
let
December
me
side.
talk to me
On the
then. Talk
December
to me
side,
nice
you feel
then.
me? Like, you chosen child, baby.
Okay.
I don't know what you talking about. With that.
You better be.
With that.
You better be.
Good kid. What y'all on in here though? Everybody smooth, man. Everybody chilling, man.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm doing laundry.
Cooling.
My niggas ain't here saying shit like, what motherfuckers on? Y'all just trying to,
Cause they
what y'all
scared.
fly?
You know you can't say nothing.
Fly
They
another
gonna,
nigga?
y'all gonna
Y'all
put
trying
us
to
down
see,
to the
like,
ground.
y'all gonna make me think something, like, you feel me? In a minute, I'm gonna think motherfuckers just, Now, let me start tweaking over.
What's good, ladies? How y'all day was, ladies?
Yeah, get on them, cat, Damn,
Everybody's
man.
scared to take their mic off me.
You guys, today was a good day for me. Houston.
Why was it a good day, Kimmy? What happened?
Because Houston is 57 degrees today, and tomorrow's gonna be 72.
Oh,
Y'all
look at
getting
the
back to
Lord.
the
Won't
norm.
do it.
Y'all getting back to the norm, huh?
Yes, I'm happy.
So how many inches
not
of snow
cold.
did y'all get, Kimmy?
Girl, it was. I don't even. It wasn't no inches like that.
Girl, it wasn't no
It was
inches.
fucking
And all of that
millimeters.
was happening.
They had millimeters of snow.
Hell yeah,
You
Dallas got way
lying.
more snow than us. The problem was that the
You
grid had broke because the weather was. It got to 13 degrees, so they didn't winterproof the grids, and it broke. So that's why 4 million people was out of power in Texas.
Oh wow.
That makes sense, because
That do.
cities like Chicago and shit be ready for that treacherous shit. So it's like a city
Yeah.
like that, Texas,
Baby,
they
because
ain't
it's
never
getting to
seen no
negative
shit.
20 degrees down there every day.
Hell
yeah,
no.
yeah, it's just, Chicago and been through it all. So ain't nothing stopping this shit.
I can't.
So
I'm
yeah,
over
I
the
feel it.
snow though.
I'm over the shy, goddamn it. Fuck it all. I'm out of this bitch.
Nah, for real.
My birthday,
I'm so
December
ready to go out
29th.
of
I'm in the store every birthday I had. No more. I'm out of this bitch.
Right.
I ain't going. I don't see another birthday in this bitch no more.
Roll a switch
When was your
up.
birthday, Ocho?
I said December 29th, but I'm just saying, like,
Ocho.
Hey, what the antibody get, man?
Ocho.
Yo.
If you want another birthday, just say that.
Who said that?
Right.
Who said that?
She said you want another birthday,
party,
just say
Ocho,
that.
just say that.
Who said that? Who
Ocho
said
said
that?
2 days after mine.
Ocho, you want to have a birthday
Well,
party?
got all the antibiotics over there, huh?
Assassin said it, Ocho.
Now, how I get my...
Y'all gonna throw me a birthday party and just say that,
Period.
Hey.
Period. What day you want your birthday on, Ocho?
Hey, Ocho, if you want to
no.
come to Club Assassin, just say that.
Yeah, I'm falling, huh? Yeah, kid. Hey, it's mad. But yeah, man,
It'll be a blessing to you though if I come to Club Assassin, because I don't even go to club no more. You know they gotta pay me to come in.
This nigga said it'd be a blessing to you. He's so cocky.
Hey, Ocho.
Florida.
Hey, Ocho.
Yo, oh,
Listen, it's at my house. Then Ocho, we gonna get a full course meal, and we gonna have food and bitches and bottles.
Yeah.
yo, Assassin.
What's up?
A
What's up,
buffet. You gonna have a buffet, bitches and bottles. The 3 B's.
No.
Assassin, where the club at?
Man, it's in Iraq.
Oh, okay.
Rich, what up, man? I just say don't
But
like
it could be
times.
traveled, you know.
I ain't even
You
hear you,
take it
gang. What's
across,
good with you, gang?
the country.
Hey, what's happening? It's your boy OG Bug checking in. What's happening?
OG Bug, what you on, folks?
The game god, man. You did.
The big bug.
Yeah, man. ATL checking in this bitch.
Yo, oh,
man.
you gotta,
What
yo,
do,
oh,
man?
text me the stuff so I can order that sweater, gang.
It's OchoMoney.com, man. And I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the fans, but if you want to support your brother, go ahead, you more than welcome. You feel like
Now, you know I'm gonna do that regardless. You know how
Not
we
you
rock
talking to
with
the
that
fans,
regardless.
Ocho.
No, he ain't talking about right now. I'm talking
Okay.
about live. I was talking about my live, man. I ain't talking about right now.
Yeah, Assassin. Look at you.
Because if we fans, just say that.
What's happening, player?
Make it said that we fans just
Look,
say that.
if we fans, just say that.
I ain't
Ocho.
talking. You feel? I'm talking about the people on Instagram live.
Real life.
Oh my God, I'm talking about
You know niggas get on
Instagram live.
Clubhouse
Brooklyn,
and
what's
all
up,
of a
baby?
sudden it's something
Hey, what
different.
you pushing, bro? Some
Oh
goddamn
my
clothes?
God. Nah, bro, I'm an artist, gang.
We
You feel
stretching
me? I
Ocho
just got
out.
my own merch, gang. You know, I was
Oh,
just, you know.
okay, that was
Okay,
popping.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gang. You know that.
Got to
You
fuck
know.
with the black on, nigga. Nigga
You
got to
know
support
that.
black
So
on.
that, you feel me? You know what's going on,
Yeah.
OG Bud. You feel me? I'm straight out the old, man. If you don't know, you'll know in a minute. Black Mail, what's up, my boy?
Yeah.
Ain't no shit though, man. I'm finna play my nigga 21 in the game and shit. I'm making sure all y'all
Ocho, is you going
him,
to
man.
Atlanta for All-Star?
For sure,
I don't know, gang. I don't know what I'm doing. I gotta see what my manager. I got a video shoot on the 6th, so I don't know. I think the All-Star game on the 7th, so I don't know.
So this is my first time ever even knowing what you look like. Like I've never went to your page.
Yeah.
You always got
Really?
Yeah,
I ain't never
take
seen
photos.
what he looked like until today.
Yeah, I never take photos off none of my shit. So that's, you know, you have to go see. You feel me? But
I think for a
ain't
little
gotta show
minute
my
you ain't
face.
even had your Instagram link.
My shit always been right there, but it's just, you know. Yeah, post on everything. You feel me? I ain't never taking photos off. That's just that, you know. But motherfucker, I look, I look good. You feel me? So that's
Nah,
it.
you.
That's it. That's
I ain't
all.
even go lie. Until you do, I ain't even go catch
Yeah.
the what? I ain't even go catch
Hey, they on your ass,
the
gang. They on your bumper,
You know.
gang.
No cap. No.
Coco,
you left the room to come in their room, Coco?
Ooh.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be funny now, y'all. I'm just trying. I don't know nobody.
Hey, man, you come over here G-checking somebody for moving?
I just don't know nobody. Hey, everybody. My name's Taisha.
We gonna holler at you. We over here campaigning. We gonna holler at you, man.
Who you gonna holler at?
Coco,
We campaigning over here, baby.
You better know I'm Green Bean.
It's cool.
Bean. This is what that is.
Damn, somebody kicked that. I ain't do that though, but
But I ain't do
that though.
Oh, full out. I fuck with OG Book though. I'm full out. I fuck with OG Book.
And I'm back. And I'm back.
Alright, yeah, y'all both back. Keep chilling though. I thought you was gonna kick my boy up. Damn.
No, man, they my first day on this motherfucker. They need to green hat me or boot me up to something, man. Take me out with you.
I came on here to speak to everybody. Why did y'all
Somebody
do that?
taking over the room? Or is my shit just loading?
Taking over the room. This shit.
I came over here to speak to everybody.
Coco clean the house.
Right?
Coco clean the house.
Y'all keep putting her in the dirt. She
Coco
gang for real. Oh no,
I
I'm
ain't put
gang.
her in
Wait,
the dirt, Coco. Oh, phone
who
number.
put? I know who put me in the dirt. Ochi, he put me in the dirt.
No, the fuck
She
I
from the
didn't, girl.
Ochi.
You don't even know me, girl.
Ocho, what?
You can't just say my name, girl. I'm valid. Coco know who I am. Ask Coco.
You must don't know who I am.
Man, you don't know who I am. So if you did, you wouldn't even ask me no shit like that. Okay?
But you got King Von on your thing, so I can't see.
Exactly. So go find out who I am. That means something. So go find out, you know?
Coco, who it is?
Coco.
He gang, what's up?
He ain't gang because I don't
What
know
your
him.
pumpkin pie head is doing?
I ain't doing shit. I just woke up. That bitch Chicago put me in the dirt. Why?
Who
What
put you in
you
the dirt?
say?
I'm playing. Savage think he's slick. On phone and folks think he's slick. Come on.
What game
We
y'all
playing
playing?
2K.
You up? You up?
You got games on your
No, we
phone?
just
Oh,
started.
you got games on
It's
your
0-0.
phone.
Who just asked that, man? Come on, man.
Shantae.
Hey, you got games
I
on
think
your
games on
phone?
the phone, man.
Do you got games on your phone, Ocho?
What?
Y'all ain't
Tight,
been
You
on
was
that in a
able
minute,
to
man.
get the shoes, Cole?
Yeah, I
Y'all make me
ordered
miss
them.
Clubhouse.
That's dope.
Yep. I'm at the shop. Is that Measy, Coco? That Measy? No, Measy gone. That's $1 for $1.
You playing
Dollar
Madden? You don't even know how to play Madden on that, boy.
Hey, Cole, if you ever run across something, if you ever run across problem, I got the shit down here in New Orleans, though. If push come to shove, I got sneaker politics on my team down here. They be
I need
getting
to
shit in
follow you.
advance and forward. Yeah, it's tough.
Online retail price.
Yeah, it probably be about $40 over box, but I get it weeks in. Like I get it 2 weeks in advance. I can only wear it a week in advance.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
okay.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. My boy Dollar for president. That's my boy. I'm focusing on.
That's a fact. Oh my God.
Taisha said she paid
He be
300
talking that
for
shit.
shoes.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
what
paid
the fuck he was
300
just
for
talking
mine.
about. I ain't hear shit he just said, but I just heard his voice and I know that's my boy on phone. That's all I was to say.
Who you
That's
got
my
them from?
dog.
I don't even want
Right.
to come up. I got, I go to Alpha Up on my shoes because Alpha Up don't put that much tax on. Like a nigga told me $425. I was like, what? Hold on, bro.
What's off
Period.
I ain't never heard of that. What's that?
It's a app
It's like
that
StockX.
sell. No, it's just an app that sell everything on. Like people sell stuff on there.
They sell cars, all type of shit. But
Yeah, cars.
Like eBay.
Ocho,
Yeah.
check your DM and follow instructions.
I'm playing the game. I can't do nothing right now.
When you
I'm
done,
losing too.
when you
You
lose,
love Ocho, girl.
just don't forget.
All right.
She said follow
Now she
instructions.
say
That's
check your
crazy.
DM, follow instructions. Oh
Yeah,
child.
that's
Who
what
is
people say.
that? Yeah, come on, man. Talking to me like, come on, like we
Yeah,
in
the
motherfucking
follow
third
instructions.
grade.
The follow instructions is crazy. Like,
I ain't
Ocho,
never heard no gangster shit like that.
But yeah,
they know
Taisha,
that.
they said
Y'all know I'm hard
He
here.
a Capricorn though, and so am I. So he might just met his match. That's okay.
Damn.
Hey, I'm hard here.
I'm a Capricorn
Yeah,
too.
Ocho ass hard head.
Yeah, I'm phone
Nah,
I used
that's
to
a
get a lot
fact.
of
He
whoopings
definitely
growing
on
up.
it.
Coco? They
My
said
boy
the shoes
Max
don't
in
look
here.
like that in real
I
life.
fuck with Max too, y'all. Like I fuck with Dollar for president. That's my boy. I fuck with Rick. I fuck with Max. You know. I don't fuck with too many of y'all up here though.
I'm
I ain't
finna
gonna
send them to you how
I
they
just talking
really
shit.
look.
I fuck with everybody. I was just talking shit.
They don't
Them
look
the
as
only niggas
good
up
as
here.
the
I was
opposite.
about
You
to
know
say,
what,
well,
Ocho?
yeah.
You acting real funny.
Nah, them the only niggas up here, you know. OG Bug, you know I fuck with you. For I just met you today, but on phone them, I fuck with you, man. Folks coming here with the polo, the pink polo shirt on phone them. I see you, guys.
What the hell, bro?
Polo.
Was that I'm assassin, baby?
What's up, Dollar baby? How you coming, baby?
I can't call it love.
The big dollar. Oh shit. I'm playing the game.
see
Y'all
what
got big Lolo down here. The big P Fire down here. I ain't know. Lolo, what up?
Hey, man,
Lolo.
Atlanta for the All-Star, man. Then you know
Lolo, why
man.
you got that as your picture, bitch?
Cause she
I want a
crazy.
nigga to choke me out.
You said you want a nigga to slut you out.
Yes.
God damn it, man.
I can't
No
stand
cap,
it.
that's the best sex though.
Y'all
That's the
cannot
best
take
sex.
Lolo serious. She's nuts.
You said what?
But
No,
no,
that's the best sex. Slut out sex. That's the
Fuck
best
you
sex.
talking about. He gonna drag
Slut
that
me
ass.
out, dog.
Slut me
Drag
out,
me.
then kiss my forehead when we're done, like I'm a princess.
Right, drag me. I'm with you, Lola. Hey,
Put
come
that
on.
thumb in your booty hole and all that shit.
I don't know about
how we get on this topic? Wait, what happened?
Wait, what happened?
Let's regroup.
OG
Spit on that
Let
ass.
it out. You gonna
Y'all
get slutted
niggas
out. You
need
might
to
well get
know.
slutted out.
Listen, y'all
What
niggas
that
need
boy
to know.
Future say? I ain't got no love for no slut.
Guess what? I tried the
She
butt
talking
one
about
time and it hurt
Ashley.
so bad. Oh my
That's my boy, OG Bug. Funny is yeah. Hey,
Hey man, this shit
Let me
real,
tell y'all,
man.
when y'all do it, y'all gotta put y'all thumb downward. You know what I'm saying? So that you rubbing your dick and you not
Somebody
rubbing my
done block
booty.
me out this
Oh,
motherfucker, man.
Hey, OG Bug, bro, make sure you come in here every day, gang.
Yeah,
Every day.
hell yeah.
I'm
What
gonna
bug
grow
is
you
it?
up.
I don't see
Everything.
bug.
OG
Oh, that's a
Bug,
boy.
man. That's my
That's a
boy,
boy.
man.
That's a boy. I thought y'all talking about a girl.
That's a man, girl. Ain't no
I mean, I'm
goddamn
sorry.
You can put her ass in the dirt one at a time.
I apologize. Don't put me in the dirt. Y'all is so disrespectful. Get what? I got into it with some girl named Platinum.
Hey,
I'm like,
Rich.
why is she so
Hey, Ocho.
disrespectful?
Hey, Max.
Who that?
What's down, bro?
What up, bro?
What's up, Loaded? Also, she with the Cash Money people.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I'm
No,
with-
look.
and I'm
Hold
with-
on.
No, you
One mic.
didn't.
One dread.
I've been saying the Young Money for 5 years.
Hold on.
One
Come on,
dread.
man. One dread, man. Listen up. Hey, Coco. Like, what's to that Cash Money shit? Like, what's to that shit? Like, I be confused. Like, what is that?
I'm Cash Money.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Loaded.
seeing like, I'm
No,
talking
it's just
about like
I ain't gonna lie, it really just
the clubhouse shit.
No,
I know
look
it's the
though, look.
clubhouse shit.
Oh,
What
I
is
was about to say, baby,
I'm just
I'm
finna explain it. I'm finna
All right,
explain it
can
to
I talk
y'all.
to somebody? Can I talk to one person though? Come on. All right, who gonna explain it? Cause I don't
I'm
know
Cash
about
Money.
like.
I'm finna explain it for you.
All right, go ahead, guy.
Nah, we really was on some. Like we had made some shit called. We had made Death Row. Like we were just on some bullshit, just like cause we was sliding on 4 pages and shit. Right, boom. So we had to change our name from Death Row to Cash Money because Easy E daughter was on there and she didn't really smell that. So it just out of respect we changed our name, but it was just some
Hold on.
shit.
She ain't smell Death Row?
Nah, cause them 4 had. I guess they had something to do with killing her dad or all that. You know how that. You know how that
I'm finna say shit. Her daddy went with Death Row, but
but they weren't fucking with them though. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it just out of respect, so we changed our name and shit. But we wake up the next morning, everybody got fucking groups and shit. We got fucking what the fuck that shit? State Property, No Limit. It just
was y'all
QC
going to
label.
listen, so I'm
Yeah, it
saying,
was
was
just
y'all
all
going to
fun and games,
rooms,
but these
taking
folks taking
people
this shit too
rooms or
serious
something
though.
like that? Like,
Yeah,
like, what was-
Ocho. Yeah, that's
Yeah, 'cause it was
basically what
like-
it is. So you got to pick a team. If you can't,
I ain't none of that shit. I'm just over like I don't know.
No,
about
no,
none of
no,
that
no. It was just
yeah,
on
no,
some.
you don't get to, but it's just like they
Yeah,
do
it
it
was
with
just
their
on some
friends
fun and
type
game
shit.
shit
Like,
though. But some folks taking this shit too serious though.
like that girl Platinum D.
Yeah, listen, look.
You stupid.
Look though, no bullshit.
Look, I ain't been outside that long, but she mother and I was slap her ass so hard.
Listen though, look.
What happened?
Listen, just being real. I told Platinum like, you can't pop your shit. I fuck with Platinum. I say you can't pop your shit and not allow somebody else to pop their shit back. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. It's lame as hell. Like, don't put nobody in the dirt after you pop your shit on there.
Coco, don't leave me down there that long.
That shit lame.
That's what people do all the time, though. They like to talk shit and they don't want a person to respond back, so they put you down at the bottom.
I'm saying, Taisha, I'm saying,
but
Tootie was on
I
your page
tell
the other day,
if I
Taisha.
still got something to say. Huh?
I said that was Tootie talking on your page yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes, and you know
That
how
what
she be about y'all.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling. I'm like, shit, I know my sister. But I'm like, that my sister. Let her pop her shit. Cause get what? She go pop the same shit you popping Platinum. Like, just let her pop her shit. Like, you gonna
Coco, what
keep
you
in the dirt.
want,
Shit, lame
Coco,
as hell.
man? I ain't talked to you in a long time.
But that shit
Coco.
all be funny, guys.
I
It's
ain't
all
on
funny.
there. Why you say that?
I'm just asking. I ain't talked to y'all in a minute. I'm just checking on my people. I'm gonna see y'all good.
I'm just sugar.
I had to get back focused. I was on this shit, you know. I was tweaking. I had to get back to the grind real fast.
So y'all seen some of my page? I don't really got nothing about it.
And that little shit be lit, man.
OG Bug, this shit be lit, my boy. What you want to talk about, OG Bug, man? You make the topic, man. What you want to talk about? So you pick the topic. Nah, for sure.
All right, got you, Masan. And so one more, and then we'll be able to go.
Okay. Hey, Masan, how are you doing, brother?
Hello, I'm very well. Thank you for having me.
I'm amazed by that picture you captured. That was with an iPad?
Yes, that was with an iPad. Absolutely.
Can you tell people a little bit about it while we're waiting to bring up some more folks?
Sure. I guess in the age that we're in, we're not able to always be there to capture amazing moments, and I didn't let that stop me. So the internet came to save us, and you can take over iPads and iPhones virtually. So I set it up, and the beautiful couple, the Duke and Duchess, were just being themselves, and it was a pretty easy job for me to do from my home, and the rest really is history.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's iconic behind in front of the Tree of Life. Like you did such a great job. Thank you so much for joining us
And
today.
Camila's on now too. And also I'll say about Masan, he, like Sir David, are both joining us from overseas. Masan is in the UK. So I know you guys are up late, so thank you.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you so much. So welcome everyone back to the Clubhouse. As you know, I love hosting these dinners because it's one of the few places where we can come and have a high quality conversation with people from diverse backgrounds with the intention of growing and understanding different perspectives on subject matters that we're facing today. And as I say every week, the speakers in this room share with good intentions. We ask, if you choose to listen in on this conversation, please honor the trust that we have built in this community. Here we go. Let's get going with the conversation. So 100 years ago, we witnessed an explosion of breathtaking work in Black music, dance, art, fashion, literature, theater, architecture, and more. This period has been known as the Harlem Renaissance. It produced dozens of cultural legends from Langston Hughes to Marcus Garvey. Amazingly, this beautiful period followed a horrible time, the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, which was the worst pandemic in memory until right now. During Black History Month, we ask, coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, as we did following the Spanish flu, are we about to experience a new Black Renaissance? Last week, we discussed how this seems to be happening in Black art. Thank you so much, Thelma. And this week, we will explore what's happening in Black fashion, film, architecture, and photography. Our guests tonight are groundbreaking creative forces that are at the forefront of this potential new Black Renaissance. Each of them is making history in their own right, but deeply connect the historical figures who came before them and paved the way. Tonight, co-moderating with me is Darnell Strom. And Darnell is the partner and head of culture leadership division at Premier Entertainment Agency, UTA. He represents the most transformative figures, brands, and organizations across entertainment, media, sports, fashion, arts, entrepreneurship, and thought leadership, and so much more. Today, we have a few new folks at the dinner table. So Darnell, why don't I just turn over the mic to you so you can properly introduce some of our expert guests who's joining us today.
Great. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you for the opportunity to co-curate and co-moderate with you. It's been fun working on this this week and putting it together. And I'm very excited about the powerhouse group of guests that we have today and the conversation that we're going to have. So I'll jump right into it. First, I want to introduce Misan Harriman, who is a photographer, a creative director, and a cultural commentator. He is also a historic photographer who is the first Black person in the 104-year history of British Vogue to shoot the September issue cover. And he's also documented some just amazing historic moments and historic figures, ranging from Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to Tom Cruise to Rihanna, Kate Blanchett, and beyond. And so look forward to chatting with you, Misan, because what a lot of people may not know is that though you are this renowned photographer now, you only picked up photography professionally within the last few years. So want to hear that story of how you got there and what came before it. And thank you again for joining us at 1 in the morning in London. Next is my friend Camila Forbes, who is an American curator, producer, and director. She created the Hip Hop Theater Festival from 2016, or excuse me, from 2000 to 2016, and ran it. She's also had directing roles in TV and theater, including Holla If You Hear Me, The Wiz Live, and the revival of A Raisin in the Sun. And then in 2016, Camila became the executive producer of the iconic Apollo Theater and has done some incredible work with the Apollo, including most recently, she directed the HBO adaptation of Between the World and Me, which is Ta-Nehisi Coates' book. And she filmed it in about 3 weeks during the pandemic, which I know is no easy task. So excited to have a conversation with you, Camila. Sir David Adjaye, OBE, is an award-winning Ghanaian British architect. I think Americans, of course, know his largest project to date is the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. on the Mall, which the New York Times called in 2016 the cultural event of the year. And one of my favorites of his upcoming projects is the new building that he has designed for the Studio Museum of Harlem, which is being worked on right now. And last but certainly not least is Stephanie Elaine, who is a producer extraordinaire. I think during her time as an executive and as a producer, she has worked on some iconic film projects, including Boys in the Hood, Higher Learning, Poetic Justice, Hustle and Flow, Dear White People, and more. She's won Independent Spirit Awards and NAACP Image Awards, and last year became the first woman of color to produce the Academy Awards, which was nominated for an Emmy. So thank you all for being here. We're really excited to have you and to dive into your backgrounds and then really break into this conversation on the new Black cultural renaissance that is going on today. Back to you, Felicia.
Well, thank you so much for that. So before we get started, I would like to direct the first question to my brother, Fab Five Freddy, to get a historical reference dating back to the Renaissance from the 14th century to the 17th century and the role Black people played. So Fab, can you take that?
Oh, sure, I'd love to. Thanks so much, Felicia, for these incredible weekly gatherings. So this is kind of a little continuation to what I spoke about last week about this amazing opportunity I got to host a film for the BBC where we looked at the little discussed history of Black folks featured in significant works of Renaissance art. So the film is called A Fresh Guide to Florence with Fab Five Freddy. You could find this on the BBC iPlayer, and if you guys have a VPN, you can switch your location to London and watch this film. So a part of this history lesson for me was seeing that, the interesting factoid about all of this was in the 14th, 15th century, there was no concept of this color differentiation that we're locked into now. There was no white, there was no Black. It was only like ethnic ethnicities and where you were from, what country, and the Germans had beef with the French and the Italians, et cetera, et cetera. That didn't all begin until the African slave trade developed in the 16th century. So once again, there were Black folks featured in significant Renaissance works that were amazing, obviously normal folks that were living there. And that was pretty much a revelation. But, the other thing that was pretty amazing to me, two of the factors that stood out was, number one, learning about Giorgio Vasari. And this is the person that literally invents the idea of the Renaissance. He wrote a book called The Lives of the Artists, which was the first time that anybody differentiated the difference between Leonardo, Giotto, Michelangelo, et cetera, in this comprehensive book. He was a painter and an architect himself. In fact, he was the architect of the Uffizi, one of the great museums in Florence. And so that was fascinating that the Renaissance starts with this individual, this concept, which we're going to get into later, the fact that we could be on the verge of a new Renaissance right now, Black Renaissance, similar, hopefully, to what happened with Black folks migrated from the South, from the Caribbean, settled in Harlem, and really got it popping with what we know of as the Harlem Renaissance. But one of the amazing things for me, when I was a kid coming up, the first thing I really decided that I wanted to be as a little boy was an architect. And this happened when I learned that every room we're in, somebody first draws that. And that was just like an amazing revelation to me. So I started as a little boy studying, reading about Frank Lloyd Wright, the whole 9 yards, and just really was consumed with that. But that wasn't the direction I would take. And I did all these things in the culture, hip hop, et cetera. In some ways, I feel like I've done a little bit of architecting regarding that. But, about 10 years ago at a talk at Museum of Modern Art, I went to hear David Adjaye speak about his work, this young Black architect that was making significant moves. And it really inspired the hell out of me because I'm like, wow. And I understand that most of the architecture in America comes from different places in Europe, Greece, and, Spanish, and, all these amazing influences, which are inspire the buildings that we live in. But hearing David talk about taking inspirations from objects and cultural significant elements from the continent of Africa and and those things inspiring buildings that he has made and was making. He was the Smithsonian was under construction at that time. It just was so exciting. And then to meet him and for him to be aware of the few things that I've done was just super cool. So I just want to I want David to jump in right away. Once again, David is on the line from Ghana. And I just want David to just share with us a little bit of your process and how I remember going through the Smithsonian in DC, and there was an African sculpture, a crown, if I'm not mistaken, which I think inspired the shape of the building. And then, if I'm not mistaken, African basket weave inspired the metal shape, the frame around the building. Can you just speak to us, David, about your process bringing that African energy into your work?
Thanks, Fab. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm very interested in really decolonizing the sort of the knowledge bases that we all draw from, and that, we are, as you said, since the 15th century have been obsessed with Western history, and that seemed to be the only sort of voice that we were sort of told we could draw from. And, pre that Renaissance, what's very clear is that the knowledge that had really built the world, that, pre the Renaissance, was really essentially coming from the continent of Africa. And pre-colonization, which really destroyed a lot of the infrastructure, the built infrastructure of the continent, but actually, stole, brutally kind of grabbed the kind of great artifacts. They are in the West, they are in America and in Europe and parts of, the Middle East and Asia. So these beautiful, powerful objects were sent all over the world, and thank God they were not destroyed. And in a way, for me, they have the evidence of the great heritage that the continent had before the colonial sort of erasure. And I just feel that if we're in this world where we are talking about the kind of the multiplicity of voices and a sort of a modern world where production is really achieved at its best through the kind of greatest amount of knowledge, the continent's kind of contribution to who we are, especially as Black people, and who we are in the world now. The classical period, the Renaissance, the classical period is all predated by the civilizations of Egypt that were completely predated by the civilizations of Kemet and southern Africa. So you can't understand the Renaissance without understanding Africa. And in a way, for me, when I was working on the mall, I felt that you couldn't understand what the mall really stood for with its Neo-Grecian sort of modernist architecture without understanding the roots of it, which was that the continent really birthed it, birthed this classical language. And, the irony of it all for me was the beauty of seeing Washington's monument, which is an obelisk, but the obelisk is actually one of the kind of great columns of the Temple of Karnak of Egypt, which was reappropriated by the Greeks and the Romans continually as a really powerful object. They took it from Egypt, they placed it in their squares because they were just in awe of the sort of incredible architecture. So I wanted a place, when we were talking about the design of the museum, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, I wanted to really acknowledge the roots of this narrative going far back, and also to acknowledge it to our immediate sort of, if I can say immediate, like the last 1,000 years of our ancestors, to the Kingdom of Benin, which I think in the forest region of the continent where most Americans, African Americans come from, the forest region, the Benin Kingdom was probably the most profound, sort of Edo people was probably the most profound community in that time. And they really kind of affected all the kingdoms that went right through to what we know as Senegal right now and South. They are, the Benin people are the Ga in Ghana. There are many types of people all over the continent. And their shrines and their palaces were famed in the world. They cast the incredible bronzes of the 11th century that, was astonishing to people who gathered it. And, I was lucky enough to be in Benin recently to one of the last foundries and just seeing the incredible skill that's still there and the few sort of master bronze casters that are there is just mind-blowing what they're able to do. So I wanted to really activate that would have been the experience of, you know, our ancestors, you know, 500 years ago, this incredible artistic tradition. And that if we were talking about the sort of, you know, generations after that, you know, to somehow put into the collective memory of the generations that are now and searching for our future, that we needed to go back and look at this magnificence and go forward. So yes, it's inspired by that caryatid, which is really one of the figures that's in the inner sanctum of a shrine house, one of the Orisha shrine houses of the Edo people. And I wanted to bring that forward, as that would be something that the kings would know, the royal families would know, and would be open to citizens at certain special moments. And it would be a really powerful aesthetic. So just wanting to kind of understand those aesthetics and bringing those into the context is really important. You know, with the skin of the building, it was deeply inspired by really actually the labor of African Americans, and this idea that slavery wasn't just about cotton picking, but it was about the kind of infrastructure and the intelligence of Black people, you know, bridge building, house building, irrigation systems, you know, the infrastructure of Africans to build what is now the kind of basis of America was extensive. And that is now very, very clear. So the architecture of the South, the cast iron buildings, the beautiful buildings of New Orleans and Charleston, etc. This technology of smelting iron, and which was prevalent, you know, in kingdoms of Benin and mastered. It's ironic for me that you know, these slaves were able to kind of create this incredible ironwork architecture for their colonial masters. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. And we took one of the kind of, you know, pieces that we knew was made by a slave and really kind of remade a sort of digital drawing of that, which is the facade of the building. So when you're looking at the building, you're looking at, you know, the work of somebody from several hundred years ago, a Black master blacksmith who created that pattern, and we are celebrating that pattern now. So I hope that helps to give you a way in which I think, and that happens throughout all levels of my work. Whether I'm working on cultural buildings or where I'm working on something like the Studio Museum, which I'm excited about right now, which is on site for the Studio Museum, which Thelma is the director of. You know, in that, drawing from the inspiration of Harlem and its lessons and the communities of color and how they use the city, you know, their spirituality, the stoop, the commonality, the civic qualities of the urban environment, etc., are all woven into the way in which the building will sort of manifest itself as a new form of art space in Harlem. I hope that helps.
Yeah.
That helps a lot. I just want to jump in for a second, David, because that's amazing, because I've also understood that it was a lot of Black labor that worked on the building of the Capitol building and the White House, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's also this gentleman named Benjamin Banneker, this Black tobacco farmer who the presidents couldn't ignore. I'm wondering if any research about him came up while you were working on that amazing building in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. I mean, Benjamin and a whole cast of characters about really the kind of extraordinary history of the White House, the extraordinary history of making of the mall, you know, the incredible Black labor that was involved in it. And, you know, really the imagining of, you know, what Washington was, and, you know, how it was such an important space for you know, the beginnings of Black emancipation, but also, you know, it was a site, you know, that our site was more or less on a slave sort of selling pen, you know, sort of table. And that was kind of shocking to hear. But the idea that actually what we see as Washington now is really completely constructed through Black labor and Black lens, you know, and, you know, where the site was a canal that was really about the kind of using, you know, boats from the Potomac to bring the stones and the timber, et cetera, to build the city that Black folk were doing. So anyway, but jump in if that helps a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was fascinating.
I'm in before we move on. Thelma?
Well, I just want to say that, you know, what we've just heard from David really makes us understand how important thinking about the built spaces when we think about culture, right? That it is not this sort of anonymous authorship, but the vision of how we build buildings, how we build cities, how we build communities is so important. And that's what is so important about David's vision, in that it has significantly transformed our vision of architecture and its potential.
Thank you, Thelma. Darnell?
I feel like we just got a master's level degree tutorial from David on that. That was a lot of history dropped and a lot of great notes taken. Thank you, David.
I know I had a bunch of follow-up questions, but he crushed it, so I'm keeping them in my mouth. So let's move on.
Thank you.
I want to jump in before we dive into the this conversation about the new Black cultural renaissance. Wanted to just dive into each one of our guests' backgrounds a bit, and I want to start with you, Masan. You know, we were talking earlier, and I think it's fascinating that you're known now as being a photographer, but it's something that you've kind of took on in a more professional capacity in the last few years of your life, and would love to just hear your background and your journey to getting to that point and turning something that was a hobby into a profession. But I know that you had a whole life before you got to that point, so would love to just hear some of that background.
Great, thank you for asking, Darnell. I did only pick up a camera just over 3 years ago, but I would say my eye was very busy observing from a childhood. Being in a situation where I was the only Black kid in school in the 80s in England, in the middle of nowhere, I needed to find solace and feel that I belonged, and I found that in the pages of books and the notes of songs and in the visual imagery of a lot of Black storytelling, particularly for me, Monita Sleek Jr., who was the first Black photographer to win the Pulitzer and the staff photographer for Ebony magazine. And I had never seen Black voices, even in my schooling, in the history classes. I didn't have any of that. And then I started looking back with my own culture in Nigeria, people like Solomon Osage Olonge, and then Moa Meme, who came from Kenya, and the images that they took before, of course, discovering the work of Gordon Parks. So my eye was training itself for a while without realizing. But what held me back, I would say, is what many of us suffer from, which is imposter syndrome and not necessarily thinking our voice matters. And it wasn't up until 3 years ago that my wife said, listen, I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about all these extraordinary artists. Maybe it's time you start being a custodian of truth and, capture our history with your lens. So I picked up the camera, YouTube tutorials, self-taught. I'm very dyslexic, so I struggle with anything beyond very visual learning, and started shooting. What changed for me was 2020. After the murder of George Floyd, I didn't necessarily know what to do. And again, my wife said I should look to my camera. So I picked it up and I went to the protest, not knowing whether I would see 1 or 2 people or thousands. And what ended up happening is, in London, from a London point of view, my images struck a chord online very quickly, with the editor-in-chief of British Vogue, Edward Enningful, seeing those images and commissioning me to shoot the September issue of British Vogue. And in doing that, making me the And on that point, it's a real testament to what happens when you have diverse voices that have purpose and influence. Because as good as my pictures may be, it needed somebody that had that lived experience to throw the net further afield, to give me a chance of having my voice heard with that British Vogue cover. Darnell.
Wow, that's incredible. And Edward is in full disclosure, I represent Edward, and he's also a friend, and I know he's a dear friend of yours and a number of other people in the chat. And I think one of the in the clubhouse rather, and I think one of the things so great about him is what you highlighted is that he is in this position, but he's used that position to elevate voices and creatives who may not necessarily have had that opportunity, but very much so possess the talent. And I think you are an example of that. So thank you for sharing that story.
My pleasure.
I want to pivot to Camila Forbes and bring her into the conversation. Camila, I think you got one of the coolest jobs in the world, because you get to be the executive producer of the iconic Apollo Theater, which is, I don't think that there is a more iconic stage in Black culture than the Apollo, and you get to be a custodian of that history, and also bringing it into the present, into the future. But beyond that, you're also an incredible producer and director in your own right. I just would love to if you could give us a little bit of background of growing up in Chicago to getting to the point where you're the executive producer of the Apollo, and also kind of following your dreams on producing theater and now directing TV and film.
Well, also, I want to add one thing about her, which I thought was so cool. You were the person who collaborated on the Nas and the National Symphony Orchestra. And that was just amazing. That was such an iconic moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you. One, pleasure to be here. And so look, I grew up in Chicago, Illinois. To Caribbean parents who, immersed me in culture, really taught me the value of culture. And I saw it all around me. Maybe didn't encourage, being an artistic leader as a career, because they thought that, legal engineer, a teacher would probably be more practical. But either way, I saw the power of seeing yourself reflected, your story reflected, your narrative reflected at a very young age with the works that they, by them taking me to theater, but also me immersing myself into theater. I was a hip hop baby. I'm a child of hip hop generation. And so, the power of the voice is something that sat very much and squarely as a part of my own personal aesthetic and personal lexicon. I then went to Howard University to study theater. And there fell in love with language and spoken language, but then also saw that, even within my own theater and canon and lexicon of the classics that I was studying, whether it was Douglas Turner Ward or Adrian Kennedy, much of my culture, generational culture, was not represented. So started to experiment with this fusion hybrid theater. And at that point in time, we were calling it, we named ourselves and named our movement Hip Hop Theater. And I was very, it was always an interest about how do we find culture and always consistently being at the forefront of culture, but making culture relevant. And that led me to not only start the Hip Hop Theater Festival, but also work with artists that were creating and naming themselves in a new language. And then at that point in time, it was spoken word artists. That led me to start to produce and work with Stan Lathan on Deaf Poetry Jam, of which I was a producer for 7 seasons. And just the power of the word and the power of language really rang itself true. And it's so interesting that you brought up the Nas at the Kennedy Center, because that's one of a dream for me. It was the 20th anniversary of Illmatic, and I was curating a hip hop festival at the Kennedy Center. I know just those 2 words at the time, which was 2012, seems odd, Kennedy Center and hip hop. But I was curating a festival, and of course, who's more iconic than Nas, and an ability to build this work, Nas with his, the Illmatic album, in front of a symphony orchestra of a 90-piece players was something that felt like a dream. It felt larger than life. And working on that project, that was one of the first hip hop artists who had collaborated with the National Symphony Orchestra. There's been several collaborations since. But it was interesting because I think it was a real building that work was challenging, and not from Naz's part, but also I think sort of the translation point of building something that is very rooted within Black culture, rooted within hip hop culture, building it within this very white power structure, not the institution itself as a Kennedy Center alone, but also within this white cultural power structures of symphony orchestra, and so there were a lot of translation points of back and forth, and really began to really see the challenges of building our work in spaces where, and institutions and within institutions where our language is not their first language. So being at the Apollo Theater is it is a dream because it is home. We are a Black cultural institution, a Black-led institution that for the last 87 years have been celebrating and uplifting our culture across the board, not only nationally, not only in Harlem, but also internationally. And the beauty of that is, and I think the inverse of my experience at KC is that, there is no translation point for language, right? Like Black culture, Black language is who we are. And it is our mission moving our institution from not only an institution of reverence, but a cultural institution of relevance. And that's where we stand today. I think that there's something really powerful about, I love that Thelma is also on the call, about Black institutions. And, I always think of the quote of Langston Hughes, that we build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how, and we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. And that's, as Black cultural leaders, what we do every day. We are building these institutions for revolutions and renaissances, not just for today, but truly for tomorrow. So it's important that we're constantly looking forward. And that's what I like to do in my work. It's all about sort of this constant forward looking, and always trying to find our ways to propel culture and propel people forward.
Well, I want to encourage people in the room to Google you and take a look at your work. It's amazing. So please, y'all, go back and Google. And her interviews are amazing. And that Nas event was incredible. Like, I can watch that over and over again. You did such an incredible job with that.
And if y'all have HBO or HBO Max, I highly recommend you checking out Between the World and Me, which Camila directed. It's really inspiring and couldn't be more relevant.
So I want to jump in because I know we have David only for a short time because he's in Ghana. But David, I want to ask like a futuristic question for you. And we don't always have you in the clubhouse, so just bear with me. So if you are not limited by any restraints, budget, external opinions, or even gravity, right? What type of building would you design? I want to hear this because your work is incredible. So if you had no restraints, what would it look like?
I'm always interested in, things that really bring the people together. I think for me, the most radical act in the diaspora and, on the continent is this act of gathering. I think the act of gathering is the Renaissance and the act of gathering is the revolution. So I'm interested in those temples in all their forms, whether they're spiritual, whether they're just communicative, whether they're just places of dialogue. They are the instruments that, I think any project that tries to destroy culture disseminates and breaks down. So, my dream is always wherever that space is, that's what I'm always tracking, and that's what I'm always interested in making. So I'm being a bit esoteric with you, Felicia, but that's, in a way, what I mean is that it takes a group to make that building, because I'm not sort of interested in making a sculpture, but I'm interested in like a collective of people kind of making that space that is the space of the gathering of communities in whatever form they are, whether they're on the planet or off the planet, to kind of really kind of create a resistance and a continuity of that idea of civilization that we all are in love with.
Beautifully stated, and it sounds like you're talking about Clubhouse.
Really?
This new house that we're all
virtual.
I mean, we're all together.
This is the Renaissance.
This is the Renaissance. Well, also, before we move on with more questions, and Stephanie, we definitely want to get you in. I want to see if Terry or Ime or Chloe have any questions for David or Gil, or Thelma or Marvin. Are there any questions out there, or Michael, for David?
I do. This is Terry. I do. David, I'm the biggest fan. Hello.
I've had the honor of being of actually shopping in the Oswald Boateng store that you designed.
Great.
And also that's one of your smaller, beautiful places. But then also when I took my whole family to the African American Museum, and let me tell you, my life changed forever. Can you please just share with us, what goes through your mind when you are commissioned to do one of these outstanding buildings? I mean, it's to me, I'm on TV, I do this kind of thing, but when I see what you do, it would overwhelm me to know that this stuff, the things that you build are going to last, centuries beyond, your own existence. It's kind of like, how do you handle that kind of responsibility? It's gigantic. What is the first thing that goes through your head?
I mean, thank you, Terry. It's really wonderful to be engaging with you. For me, architecture, it's a crazy thing. It's like a bit like a doctor. You study for like 8 to 10 years to get to your license, and you're just immersed. And what you're doing in that time, if you're really obsessed with this thing, is that you're shifting your mind to be able to understand every fragment of the built environment and how it comes together. So, you get to the point where I sleep, dream, eat, think through how the world is made, and that's just my kind of existence. So, the thousands of bolts and connections and structures are just kind of my reality, and the way in which a doctor looks at your body and all the kind of incredible organs and just knows what they're doing. So I can't even tell you anymore how I even think, because it's so automatic for me. I've kind of trained my entire fiber to just be completely responsive to the nature of making spaces. But then, when I'm trying to gain inspiration, when I was a younger architect, it was trying to understand what it is that I was actually referencing and what was important to me was such a struggle. How do you understand the relevance of the things that you're looking at, and whether they're going to matter to your peers, and and when you're on the outlier and you're not part of the mainstream, that's even more complicated. What are your references, and do they matter to building the cultural civilization that we're talking about? And for me, diving deeper and deeper past the knowledge bases that are the common knowledge bases. The kind of problems that we have in the world right now is that we have a very limited knowledge pool because of the way in which dominant sort of culture works. And we need to expand that and make it much more polyphonous, much more generous, much more open, so that we can actually kind of reference things in a much more easy way. I mean, I sort of hope that generations after us are able to just understand knowledge in a very equal way and to use it very powerfully. So my work is not only just making things, but also creating archives, creating, bodies of knowledge. I'm writing a lot, I'm doing a lot of research. I did the first book that documented every city on the continent of Africa. I went to every single city for 10 years during the beginning of my career and photographed the cities, just because most people and most Black people had no idea. And I'm working on a big project right now, which is supported by the Ford Foundation, where I'm going to all 29 islands in the Caribbean and documenting the urban built environments, just so that the knowledge that we have about ourselves isn't just limited, but expansive and useful to our generations of people.
David, I am truly in awe. I mean, the confidence and the belief in yourself to be able to make these pieces, man. What can I say? This is so inspirational that it lets me know I got a lot of work to do.
Well, we have another architect in the room. Let me let Jeremiah in. He's actually my architect. Jeremiah.
Hi, everybody. And Sir David, it's an honor. It's actually funny because just yesterday I was doing the career day for my oldest, who's in first grade. And I actually referenced you, and I used the slide of you for that class. So I'm kind of mad at Felicia for not giving me the heads up here. But real quick, I really wanted to ask you, everybody's kind of like the projection of the future is that technology is going to save us, right? We're going to go to Mars and we're going to do all this kind of stuff. And I'm wondering, for example, like Akon City, I kind of wanted to know your thoughts on that. Is that a place of, like you were referring to earlier, like an act of gathering because of, strong imagery from like the movie Black Panther with Wakanda. I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
You know, I think that it's sorry, Jeremiah, and it's a pleasure, real pleasure to meet you. You know, I think that what we're gonna see is an explosion of lots of imaginations about the possibilities of Black space and Black creation, Black authorship. And I think it's all valid, and it's gonna come from, you know, either popular culture. You know, the movie Wakanda is a sort of blend of highlights of the kind of epitome of, you know, the sort of civilizations of the continent, but sort of through the lens of the sort of set designer. And, you know, it's amazing how that sort of sparked such a powerful imagination in the Black community. And, you know, that was just one lens of looking at it. There are so many other sort of opportunities, and I think it just goes deep because it's just not been tapped into for hundreds of years, simply hundreds of years. So I think that, you know, we're going to be excited about lots of imagery like that. You know, for me, the issue, you know, and one of the reasons I moved back to the continent for me is that I want to really be absolutely part of the construction of the artifacts of the continent. And I finally, you know, wanted to kind of fulfill a dream of just being on the continent, but also being able to work all over the world from the continent. So for me, that is a powerful place. So I'm steeped in the kind of research and the work here, but I'm able to use it in any part of the world, and to show its relevance, not just to also Black civilization, but to just humanity. That it's actually, you know, we are part of, we're not just a sort of ghetto, we are the foundational sort of basin of the kind of creation of the kind of population of the planet, and the knowledge base of the continent is just fundamental. It's in everybody's DNA. It's kind of in every, if there is one collective memory on the planet, it is the Black experience in every civilization. You know, there are Black people all over the planet, from India, China, Australia, you know, Alaska, you know, we went everywhere. So you know, somehow I think that there's a collective memory of who we are, and everyone, as we say, you know, everyone's an African. And so, you know, for me, what does that mean and what is that knowledge is very, very important now as we move into the 21st century. And yes, you know, there are, you know, people talk about technology. Technology is incredibly important because now that knowledge is not just limited to the elites or those who know or those who are in a certain group. You know, look at what Clubhouse is doing. You know, anyone can come into this knowledge base and this gathering and be radicalized with their own thinking, and to find references in their own thinking, and to start to create their own renaissance. You know, it's half of the problem is just knowing where to look, to understand what to look at, and to kind of have the confidence to realize that actually this arena is actually really important, and that can actually stimulate a ton of creativity and a ton of opportunity the world hasn't seen.
I got a quick question for you, David. I've been to that amazing African American Museum in Washington. Can you tell me, should one start from the top and work their way down? Or because I mean, I found that to be the best way, because you get to see all the things, you know, African Americans did in entertainment and sports, and then you get into the very, very heavy stuff, and then you come out and it's kind of, but talk to me about, if you can briefly, what your thought process was, you know, with moving through the building.
Yeah, so the thinking was that if you do that building, you realize that it's unlike any other building, because essentially I wanted it to be like a sort of tree, really, that it had roots deep in the earth, and then it's this pillar that comes up, and then you climb into the canopy and the filigree, if imagine your childlike state, and you're overlooking the city in the sort of branches of the trees, seeing things. So, you know, and I use that as a metaphor because depending on how you want to see it, from the light to the darkness or from the darkness to the light, you're able to kind of figure it. I think if you're going for the first time, I would recommend that you go into the roots, that you go down, and then you rise into the light, because you sort of hopefully when you finish, when you get those panoramic views at the top, you're really kind of inspired, even though it's been a heavy journey. But I think when you're going back, after you've done it once, starting from the top and going sideways and going down a little bit is a really cool way to do it. And then, you know, you can deep dive into the roots of it whenever you kind of want to look at something specific that it might be intriguing to you. How's that as an answer?
Thank you. Help from the architect. I love it. Thanks, David.
Darnell, let's see if we have any quick, Marvin, are there any questions from the audience?
Hey, Felicia.
We were wondering from any of the panelists in their respective fields, can they name who their creative ancestors are? This is a conversation about Renaissance, so we're wondering who they're bringing forward with them. So who are their creative ancestors? Would love to start with Stephanie if you wanted to go first on that.
Perfect.
Hi there. I am having such a good time in this conversation. Thank you so much
Welcome,
for
Stephanie.
having me. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh my God, there's so many great filmmakers. You know, from Maya Angelou to, you know, Kathleen Collins to Sidney Poitier. I mean, there's a rich history really to build upon. And for me, you know, a girl from New Orleans who grew up in LA, who just loved books and movies. When I got pregnant right out of school, right out of Cal Arts, I was a dancer at Cal Arts. The only thing I really knew how to do was read. And then I found there was a job called reading. And I thought, bingo, that's for me. And my first job was at CAA, reading books first and then screenplays. And that literally led to, you know, the next job up at the totem pole, which I didn't even know about, but turned out being a creative executive at a studio. And the first real script that I read that I thought needed to be made was Boys in the Hood. And so John Singleton was really my first teacher, because he taught me the importance of the auteur. He taught me the value of the Black gaze. He taught me how to protect the artist, how to champion the artist, how to fight for the artist, and really just sort of sent me on my way to just do that over and over again. So we lost a good one with him last year, but I think the work that he left behind, and not only the work that he left behind, but the incredible amount of people who he championed himself was just phenomenal. Just so many people that he mentored. So that's my little story to contribute to this renaissance. And I've been doing it for 30 years, and you know, God willing, I'll do it for, you know, as long as I can.
Let's Stephanie, and we'll go around the horn to David and Camila and Masan on this question, but I wanted to follow up on Matt. I think, you know, you talking about how you went from, you know, being a reader at CAA in the, you know, I think back in the Ovitz days, and then on to becoming, you know, an executive. And your first, you know, real script that you championed was Boys in the Hood, which is just iconic in not only Black culture, but I think American culture. You know, I feel like the 90s was this really, you know, kind of golden area of Black culture in general. You know, depending on who you talk to, I'm a 90s kid, so I'll ride for the 90s all day long. But you know, the golden age of hip hop, the golden age of Black film and TV, and you worked on so many of those amazing movies, from Poetic Justice to, you know, Higher Learning to, you know, and so on. You know, what has changed in the industry? Because one of the things that happened is that in the 90s, you had all these incredible Black, you know, music, film, and TV, from, you know, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, et cetera. And then you hit a period of time at the end of the 90s and the early aughts where those things all just kind of went away. And it lasted for a while. And you know, and it probably wasn't until the last, you know, 10 years or less where you started to see a reemergence of a more eclectic mix of content from Black creatives. What have you seen in that kind of period of time? What was it like in the early 90s and the Boys in the Hood time, trying to get content made, and you're also doing it now, and what happened in between? I would love to just hear kind of your journey throughout that process.
It's so interesting because in the 90s, there were so many, even though there that was being made, being developed, being released. You know, the sale of DVDs really supported that, because They were always saying our movies didn't travel because they never paid for our movies to travel. But they could make their money back through the sale of DVDs. And then DVDs went away, and so did all the movies. The big difference, though, I think, is so many of those movies from the 90s were movies that really felt more akin to things that when I say they, the white gays wanted to see. Really, they were gangster movies. There was a lot of comedies. In the Renaissance now, we have so many different voices that are taking center stage, which is so exciting. I mean, from Ava to Lena to Justin Simeon to just all, so Barry and Ryan and everybody, Gina, everybody has a voice, and their voice is distinctive, it's unique, it's nuanced. It does not play into any of the stereotypes that Hollywood has sort of trucked in for 100 years. So this is definitely a renaissance. It was worth the wait. And even I, had to find a different way to make a living because I couldn't get those movies made, So I ran the LA Film Festival and tried to, in my 5 years there, really bring a level of diversity and inclusivity to the festival that hadn't been there before. Because guess what? Everybody who was there, nobody was there of color, And so it's really about the gatekeepers. And even today, this is still an issue. This is a huge issue throughout the industry, that the entertainment industry is one of the least diverse industries we have in America, which is crazy because we set the culture.
It made me think about, I have to say it, back in the 90s, Robert Townsend's Hollywood Shuffle.
Indeed.
But my question is, with streaming and technology, hasn't that democratized the on-ramp in terms of filmmaking? You got YouTube, you have Amazon, you have all these streaming services now. Has that made a difference? Uh-oh, we lost Stephanie. So,
Stephanie, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I was saying the streaming services are great because, number one, we do travel around the world now, and you don't have to pay for marketing and distribution to travel around the world now because the streaming services are doing it for you. I made a movie called Juanita a couple of years ago with the Queen, Alfred Woodard, and the biggest market was Brazil. She's a huge star in Brazil. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the data, even the streaming services are not as diverse as they can be. It's a minuscule amount of work compared to the rest, compared to the white directors who get a shot over and over again. It seems like it's better, and maybe it is a little bit because there's a few more places, but the fact of the matter is there's a long way to go.
Agreed.
Danielle?
Yeah, so look, I think that technology it's kind of an interesting conversation on the discoverability of talent, right? So streaming services aside, right, those are distribution platforms that help get content out. But when it comes to creators who may have not been able to been recognized or seen through the normal channels, using things like YouTube and places where self-generated content can be put up, it's kind of democratized. Technology and social media has kind of democratized the discovery of talent, and it's been kind of interesting to see. I mean, we represent Issa Rae, who's someone who kind of came up, through like YouTube and creating videos in that platform, which then caught on. And I don't know if 15 years ago that would have happened. So there have been some advances in technology to help with the discoverability of creatives that from all over the world who may not have been discovered otherwise. But I do want to move on that question of that was asked earlier about the kind of creative inspirations for each of you. Masan, I would love to. You mentioned Gordon Parks a bit earlier. I'm sure he's going to be your reference point. We would love to go back to you on this question and see if there's anything further you want to add.
Sure. I think from a Nigerian British point of view, I really struggled finding enough photographers that looked like they had the same lived experience, or I could at least relate. But they were there. There are British photographers that maybe many people here haven't heard of, who really should have been the Gordon Parks of their generation. People like Neil Kenlock and Charlie Phillips, and it's utterly heartbreaking to me that they didn't get the recognition, you know, that a Cecil Beaton or Norman Parkinson received, for obvious reasons. So a big part of what I'm doing is, you know, Charlie Phillips is definitely still with us, is making sure I can shine a light on his archive, on his work. You know, he was there at the first Notting Hill Carnival, and his images there are priceless, and a national treasure at the very least for what it means for the Black British experience. You know, and then for me personally, you know, seeing Jamel Shabazz's work, Anthony Barbosa's work, you know, it really inspired me to see what could be done in street photography and editorial work. And those are the people whose shoulders I'm doing my very best to climb on.
All right. Thank you. I want to bring in Ime. I think Ime might have a question or something to add on this topic.
I mean, I'll take us back to the technology one. I was going to jump in on that one, Darnell.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been really interesting to hear this conversation, and you know, my role as a tech executive, just to think about how, you know, when I think about the role that we have to play for so many of the creatives that we're hearing from right now, it really is both that like technology is an enabler. And you talked about this, like giving people voice, but then also an amplifier. And so I think a little bit of the Netflix conversation that we were just having for, you know, what undoubtedly should be a renaissance. And, you know, from my perspective, I tend to think about this thing in two folds, like both as an industry, what's our responsibility, but then also from a product perspective. You know, on the industry side, I forget who it was that mentioned it. I think it might have been Stephanie, but like, you're so real, like, you're not just Netflix, it's all the big tech companies right now. And, you know, it really is about participation. Like, how do we get more of our folks in our community, you know, access to the quintessential kind of work, wages, and wealth, right? On the work and the wages side, like there's 13% of us in the United States, forget about, you know, the billions of us around the world, but, you know, in the US, we're only 3% of the tech workers right now. And, you know, this is an industry that saw expansion, right, and market cap growth over the course of 2020, despite all the economic hard turns that hit our community. So we have to be participating in it. And then on the wealth side, you know, I've heard a bunch of folks in this room before talk about, you know, it's about ownership, it's about equity, both at like the retail level and giving people access to markets, but then also, you know, where there is Black wealth right now, making sure that they have access to tech equity, right, and tech ownership. I think it's a pretty important piece of, you know, what a lot of folks, you know, at this table are doing right now. But then I think about, you know, Masan talks about, you know, purpose and influence, and it's hard for me not to feel connected as a also fellow Nigerian. But this is really about like folks that have access to the resources that are building and designing these products, right? We need more folks in this industry, you know, an industry that has an unfortunate history of leaving our community behind, like with a seat at the table, thinking about these products and designing these products that are giving people unique power and giving, you know, amplification to voices in brand new kind of qualitatively different ways. But then also, you know, challenging and designing you know, new systems of power that, you know, historically haven't been, you know, designed for us. So, you know, I'm pretty excited about the industry's role in being a layer of service, of infrastructure, you know, to give voice to people like, you know, Camila, and I see Chloe on here with what she's doing with dance, and you know, artists and curators, Thelma, like what you're doing right now, and David, and you know, photography, like to really just thrive on these platforms. And you know, last but not least, you know, Darnell, you were talking about creators, and you know, there are a wide range of creator tools right now that I just kind of put into this bucket of economic opportunity that hasn't existed before. And, you know, I had some folks, I think a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about NFTs and non-fungible tokens and artists that are creating and selling kind of unique pieces these days. So that falls in kind of Thelma and David's world. We've had conversations about crypto and kind of how that can enable kind of new wealth with some folks that have been around this table. So, I'm having trouble here. So That's just, I wanted to jump in and just, yeah, sorry about that. Siri's going crazy,
Yes.
right? Technology
Siri's
going
got-
crazy right now. It's listening to
Siri's
us.
got a question.
Well,
We
you know,
love that glitch. That was the realness of it all.
well, you know,
Exactly.
Amy, why don't you take us back? Like, what was your journey like in technology? You are from
Thank you.
Nigeria, you went
Yes.
to Yale, but why don't you give us a little bit of color on your background?
Yeah, I'm least, I don't know if I'm the least interesting person up on stage right now, but like the quick 2 sentences for sure. Two Nigerian immigrants found their way to Kansas in the 70s. They had me, my brother, and my sister. You know, I was born in Kansas, but raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. So grew up, you know, feeling very, very Nigerian, but part of the Black community, but operating in white spaces in Greensboro, North Carolina. Lucky enough to be introduced to technology at an early age. Both my parents, you know, found a way to get a Commodore 64 in the in the house to let me and my siblings tinker around with it. But then on the flip side, I think I realized this in retrospect. My mom taught at North Carolina A&T, so an HBCU. So my summers and my days after school were spent on, you know, A&T's campus surrounded by Black engineers and physicists and astrophysicists and, you know, folks that were just, who were immersed in technology and who looked like me. But, you know, ended up going up north to Yale and studied comp sci and electrical engineering. And then made my way to IBM. I mean, people were talking about who are your ancestors or these folks aren't ancestors, so I'm gonna apologize, I'm gonna take that word back, but just people who inspired you. But, you know, when I was graduating, met a gentleman named Rod Atkins, a gentleman named Mark Dean, who were really senior executives at IBM. And if you know anything about Mark Dean, talk about some of the untold stories, or hopefully his story gets told more, of just, you know, Black engineers and Black talent who, you know, really helped, you know, shape something as simple as the hard drive and really change the industry that we're all now participating in. But I got to, you know, essentially make my way to IBM, get mentored underneath them for a few years as an engineer, and then did a little bit of corporate strategy. But about a decade ago, well, maybe now 15 years ago, made my way to Silicon Valley, and, you know, have been working in consumer tech for the last, you know, 10, almost 11 years, and really, really focused on, you know, what I was alluding to earlier, which is like how to design products and build products that give people power in new ways, and you know, amplify voices who have historically not been amplified. And, you know, that's kind of my journey a little bit.
And you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
We go way,
Felicia.
way back. Go ahead,
Felicia,
Polly.
may I hop in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to share that regarding the question about ancestry, I'm actually a child of the brilliant minds and artists of the Harlem Renaissance. Growing up in DC, these incredible artists like the Nicholas brothers, Norma Miller, Frankie Manning, came and taught us young kids in DC, in the inner city, tap dance and swing dancing. And it's thanks to artists like Debbie Allen and Gregory Hines who ushered them in and taught us about the legends of the 20s and the 30s. And, you know, at the time we had, you know, you're a kid, you just admire the gifts that are being shared with you. But, you know, we weren't fully aware of the impact, the global impact and cultural impact that they had on the world. But what I've learned throughout my journey is that dance was, you know, the African language of dance, which you see throughout the entire diaspora through tap dance, swinging, hip hop, jazz, Afro-Cuban, etc., is all rooted in the necessity for freedom and the necessity to have a voice. And so it's so incredible when I'm looking at dance 100 years later to see how the combination of musical artists like Beyonce, shout out Miss Tina, who's always been so kind to all of the dancers. Beyonce has used her platform to elevate Black dance. And again, from a diaspora standpoint. And it's beautiful to reclaim the strength and power of our voices and to be able to celebrate those of the past as we push forward into the future and utilize dance as activism, and that we are no longer waiting for institutions to validate our art and claim it as a classic art, but rather we're understanding, again, through the collective memory that David was speaking about, that we are regal and that our art is part of the DNA of the world.
I wish I can show a video of you dancing. Can folks Google you and check out your work? Like,
yes,
it's just
please.
incredible.
Thank you. My company is called Syncopated Ladies. We're an all-female African-American tap dancing company celebrating the art of tap dance and passing it on to future generations.
Emmy nominated. Keep going.
And I'm an Emmy-nominated choreographer. I choreographed The Late Late Show with James Corden and Black Lady Sketch Show. And thank you, Ime and Facebook, because Beyonce was able to share our work because of Facebook. And so again, this technology is what is giving strength and power to the next generations, and amplifying the voices of, not just myself, but all of my colleagues who are just making the world better through their voice and their lens.
Thank you, Chloe. So I want to jump in. I want to round out the question about kind of creative motivations and inspirations, and want to take the question to Camila and then finish off with David, and then we're going to move into the next.
Yeah. So I guess talking about, ancestors inspiring, I mean, a lot of the folks that were named, but for me, I take inspiration from, so, folks like, yes, the Maya Angelou's, but also the writers, the scribes, the Toni Morrisons, the Audre Lordes, but also, I think of Bessie Smith. I think of Ida B. Wells. I think of Vinette Carroll, one of the first Black women to direct on Broadway in the 70s, was also child of Caribbean parents as well. Lorraine Hansberry, most recent ancestor, Mama Cicely Tyson. These are the shoulders that I stand on, and that my work works in tribute to, but also, the things, people who inspire me also are my mentors. One of my mentors is Mr. Stan Lathan. And, he, and one of the things I think is just so powerful about what he's done, and what he continues to do, and what he's done for so long in Hollywood, was, one of the first Black directors in Hollywood, but really open doors, physically, like literally open doors. I mean, I've run into so many directors, their first Black directors, their first call is to Stan, to get the lay of the land. And he so willingly does that, and has done that, for decades. And so I think there's always been this spirit and culture of mentorship and building of community, that he has done, that becomes infectious. And I think community begets community. And that is a mantra I think that he, completely perpetuates. But also something, watching him work, he unapologetically claims Black spaces, on a TV set where, it would not necessarily completely Black, but he made it so, because he claimed it as a Black space. And that's something that has been so incredibly powerful. And now, as I see, as we invoke, all of the new creatives coming up now, whether it's the Lenas or the Isas and Ryans and Barrys of the world, we're all walking in paths led by, folks like Stan. So